있거나 봅시다. 이렇게 하면 다 보시겠다. 밑에 거랑 같이 보시면 됩니다.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson.
됐나? 안녕하세요. 연결은 다 됐고, POE2에 관해서 전 직장 상사였던 크리스 윌슨하고 지금 현재 최고 자리에 있는 조나단이 서로 인터뷰한 괜찮습니다. 좋습니다. 내용인데 0.5 정보 공개 이후 1시간 후에 바로 공개돼가지고 설명하고 방송 끄고 나니까 이게 나와가지고 못 봤어. 방송 내에선. 그래서 지금 보려고 하거든요. 같이 봅시다. 여기 밑에 게 정리 요약본이고 이게 실제 인터뷰 내용입니다.
So this is the interview that people have been requesting for some time. Today, I'll be chatting with Jonathan Rogers. The context for viewers is Jonathan and I were two of the co-founders of Grinding Gear Games and ran the company together for 17 years or so. I left a few years ago and Jonathan's been running it since then. So for every new Path of Exile 2 release the company does, they run a press tour where journalists and influencers can interview the company about the new expansion. And now that I've got my YouTube channel, I kind of snuck onto the press tour and snagged an interview slot with Jonathan. Hey, Jonathan, how are you going?
Hey, I'm going good.
Nice, good to talk to you. Yeah, so how's life at GGG? 050 is looking really cool. I'm very, very pleased to see it.
Well, it's certainly busy, I'll tell you that. Like, there's a lot going on. Like 050 is kind of this just like giant patch that, you know, is like a crazy bear to organize just because there's so many different parts to it. So, yeah, it's certainly probably one of the harder ones I've ever worked on, I'd say.
The scope looks crazy. Like, when you were initially telling me about it, like, obviously there's a ton of stuff in the end game, but you just kept going.
Yeah. I think one of the issues, one of the perils of being in early access is there's this kind of desire of like, okay, with every patch, we want to try and fix everything. Like, we want to try and get the game into a state where it's more releasable. And so then we're like, okay, the end game is a problem. We need to address it. So we're like, okay, what are the things that would need to happen? What are all the things that would need to happen in order to make the end game good? And so suddenly then you're ending up with the scope that's just absolutely gigantic. And probably the smart thing to do would be to be, okay, we're just going to divide this up into like several pieces, and then we're going to go and we're going to try and do each one, and you know, one at a time. But the problem is, really, what was that, sorry?
Oh, could you divide the end game stuff? Like, it feels to me like you kind of do need to do that pretty cohesively.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, it does feel like you can't divide it, and that's because you're like, okay, if we're going to make the end game good, it means that every single, like, you know, all of the things in it need to be good and so on. But like, the reality is that probably what would have been better is like, hey, just leave one of these leagues bad, and you know, just like concentrate on the others and everything like that. But we kind of, I really didn't want to. So what we ended up doing was kind of like, okay, we're gonna make every single thing that's in the end game actually good. Like, we're gonna make sure that they all have the sort of depth of a full like league system. You know, we're not gonna leave it like how it was.
얘는 번역이 대단 말아서 이걸로 보자. 뜨란 말이야. 됐다.
Was an 010 and that kind of thing, and that's just kind of led to the scope being huge. And we even like we were planning even 040 to have a bunch of the in-game stuff, and then it ended up just getting pushed because it was just kind of too huge. So yeah, just it's just a scope management issue, and it's been pretty difficult.
So, with regard to that delay there, how did the thought process work? Like, obviously, you'd worked out a scope of in-game stuff in your head you thought you could do for 040, and then the reality was you eventually had to decide to push it. But, like, what was it that made it too big to do in 040?
Well, once again, I think it was probably just the fact that we wanted to do it all at the same time. So we were like, okay, we need 4 new pinnacle bosses because we need to be, we're upgrading 4 leagues. And if we've got 4 new pinnacle bosses, we need, like, here's all the stuff that needs to do. We need to make sure the league mechanics have like an extra thing going on with each of them, like all that sort of stuff. And I think if we'd just done one of them in 040, that would have been absolutely fine, and we could have got extra, especially because like a bunch of work was done, right? Like there was a bunch of work done before 040 because we did think that the in-game stuff was going to go in. Which then we kind of had to at the last minute be like, okay, we actually can't do this. It's just going to have to be the druid in the league effectively for 040. So that was kind of a bit annoying because it made 040 feel a lot smaller. And it's interesting because like 030 was obviously a huge, like a huge release. And then 040 kind of felt like a bit of a letdown by comparison. It really is just because a bunch of work that was done didn't end up shipping in it. So 050, though, on the other hand, is going to feel like this absolutely gigantic release because a bunch of work that was done for 040 which didn't make it is now going to be in it, plus a bunch of extra stuff as well. So that's kind of just one of those things, I guess. But it's sort of surprising as well because the larger something is, it honestly like the time taken to do it seems to go up by more than linearly, right? Like if you do something twice as big, it takes more than twice as long to do it. So that's one of the tricky things we've certainly found.
Yeah. I noticed, so this early access you're running for POE2 at the moment, it's not the first time GGG did early access. I guess you recall we did it for 1.0 and 2.0 and 3.0 back, like The Awakening and Fall of Oriath and so on. But those were way shorter. Like it was basically like 1 league's worth. And obviously you guys will have run this for like a year or so. And is it a year or 2 years?
It'll be 2 years, by the time we're done, I suspect.
Yep. So the question I have here is, this means that you're having to run early access, not just as a beta test, but kind of as a live service. Like you're having to, when you do an update, you can't say, hey guys, please test the campaign. There is no end game, because they want to play the end game. You want them to be playing it as a final product. It makes money and so on. So is it hard managing a live service when what you kind of want is testing of specific features?
It honestly really is. And the funny thing about it is that we never intended, as I'm sure you specifically know, to have early access last this long. Like both of us were very optimistically thinking, oh yeah, it's going to be 6 months. But the reality was it was way, way longer than that. The funny thing is that I think that when you haven't made a game from scratch for a while, even if you're sitting there churning out league launches, it honestly took me by surprise how much work there is in it. I mean, we did it before, but yet it's like somehow you forget like how much there actually is there. And I mean, the first time we did it, we took like, was it 6 years or something? Like before we actually released anything. And then it was quite a long while after that before we had more than a couple of acts. Like all the rest of it. So like, that was actually kind of POE2 just ended up being a sort of similar prospect, but it didn't seem like that because it's like you kind of look at it and you're like, well, the team's so much larger. There's so much more going on.
그렇게
like,
따지면 조나단도 너프 엄청 시켰는데 조나단은 왜 욕 안 해요?
We made all this stuff. It's like it feels like the putting it together part at the end should be somehow not as long as it is, and yet somehow it just ended up being way bigger. So I think that's been kind of pretty brutal wake up call. You think you know how to make a game and then you do it again and it's like, oh yeah, that's right. A decade later, it's actually really, really hard still.
I wonder if this is because some percentage of each release has to go into like league stuff and micros and other novel stuff for that release, and it gives you less than 100% of the time to, like, it slows down the development of, act content and that kind of stuff.
Well, the early access stuff is very much like that. And that in particular is part of the reason why we're not doing a 060.
그렇지 않아요? 1이 있었으니 2가 나오는 거고 지금까지 1이 유지되는 건데 누군가는 욕을 받을 사람이 필요해서 얘가 받은 것 뿐인데 그거를 그렇게까지 얘기해야 되나?
Like 050 is going to be the last.
어느 사회에서든 누군가는 욕바지가 필요해서 얘가 다 받은 건데 받고 싶어서 받았겠소? 뒤에 가면은 보시겠지만 안전성을 위해서 얘가 그 역할을 한 거라고요.
Last release, and the reality is that we're kind of like, okay.
두둔하려는 게 아니고 누군가는 그 역할을 해야 돼서 얘가 그 역할을 받은 거라고요.
Act 5 and 6 and all the stuff.
그럼요. 총대매 누군가 대표가 총대매지 누가 매요. 회사 생활 해보시면 알겠지만 직원들 실수하면 대표가 총대매지 직원들한테 총대를 주진 않아요. 얘가 그 역할 했다고.
We've gotten 1.0 out. It can't be done in 4 months. We can do it in 8 months. But if we
네,
if
그렇게
we
이해하고
don't do it in
그냥
4 months, we have to do it
넘어가세요. 그렇게까지 얘가 뭐 머리를 뭐 반으로 가를 만큼 나쁜 놈은 아니잖아.
another league. And if we do another league, then that's even more
내가
content we have to make. 'Cause it's
좋아하는
now
직업이 네크인데 네크를 수없이 너프했다고 얘가 그렇게까지 나쁜
That's a league now,
사람인가?
right?
다른 직업군도 살려야 되니 어쩔 수 없이 한 거잖아.
And so that would actually push 1.0 out even further.
밸런스를
So you've got
위해서.
this thing where it's like every single
근데
launch
얘가
is
대표적으로 얘기하고 정보를 제공하고 얘가 다 하고 있었기 때문에 얘가 대표로 욕을 받은 거라고.
effectively stealing resources
누군가는
from
그거를 해야 될
finishing
거
the game.
아니에요.
Yeah.
So at some point we just had to sort of put our foot in the sand and say, no, we're actually going to get this damn game out now. If it does mean
방금
going
게임이 산으로 가는데?
a little bit longer between 2 releases.
산으로 가는
So
거보다는
it'll be really
계속
good though,
뭔가
because once we
나아갈
get to
수 있는
1.0,
방향을
like
제시해야
not
되지
having to
않겠어.
have this like extra giant thing
그래서
going on in
그런
the background
거니.
of finishing the campaign and so on.
이젠 좀
It's just going to be so
넓은
much easier. Like the
시각에서
idea of just being
이제
able to make
퇴사했으니 이제 이쪽 응원하면서 하자고요.
a
이제는.
league rather than have to also like do
그렇게
like
따지면 얘는
make
지금 요즘 뭐라 그러지? 재미경찰 욕 들어가면서 얘가 받고 있는 건데
revamps of everything and like just crazy like like new
똑같아요.
campaign acts and
누군가는
everything is going to
욕바지가
be
있어야
it's going to be pretty
돼요.
good. I think it's going to like
그걸
allow
이
us to
둘이
relax a
받고
little
있는
bit
거야. 어차피 창업자였으니까.
more compared to what
나중에
we have been doing, because
창업해보시면
the rush to 1.0 has been pretty crazy.
One thing that you and I had done previously, like a long time ago, is we'd often be working on the next league, but have the beginnings of a larger league. Like I remember with the Sentency, for example, when we started work on that.
요
I mean, it's
밑에
partly because we
해석본 더
overscoped or underestimated it, but we
있으니까
essentially
같이
moved the
비교해서
Sentency from
보세요.
its slot to the next slot and did another league instead.
유독
And
우리나라
obviously you guys,
사람들은 얘를 되게 싫어하더라.
it's like I know GGG won't have
해외는
plans
별로
that far
그런 거
out for the
없는데.
future because you're focusing all on 1.0, but do you
한국
expect
분들이
that you
더
would
심해.
intermingle larger releases and larger leagues?
So I mean, look, you need to have updates that like shake up the end game and do other stuff like that every now and then. Otherwise, things will get scale. So we'll absolutely be doing the whole like AB kind of like thing that we used to do. It's just at the moment, effectively, what you've got going on in the background is that the B, as it were, is like the extra act that you're sitting there working on, because there's like a ton of work that's going on there in the background. Yeah, like we'll probably do that. I mean, look, I actually. It's funnily enough, right? Because sometimes the like latency times get so crazy that there are like things being made for 1.2 already in the pipeline. Like it's like we know there's certain bosses that we need and stuff like that, and we're like, okay, sometime around 1.2 we're probably going to need this, so let's get it started into the pipeline now. So there's certainly some longer things like that.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we're like, okay, I mean, as I'm once again, I'm sure you'll probably remember, we're like, okay, the league that's after Christmas is never going to be the big one that has the thing, so therefore the 1.2 therefore has to be the one, and like pretty much that's how you sort of end up with that stuff.
It's amazing. Like this may just be like a conspiracy theory I had back when I was trying to work on league planning stuff, but it always felt that the league around September was small because like my blame at the time was like, northern hemisphere people going back to school or whatever, and there was always this dip. Like I remember Delve, one of our best leagues we ever made by far, just having such a big dip. It was like quiet and no one seemed to care at the time, and I thought, well, that's the September curse. And then you've got the January, February, March curse where you've made it over Christmas, as you say. And then you've also got like a new seasonal game coming out every week because there's going to be a Diablo 4 season and a Diablo 3 season and a Diablo 2 season and a Diablo 2 Resurrected season and World of Warcraft Classic and World of Warcraft season of whatever they've got going on and Last Epoch. And how do you like, and then there's the GTA 6 release, right? Which is just a crater where that happens. Like how do you time all of this stuff these days with so much going on?
Well, I have to say, we usually don't pay too much attention to the other RPG releases because we honestly couldn't.
어때요?
And honestly, the
액트는
community
밀면
would slay
하요?
us if they thought that we were delaying things just because some other game had a thing coming
아니요.
out.
GTA
That being
6 모르겠어.
said, like,
할지 안 할지.
GTA 6 is a bit of a problem. Like if there's a release you're going to avoid, I would say that's the one. But thankfully, since they're not on PC, then it's like not as big of a thing. But the thing is, they're going to buy out like literally all the media, like all the things will be that like anything that it's possible to spend money on. I'm sure they'll be spending it on. So probably not a good idea, even just for that reason alone, to launch like on the same weekend as them. I would say.
Well,
but,
I mean, GGG always had the David versus Goliath thing going on, right? So why not take on Rockstar?
That's a Goliath I don't want to take on, quite frankly. Like that's the that one's kind of big. But yeah, I mean, just generally speaking, in terms of other ARPGs and stuff, I mean, look, I wouldn't launch on someone else's release day intentionally, but if there's other constraints around, I'm certainly not going to shy away from it, just because like we've got our own thing going, we've got our own audience, like we can deal with it. It's just been a bit unfortunate recently how often that's occurred, like seemingly randomly. So I don't know if someone else is doing that intentionally or not. But, yeah.
So
그 얘기하는 게 얘가 11월 달에 얘가 출시라서 그래서 그 얘기하는 거임. POE2 정식 출시 언제 할 거니? 라고 해가지고 12월 달 예정하는 게 GTA 6 피한다고. 원래 피하는 거는 좀 그런데 내년 넘어가면 요것들 겹쳐서 안 되고 그래서 얘만 피하고 그 사이에 낼 거라고 그 얘기하고 있는 거예요. 모르겠어요. 얼마
there are kind of two strategies for scoping release dates and content, right? One of them is we fix a date and then release with the content that's available, which isn't easy if the content has to be a certain size, like a league, for example. You don't want to release with a half-finished league and say that's what we have. And then, of course, the other approach is, take your time to get it right and release it without a degree of
12월
predictability.
주실 거예요. 그리고 12월 말이 얘네들 항상 크리스마스 연휴 있어가지고 아마 12월 요때쯤 액잘콘 할 거거든요. 요때 발표하고 한 달 후 12월 초에 아마 나올 거임. 그래서 한 3주 정도 얘네들이 서버 관리랑 싹 다 관리할 거고 이후에 휴가 보낼 거라. 그래서 12월 초로 예상하는 거임.
The dust has settled on 1.0 and you're going forward with the plan and resources and so on, which do you expect you'll be doing? Like, how are you going to have a rigid schedule? Or
well, it's definitely fix the date and have the content move, but there's always has to be a little bit of like sometimes you can't necessarily change the scope easily as you get towards the actual release date because the
9월달부터는 바쁠
yeah,
거야.
like you what you'd have to cut will either be so large that it completely
참고로 제가 9월달에 도쿄쇼 갈 거거든요. 그 이후부터는 저도 좀 바쁠 거라서 갔다 와서 10월 달에 좀 쉬고 11월 달부터 바쁘게. 네, 이번에 도쿄쇼 가기로 했어.
the release
저기 조카애가 자기 이번에 도쿄쇼 갈 건데 같이 갈 거냐 그래서 걔가 에스코트 해주기로 해가지고 같이 가서 좀 보고 저도 뭐가 있는지
there's just like no like place you can sort of pick at it to easily pull it apart. So sometimes you do end up with sort of like 1 week delays around that sort of stuff. And this last one we did. So I mean like
미리 얘기합니다. 9월 달에는 도쿄쇼 보러 가서 한 며칠 쉽니다. 고맙습니다. 네. 오빠. 잘못 받았다. 아니야. 내가 저거 복사를 잘못했어. 안 돼.
that was even our intention like during POE2's early access, and like we've actually improved that a lot recently with like POE1's definitely successfully back on that train again, and POE2 sort of mostly is. What's been tricky though is just that with an example of the whole thing of having one thing that's too big in scope and therefore you
라이브
can't sort of
영상이요?
do
라이브
anything but
영상은
delay
못 나오.
is all this endgame
모르죠.
stuff where it's like, because we want to do it in one big package, it's then becomes something where it's like, you don't want to cut one league because then it sort of undercuts the whole message. So like that's the kind of stuff that's been that's been really difficult in that. But we certainly strive for just like cut stuff until deadline
정규 그런 것들은 나오는데 기타 나머지 거는 나올지 안 나올지 모르겠어요.
works, because people really do actually prefer the regular updates, and you don't want to disappear into a hole and just work on something forever either. Like I think I said it earlier, but like it really is the case that the bigger the thing you're working on is, the more work it takes to make it at all.
그래서
So I think that like having shorter release
이번
cycles and
달부터
like releasing
운동은
more
해야
often
돼.
honestly
그거 대비.
produces more work rather than
쭉쭉
less. Like you really want to be
운동
just
열심히 해야
producing
돼요.
things on as fast a
어제도
cadence as
가족
possible.
모임 갔는데 운동하고 있어? 아이씨.
Yeah,
that you
I
can get
think
away with.
that produces more aggregate entertainment hours as well, I suspect. More releases means more people coming back for more releases and so
I mean, I
on.
guess so, but I wouldn't really think about it that way. Like, it really is, I think, in terms of just being able to make content at a reasonable speed. Like, it's sort of an interesting phenomenon where that I noticed of the team as well. Is like, so we had developers who were working on things to the they were working on POE2 for a long time before it was released, and then we had developers who were working on like leaks for POE1. And the people who've been working on POE2 for a really long time, like they've gotten out of the habit of like actually like finishing things and getting them, because like it kind of wasn't in a release. And it actually took a little bit of effort to sort of get people back on the train again of like, oh yeah, that's right, we have to actually ship things quickly. Like it actually is quite difficult. And I honestly feel like a lot of the reason why a lot of larger games fail is just because they're not shipping fast enough. Like, you can probably make a game better in less time, I actually believe, compared to what you get in a long time. Like there's something really focusing of just like having a deadline that's relatively close by.
So one of the issues that I felt when working on these leagues, like this happened like 35 times and you were sitting right there alongside me every time, was just that things ended up coming in hot every time, right? Like we're still working on stuff. Like there's the story about how I remember vividly sitting next to you at midnight on Synthesis release day and saying, hey, Jonathan, we still have to like check that you're happy with how the tile generation works for Synthesis. And you say, oh yeah, we should do that.
I remember now, yeah.
And you rewrote it with 3 hours to go to release basically. And
that was a good one. It was much better afterwards. So I was pretty happy with that rewrite.
My responsibility there was making sure we picked the safe option, and the safe option was you like, rewriting it in 45
Well, the thing is that
really
the thing is the much worse one that you probably wouldn't appreciate was we rewrote quite a significant portion of the database backend literally the night before shipping 010 for POE2. Like,
but it made it better.
It was the thing is like we realized something about the load testing. We were like, oh, we never tested this thing, and then we changed something about the load testing, and the whole thing just falls over. And we're like, crap, this is like a very big problem. We'll call this stuff tomorrow. And then we came up with some pretty ridiculous ideas on how to improve that. And like someone on our team literally rewrote all the saving. Like they added compression to character saves as like a last ditch thing. Like bear in mind, we're like hours before release, and it's like, okay, look, how about we try this? This was like a pretty crazy one. So yes, I'm certainly no stranger to that kind of thing happening from time to time.
Yeah, compression on saves is a good idea because that can take place on the instance, right?
Yep,
and there's a lot of stuff in there, like the waypoint list and so on.
Yeah, made them way smaller.
That's
the particular reason for needing that, by the way, is because once the size of a character gets above a certain size, it becomes larger than what's called a database page, and once it's larger than that, the performance gets really bad. So the POE2 characters, as it turned out, were just larger than the POE1 ones, and that's part of the reason why it wasn't the performance was just way worse.
So rather than me asking what compression you're getting, the important number here is what percentage of characters didn't fit in a page, and now what percentage do?
Before the test we were doing. In fact, I remember what the test was now. So the thing we did in the test is all the characters that we had were not in late in the game. They were all like. They had a lot of items and stuff like that in the load tests we were doing, but they weren't like late in the game where they have way more quest flags. And the quest flags sent them over the edge, so anyone who gets like past Act 3 or 4 or something was getting above the limit of what could fit in the database page.
Yeah. I can imagine the quest flags, they compress really well, I imagine.
Yeah, they do, exactly.
All zeros or all ones, right?
Yeah, we just added like a really I can't remember what compression it was, but like, it probably half the size of a character, but more importantly, it's below the threshold, and now the performance is good again. So
yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So where I was going with me commenting that when I was there, we never had any time to really test stuff is how has that been? Is it still down to the wire with releases? Because I imagine it's hectic. Or have you managed to like has the console simultaneous deployment meant that you've got some breathing room for testing and stuff?
I would say it's getting better, but then on the other hand, it also isn't. Like, it always feels hectic. And ultimately the reason for that is because if there's more time, people want to do more, right? Like, people are always going to be like, okay, like, I can squeeze in a couple more uniques, I can squeeze in this or that, right? So you end up with a situation where people, the work always expands to fill the space that there is.
Yeah.
So it's very hard to actually...
Yeah, I felt my role there was saying no to people in the last 2 weeks, and
yeah, for sure.
Hopefully you're keeping the no's coming.
Well, we try, but then on the other hand, maybe I'm not as good at it as you were.
Well, here's the key thing, being completely honest. When I was fully in charge of scope of something, it would end up smaller, like Sentinel. There was less in there. When you and Mark were involved, there were more yeses and more cool stuff was delivered. Obviously, you know, I was petrified about the risk associated with there's so much extra stuff to test in the last minute, and maybe that led to more problems or something, but the releases where you guys got to decide scope had so much more interesting stuff coming, because that extra 10% on top is where the special stuff is in PoE, and I never had the guts to do it myself.
Well, the tricky thing is that probably the coolest stuff is the stuff that comes in the latest, because you get to build on top of the things that you already like built. You know, like, you've got the actual systems working, and it's like, now we could let's think of some cool stuff. And one thing I would say about 050 is there's just a lot of the like weird cool things. You know, like, you're like, okay.
요거 얘기다. 요거 크리스는 안 돼. 리스크 관리.
Okay, here's an ascendancy class, but look, there's a hidden node, and if you do this quest line, then you like commune with the dreamer, and then like the it unlocks this modifies the class like slightly, so it's got this extra node in it, and just stuff like there's just lots of things like that. You know, like there's like hidden, it's like here's this hidden passage in this one particular map, and if you walk past it with a specific item, then the rune will glow, and then if you walk up to it, the door opens, and inside there's like a crafting bench.
이게 구려.
And then on that thing you can like take these things, and you know, there's stuff like, there's just the stuff like that. Just like lots and lots of these little
이런 거 나올
things.
때마다 나 영어 공부할까?
So yeah, it's been kind of pretty fun having a lot of stuff like that. And honestly, I bet you that there's ones I don't even know about, because Mark will have his deceit features that he'll just sneak in like that I won't know about. But he does on purpose, by the way. Like, don't tell Jonathan about this random thing.
내년에 좀 시간 있을 때 공부를 해놓을까?
It's fine. So like, there's just like lots of little cool things.
I strongly recommend not announcing or showing those, of course. You know, the temptation is it's more stuff to put on the live stream. But of course,
we'll show a couple of them, and I'll hint towards a couple of others. But yeah, like there'll be more that they won't have seen. Like there's quite a few.
So on the topic of the 10%, you know, extra stuff that can go on top, one thing you and I tried a long time ago was to release a follow-up patch after a league launch, usually after a bad league launch, with extra stuff. And what we found at the time, at least my recollection of this, is that the players playing appreciated more content. You know, their Reddit comments would be a bit less angry because we've changed some stuff and fixed it, but it didn't bring players back. And so, you know, in terms of changing the shape of the graph or the income being generated during the follow-up patch, the extra 10% after release had little benefit, you know, apart from, you know, good feelings. But I can imagine what you're saying here is by fitting that 10% into the release, everyone gets to benefit from it.
Yeah, well, you certainly want that. No, well, the thing you were saying there about like I mean, okay, so when it comes to seasonal content like this, you really want to just concentrate as much as you can in the season as possible. However, there is a really important thing, which is that you don't want people to feel, the people who are playing, to feel sour about the league, because that will influence the results you get next season. So you do actually need to fix stuff.
이 친구가 좀 약간 보수적으로 했던 친구야.
But it's really challenging, especially when the things that need fixing are actually nerfs.
보수적인
so you know, then you've got like sort of the double-edged sword problem. So like there was things like this is actually a POE1 example, but it's like, okay, we had some things where the there were some mechanics with the Breach prequel that people weren't happy about, and so it was sort of really important to make sure that we got those sorted out by the time the next release comes along. Otherwise, it would just be a bunch of people complaining about that. So you do really need to make sure that you're at least improving all that stuff. But in terms of like adding more content, like more uniques or something, it's just not really going to matter, because it's like most people are kind of like wanting to go play the season and then like then they're done with it and they want to come back next season. So it doesn't end up really mattering too much about adding content. Like it doesn't juice numbers or anything.
Yeah.
And that's like interesting as well because a lot of the wisdom from a lot of other game companies is that like, oh, you need to run a bunch of
이게 요거거든요. 미리 다 쌓아놓고 다다음 시즌 몇 시즌 후까지 다 좀 기획을 해놓고 하나씩 하는 게 어떻겠냐 얘기한 건데, 그러면은 스토리적으로 다음 학팩 누가 나온다 그런 식의 결말을 하려고 했는데 이게 불쾌하고 찝찝한 스토리는 싫다고 다 어떤 다른 게임 약간 빗대서 얘기한 거예요.
seasonal events, you need to do like all this sort of stuff. Like, it's like a constant refrain that you get. Like if you look at the mobile game space, it's like they're like all about the events. Like it's just constantly like you have to do something every week or whatever to prevent people from leaving. But it's just not our MO at all. Like our goal is like give you a satisfying experience. They leave, you come back later.
Yeah.
And it's honestly the hardest thing to convince people of. And like even a lot of the time people believe they understand that, they still don't really. Like there's that talk that you did at GDC that people commonly reference where we talk about this quite a lot.
Yes.
And the funny thing is that like people will reference that and talk about it and link it to each other and all that sort of stuff. But yet when I talk to these people in person, I still feel like they still don't actually understand. They're still not really willing to commit what they would really need to commit to really do that. Like in particular, most people are incredibly petrified of economic resets. Like people just actually, most games just do not have the balls to actually reset people's progress. And yet I would say that it's like one of the major reasons why Path of Exile 1 still is going today. Like if we did not do that, I just don't think Path of Exile 1 could possibly have lasted as long as it did.
Yeah.
So
it's a bit of a shock to the system to new players, but once they
이미 벌써 지나갔네. 요거 새 리그.
the joy of doing a league start and then the joy of doing another league start where it feels fair, then they're addicted.
It does take a little while to get into, because I mean, like you'll start, of course people will be, you get the whole thing, oh, we need to skip the campaign. Like people start to ask, oh, I don't want to have to do it again if I already did it and that kind of stuff. But it's like, it's really important that you don't, because it's so important that everyone feels like they're on a fair playing field. And it's like part of the reason why you still don't get new users at all. It's like Path of Exile 1 still gets new users today, not like a lot, but we do get them. And so like that's part of the reason why Path of Exile 1 is still good. And, I actually found out a metric recently that I'd never actually looked at specifically, or at least hadn't for a long time, which maybe you'd find interesting as well, which was that between the last two POE1 releases, even though they were approximately the same size, only 40% of the makeup of the next league launch was from the previous league launch.
Really? And were those players from past ones, or they weren't?
Here's the thing: they weren't.
Right?
Most of the players weren't new players, but yet only 40% of the people actually play from one league to the next. So what I'm saying is that a huge amount of people are actually, they'll come back like 3 or 4 leagues later and try it again and that kind of stuff. Like there's actually a lot of that going on as well. So you end up with a situation where for a POE1 launch you might only get like 10 or 15% truly new players. And then it's like 40% of people who played the last league, and then the rest of them are people who played like several leagues ago.
That's fascinating, because in the past we had efforts to enlist new players, marketing to new audiences. You had the efforts to return the users from the last one, but there weren't necessarily, we didn't have a strong way of reactivating people from, past leagues. And I wonder, are those users watching the live stream? Like when you announce a new league, does everyone tune in and then they decide if they're playing or not? If they want to
I have a feeling that is what it is. Like, and that's, I think, why it's sort of important to have a variety of different leagues with different like feels, because I think there are certain people who will come back for certain things and not others, and that's just kind of fine. Like it's just sort of nice that you can do a variety like that. And yeah, like I guess you'll have some tentpole releases, right? Like Settlers was like a really huge one that like I think a larger than normal amount of people came back for, which is why it was so large. I mean, there was the whole thing about how POE2's release was coming up, and there's like various other tailwinds that were good for it. But
yeah, also to bear in mind with Settlers, sorry to interrupt, but because that was one that you and Mark did, it was the 10% larger than the Chris ones. And
maybe.
So
it just presented really well, and like it was just a really good league like that. So I think a great.
뭔 얘기를 하고 있는 거야? 10%면 아직 적인데 이쪽 거 얘기하는 것 같은데.
Unusual number of people came back, but the reason why I was actually looking at this at all is because I was wondering, like I saw the number, what it was for POE2, and I was kind of disappointed in it. And I was like, well, I should look at what the number is for POE, like in terms of like people who come from, I went from 030 to 040. And then I was like, okay, but what was it? What is it for POE1? And I found the POE1 number was actually lower. And I was like, okay, this seems like kind of strange. But as I said, I think it's just because POE1's got such a large base of people who, like who come back every few leagues.
Yeah.
That that's the reason why it can be like that.
Yeah, I imagine for a very
단어는
enfranchised
들리는데
player who knows the
해석이
game
안 돼.
backwards, they really want to
완전
play.
연습해야
If the
되는데,
release comes
어떡하지?
out and they're visiting their grandparents that weekend or something, and they kind of can't play as much as they'd like
Sure.
to, they're like, "Sweet, I know there's another one in 3 or 4 months. I'll play then." And then,
But
play
it's also part of the thing of like running seasonal as opposed to ones where you're constantly running events. Is that like the downside, as it were, is that if you don't get people on that weekend, it's quite unlikely to get them later either. So you're putting all your eggs in one basket there. But I still think it's the superior strategy because there aren't really very many games that have lasted as long as PoE has. Most of the other ones. In fact, like,
운동 얘기가 길었는데
what is another PvE
함축을 많이
game
해주셨구나.
that has lasted as long as PoE has? It's like they're actually incredibly rare. There's a few, I think.
World of Warcraft,
Yes, sure.
EVE Online, does that count as PvE?
That game is such a so far outside my understanding that I don't even know if I can qualify that one way or the other. Like that's like a sort of a completely incomprehensible to me. I have no idea what's going on with EVE Online.
I had a conversation with the EVE developers a long time ago, like 10 years ago, and I'm sure they won't mind me mentioning this now because it's been so long, but the designers I spoke to had this concern that when they add content to EVE Online, the players expect it to be there forever. And then
얘가 말이 너무 빠른데 더듬어. 많이 더듬어. 그래서 듣기가 좀 어려워요. 더더더더 하는 게 많아가지고. 근데 그거를 참 헷갈려 하는데 저희 친언니는 영어를 잘하거든요. 그래서 나 이거 못 알아듣겠다니까. 못 알아듣니?
experiment with interesting stuff.
너무
And they
너무
express
잘
direct
들리는데?
jealousy with our leagues. We could
노리는
introduce
것도
something
아니고.
crazy, and then worst case scenario is you break the game because it was harvest, right?
For sure. Well,
Sorry.
we do. The funny thing is that we do actually end up bringing most of what we put in back. We just get to tweak it along the way, so it doesn't happen to be a millstone around our neck for so long.
Yeah, my rule of thumb was to have the league out, then to take it away for one league cycle.
Yeah, for one league cycle, and then bring it back the one after.
Right, because then when you bring it back, it's okay to come back with changes.
But we don't always necessarily do that. It kind of comes down to a little bit of like what's going on. But I mean, the other thing as well is like, especially for the POE2 content we're making, because we're sort of filling out the core, there's definitely expectation, all that stuff to stay around, which probably won't be the case post 1.0. Like after that point, it'll be like the leagues are kind of like temporary more explicitly.
Yeah.
Then we decide which ones we want to keep or not. But
it's like Rise of the Abyssal in the end game, for example. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So it's pretty cool actually in the new one, because now that we've got everything on the Atlas, there's like giant abyss cracks that are like on the generated Atlas.
Oh, that's cool.
And then you can close those by running maps along the lines. So it actually kind of works out being a similar mechanic to memory lines in PoE1. We like run along a thing. It's like a giant continent scale abyss crack, and then you're closing it one map at a time. So that one's kind of cool.
I remember when you pitched the look of the Atlas, like having a 3D like landscape that's infinite in all directions, back when we were working on it. And like at the time I was so busy with other stuff in PoE1 that I didn't really like watch it develop day to day. But then one day I go downstairs and check in with you, and there's this insane 3D rendered like, infinite Atlas thing. And it's very cool what the team can do. I actually had a question about this. You have to indulge my technical question here, but okay. So in this, correct me if I'm wrong. In the new announcement, you have like an infinite ocean that's part of the Atlas. So does that mean that there's just a portion where one direction is water and the other direction is land? Right. Okay. So my memory is this stuff was being generated procedurally using like overlapping Perl and noise clouds or something like that. Okay.
So when you're generating something that's infinite in size, you need to be able to have a way to generate each block independently of the other blocks. So you need some way of saying, okay, if I can as I said, I can generate this. I don't have to know what was next door in order to be able to generate this. So that you can generate in any arbitrary location. So games like Minecraft and stuff work this way, right? Where you can kind of just say, like, you just for an arbitrary location on the map, okay, here's a place I'm going to generate. So overlapping noise is a really good way to do that. You effectively just take like a bunch of like trigonometry functions like sine and cosine and stuff, multiply them and add values, things like that, and then you get an overlapping one. You end up with like a kind of cloudy looking layer. And then in the case of a game like ours, which has biomes, you can kind of look at it kind of like different heights. Like if you imagine like that there's the mountain is like the mountain biome is like a height map, and then you've got like the plains biome as a height map. If you overlay them two on top of each other and you say, okay, wherever the plains are higher, there's going to be plains, and wherever the mountains are higher, it's going to be mountains. You can kind of like effectively imagine how you can get like kind of interesting shapes developing from that. So it's effectively just a bunch of overlapping noises where you pick whatever the highest one is. And so in the case of something like an ocean where you want to have like, you don't want to have just like a flat border on the edge, but you still want to have it, like blend into it with some interesting shapes. All you have to do is just say, okay, there's like there's a slow blend where we blend in the ocean biome from 0 to 1 over like a certain distance.
So it interpolates it in.
It effectively interpolates it in. But what happens is because all the other things have got like various heights, the ocean just becomes more prevalent until the point where it's the only thing that's there. So you get quite like a nice borderline, so long as you can sort of define with the edges in some sort of like fuzzy way like that. And so then you end up with an infinite ocean. But then on top of that, we want to have islands in the ocean. So then once you're in the ocean area, there's like a different set of
0.5
random
바다 버전 나오잖아요. 그거 설명하는 것 같은데.
noises that overlap to create islands. And so I think there's an island, I'm not 100% certain about the exact way, but there's like a thing that creates the island shapes, and I believe it uses the old noise functions for the biomes in order to generate the different shapes of the islands. But then what we do is like if it was forest, we instead make it a bunch of palm trees so that it looks like an ocean island, and if it like it was a mountains, it'll instead be that have like snow and stuff on them. It'll instead be like a thing that looks more like the oceans and the water. So like there's kind of like a set of alternate art variations effectively for the biomes that are on islands in the ocean. So
how do you control the distribution of the islands and making sure they don't collide with each other and stuff?
Well, they can, in which case you just get a big island. Like the island, we're not generating islands, we're just generating a noise function that happens to produce island-looking shapes.
So there's a sea level somewhere. That
you look at it as a sea level, but it's the same as you do the other thing, right? You just take whatever is the maximum value of two overlapping noise functions and tweak the parameters until it sort of looks about right.
Yeah. Okay, so the mechanic doesn't need a discrete island.
No, it doesn't. Right. So basically, the infinite ocean, there's effectively blocks that you explore. So you send out the ships, and then all of the to a given block using a logbook, and then anything that's there will be explored. And then that will may include islands, may not, but it definitely includes at least maps that are like. So when I say islands, by the way, there are like islands that are like one map pin, which is like just like one map, and then there's larger islands that like have a structure to them that have like different biomes and stuff on them. So there'll always be at least various maps to do when you do one of these. But it's just kind of fun.
아직 저 밑에까지는 안 갔어.
To like go from island to island. And we do a few things like the distances between maps on the islands are like relatively small, but the distances on the ocean are quite large. So you get the feeling of traveling between hopping around between island chains.
왜냐면 섬은 이번에 처음 나오는 거니까.
It's really cool. Yeah. No, I'm excited. So prior to me leaving GGG, one of the problems that we struggled with was like lack of executive bandwidth, if you see what I mean. There was me and you and Mark. Eric had left a couple of years earlier, and there wasn't enough time to do everything. Like, the POE mobile wasn't getting the attention it deserved internally and so on. And I solved this by making the problem way worse by leaving, but left you guys in a bad situation, obviously, with regard to, your time being further stretched. But how has it been going these days? Like I hear that Mark has found people to, run an internal POE1 team that he can supervise as opposed to having to work on it himself. Yeah.
So, obviously there's like a lot of things of like company structure, but I would say that one of the things that is like a lot of this sort of company level stuff, you can honestly like not worry too much about it, and like most of it kind of goes away. Like I don't actually know that. Like, okay, so there are probably things that are getting left by the wayside here that probably mean that there's like various intangible benefits that we might have otherwise gotten are kind of being left by the wayside. Like I'm sure some of the like random deals you're doing and that kind of stuff like probably matter. But honestly, like I try to focus as much as I can on just the game development, like, and not really too much on the sort of company running stuff. And like there are people who like do operations and things like that. We can, that can handle things. But Yeah, it's honestly not too
좀
bad.
얘기하고 있어요.
So I really try and focus on the game development as much as possible, and anything that's kind of not that, like that's not directly going to be responsible for making the game better, I try to just make sure that someone else is handling that.
I understand. So in the managing director / CEO position, you have decision-making authority, your responsibility, the direction of the company, but you don't want to be doing like pretend CEO job all day. You just want to make the decision and move back to the game.
For sure. So I mean, like I basically have like a sort of half an hour meeting every morning of like, here's the sort of company things that have come up. And I try to limit everything to that so that I'm not spending all day doing that kind of stuff. Because it would be really easy to just like spend a bunch of time on that stuff. And, it's just the questions I don't know like how much value like you really get out of that. I mean, there's things that are important, right? Like we're deciding to do things like ExileCon, and there's a lot that needs to go on there. You need to hire people to work on that, and you need to do all this sorts of stuff. But as I said, I try to really focus on the game for the most part, because that's the part I actually enjoy. And you know, I wouldn't want to, you know, like basically have my job be not that part too much, because otherwise, you know, then I'd be wanting to leave, I suppose. So yeah, being able to do the fun part is, I suppose, the thing that actually keeps someone around and wanting to keep doing it. So yeah, that's how I try to avoid the
ultimate threat. Someone brings you paperwork, and you're like, I can do this paperwork for you, but consider before you ask, because if I become
근데
unhappy,
누구든 돈에 대해서 결제하고 뭐 하는 거는 다 싫어해요. 누구든. 사장도 싫어해. 근데 그거를 보고에는 사람도 싫어해. 서로 싫어. 근데 누군가는 책임을 져야 돼서 어쩔 수 없이 사장이 하는
it
거지.
falls over.
right. No. It's but yeah, that's why I just try to...
직원들은 보고만 하면 되는 걸. 근데 그건 아니잖아요. 보고를 듣고 결정을 하고 어떻게 해야 될지 그걸 내는
try
게
to stick on the game more.
사장이라.
So probably the
그게
part that
싫겠지.
like the two things that I kind of work on the most, like in terms of the areas, is like the environment side, like making the new acts and areas, and also working on the new character classes. So you know, like I'm doing a lot of that sort of forward-looking work.
Yeah.
Whereas Mark tends to be doing the you know, things like, you know, doing league work. I mean, I still work on the design. Like, I mean, the last league that we made, the temple one, I made the like simulation for that. So I'm still like even occasionally doing some coding.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time, like, you know, because Mark usually does things like the monster design and boss design and stuff like that. So he's like often handling the kind of like that moment-to-moment gameplay stuff there.
So tell me about the simulation stuff, because I remember when we did the initial Incursion League, the first temple a long time ago, that started with us, like, I may have just like, you know, made a fake memory here, but we're like cutting up bits of paper and laying out a temple on the carpet on the ground. And like, we've got a board game version, as it were, of Incursion. And then you then coded that into a simple implementation that let us simulate it for the, like, you did a really good betrayal simulator, I remember. That was actually like a powerhouse, that thing.
Actually,
Like,
can't
there was
remember that one.
a separate C++ implementation of Betrayal that you could run.
Yeah, I sort of vaguely maybe remember about that, but yeah, I mean, but look, doing that kind of stuff, doing the simulators is exactly the kind of stuff that I actually quite enjoy doing. So I did the same thing for Incursion as well, where effectively what I did is I just took one of our tools and just made like a thing where you can open a screen, which is just like, here's the effectively card game version of the temple. And doing that stuff is also good because you can there's a lot of things that you don't really appreciate whether the gameplay is going to be good until you've actually tried it. So there were just a lot of decisions that I thought I knew that I wanted it to work a certain way, and then when I actually tried it in the simulator, I realized immediately that it didn't. So and there was like a lot of things where we sort of eased up on a lot of the rules and like made it easier to connect things and that sort of stuff. And I don't think I would have done that if we had not been having the simulator early, because a lot of that stuff, you know, like if I was to just put a league like that straight into the game, like a sort of technical league like that, I think you really would like you'd be in the last few days and realizing, kind of like we did with Synthesis, that we needed to change the generation for it. Like Synthesis is an example of a game of a league where we didn't make a simulator for the sort of mechanics of it. And that meant that, like, because it all sort of has to come together before you can really play it, you then, you know, realize that, okay, we actually have to change quite a lot about this. So, I mean, that's the reason why you do it. And really, everyone should do this, and everyone knows this. But then at the same time, it can be tough when you're staring down like a relatively fast league turnaround and then actually budget time towards something like that.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's easy to think, okay, we understand what we want this to be. We can just make this and hope that things come together. But yeah, it definitely isn't as good when we do that.
Yeah, I remember for Delve and Prophecy, I made these gigantic Excel spreadsheets where using I'm losing a lot of geek points here. Using Visual Basic for applications, which is what we script Excel with, it would implement the simulator kind of stuff. And every time you hit refresh, it would populate down it had a list of world areas for a run through the game with how much sulfite you'd collect in each one, how many delves it let you do, and given the number of delves on average, how much progress you'd make. And then I'll let you say things like, okay, by maps, I'm at this depth, and therefore we can have it so that the catch-up mechanic went to that depth minus 10% and so on. And yeah, as you're saying, it made it so much easier to have a separate thing to do that, because otherwise, if you're relying on the game version, it's ready, 3 days before release, and have fun balancing that.
Yeah. So you did the gameplay simulation of that thing, and then I think I did the actual generator for the map. For that
Which is
one.
like the Atlas one, right?
Yeah, the Atlas one. And that actually, it worked exactly like the Atlas one, actually. And that one came in handy because I ended up using the same thing for the card game at ExileCon, the last one.
Yes.
So it was kind of handy that I'd written that, because it meant that I could really easily take that and turn into that, which we ended up using.
Yeah. Speaking about ExileCon card games, do not confirm what's happening at this ExileCon, because I understand it has to be a surprise for all of us. And as an attendee rather than a host, I am looking forward to being surprised. But have you had time to do planning of what's happening with that kind of content?
So I do have an idea for what I'm doing with the card game, but I haven't started writing it yet. The card game is kind of one of those things that I sort of do in my spare time at home. So I'm not going to be sitting there at work doing that. And I haven't had as much time during the 050 cycle for this kind of thing. So after 050, my plan is to go and start, as my little hobby home project, get the card game sorted out. And there's lots of other ExileCon planning going on. And we've got broadly, we know there's things like the crafting benches and all that sort of stuff, and the map system and stuff like things like that we need. So there's space planned out at ExileCon for that, but the exact mechanics of the game in terms of what the league expansion is for it is not something that other people have know about yet.
There's this second layer to the card game design, which is to do with availability of humans to run it, because obviously the staff love engaging with the players, right? It's a highlight, the fact they get to go and play the card game with players, but it's tiring. And, as we found out with the first one, if you stick a t-shirt on someone and hand them some cards and say, go engage with the players for 6 hours in a row,
well, that's why last time we made it so that people have 2-hour shifts of wearing the t-shirts rather than do that. So we'll do that again. Plus we've got more staff now, so we can actually have a similar number of monsters for with half-time shifts. So that works out okay.
That's very cool. Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't want to be in that position again, because it is overwhelming to be that swarmed by people in my position, but it was one of the highlights of the last ExileCons, is getting to talk to players who, the people who were fighting me and you, as it were, because we had the highest t-shirts on, were people who had mastered the card game. They'd arrived with the goal of doing really well at the card game. And it helped that there were rumors that someone was offering $2,000 for the card game prize. Remember those Mirror of Calandra pins? Anyway. So the people that came up to fight the card game against me were people that were so passionate about it, they'd made it their identity. There was this guy, lovely guy actually, he was at the Ultra VIP party, who had pre-arranged card game strategy to buy the starter decks that came in the backpack off people who didn't intend to play. He had some amount he was offering them, and I don't approve of the real money trading of cards to cheat at the event, but it did mean that he was able to get through the first couple of levels of the card game slightly faster and get to the monsters that weren't quite as swarmed as the other ones, and it was like a league launch.
Well, I can get you a t-shirt for the next ExileCon, Chris. You can at least go for some of the time. Get some
whatever you need me to do, Jonathan, just let me know. I'll be available. Yeah. When are you announcing obviously you'll still be working on it, but when do you plan to announce the schedule of what's happening at ExileCon?
Oh, it'll be a little bit later. I mean, we already talked about broadly what's going to be there, but in terms of the exact schedule, it's a little bit later, because we need to get all of the talks and everything from all that stuff written. And as I said, probably be a little bit after 050. I would say.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I had a question about the league design stuff we were just discussing. So obviously, you and I know how leagues used to work when we did dozens of them for POE1. But these days, is the process of making a league for POE2 different than the way that we made it for POE1, bearing in mind how POE2 leagues get integrated into the end game? Are there any big differences there? Not
really, to be honest. It's pretty much the same stuff, because at the end of the day, the formula that we worked out in terms of all the things you need to have in a league is still very much the case. I would say the main difference is that the level of narrative complexity is higher than what we previously had in terms of like the quality of the events you need to do and that kind of thing.
You want to have like a storyline that runs through it because you've got those the progress indicators now, right?
Yes, but it's not just that. It's kind of like, just the overall quality of what you're doing just needs to be high in order to match with the rest of the game. So you can't.
요약은 잘 되는데 중간중간 진짜 중요한 내용은 요약이 안 돼 있네. 이런. 잠깐 화장실 갔다 올게요. 다녀왔습니다.
Really half-ass it the way that like maybe we would have, like some years back. There's just quite a lot going on there, and that narrative stuff actually takes some of the largest amount of time because it requires a lot of different departments that are all moving together to create that stuff, and there's a lot of just like timing things and all sorts of stuff around that make it really hard.
Yeah,
it's probably one of the hardest things about 050 is because there's effectively the narrative content of 5 leagues in one release. Like there's so many of those narrative events, it just takes a really long time to get all that stuff working. And as I said, just one of the hardest things for whatever reason to actually to actually make good.
Early leagues in Path of Exile 1, like Anarchy, right? There's a Rogue Exile, that's the league. Or Invasion, there's an extra monster that's hard to kill. They were quite simple, obviously, and it got more complicated as time went on. Budgets went up, quality standards went up, and so on. Do you think there'll be a situation later where these early POE2 leagues seem really primitive and simple compared to the monstrosities you'll be producing in 5 years from now?
Well, it kind of already happened with the 010 leagues, but for a somewhat different reason, right? Because they were all made together. So I'd say what effectively, like a lot of what 050 is bringing all of those ones up to the standard.
비하인드 스토리는 이쪽에서 챙기고 중요한 내용은 지기지 인터뷰를 봐야 되겠어요.
That we've now effectively got for what a POE2 league used to be. I don't necessarily foresee them getting like too much larger, because like on.
요거 해석본은 농담적으로 얘기한 건 다 해석이 됐는데 진짜 중요한 건 좀 빠져 있네.
Some level, there's a limit to what you can actually do in like a 4-month time period. I think it should honestly be like relatively similar. And like to be honest, like the POE1 has also got that sort of level of stuff going on with a lot of its leagues. Especially things like Settlers. So there's just a little bit of that coming on, just like the overall studio, like the kind of stuff, the kind of standards that we have as a studio are just higher now than they used to be.
I wonder if you've got this process where you come up with a league idea, you make the simulator and you try the league idea out, which is a good opportunity. If you don't like it, you can fail at the simulator stage rather than once you've made the thing. Have you considered having like dedicated designers working on multiple leagues at a simulator level, where all they're doing is getting approved ideas that then get made sequentially later? So now it's time to do League A and you implement that, but League B and C and D are being prototyped and iterated on at a simulator level in the background?
Well, I guess I got a few concerns about that. So one of them is that not every league is the kind of league that should have a simulator. Like Abyss is an
이런 거는 여기가 없잖아, 해석에.
example of a league that's just like it's not like the mechanic isn't. I mean, there's balance simulation in the sense of like, you need to work out like, what the right number of holes is and like, how, like stuff like that, right? Like there's things like that need to be done, but it's not like a simulator in the same way that Incursion would be.
Yeah, that one could be prototyped for fun testing.
I'd really say that only every other league is the kind of league that needs to do that, and that's probably a good thing because they attract different types of player bases. And the funny thing as well, by the way, is those sort of simulator type, heavy type leagues, a lot of them are actually less popular when they get first released, and then they sort of tend to be more beloved later.
Once they're understood.
Once they're understood, I've noticed.
Yeah.
But what was I going to say?
You had another point about simulator leagues.
Right. But the other thing as well is that it's really actually hard to make a league before you in advance, because so much of what you make needs to be a response to what the community cares about right now anyway. So like you wouldn't really be able to say like I mean obviously there's things like you're going to need some uniques, right? You're going to need a pinnacle boss, you're going to need stuff like that. But like in terms of what the mechanics are and like what the game feels like it's missing.
이게 순서도 안 맞네. 잠깐만, 요거가 요거예요. 요거.
It's sort of hard to know about that in advance. So it honestly makes it a little bit hard to really to do that stuff in advance. The other thing as well that I think that is a bugbear that
0.5 평가요? 저는 뭐 일단 정출 나오기 전까지 얼리 버전으로는 그래도 이번에 좀 할만하지 않을까라고 생각합니다. 전 좀 약간 좋게 보는 편이라서. 물론 엔드 지도 방식이 무한히 좀 아니었으면 좋겠다라는 게 그거지만 그래도 뭐 양쪽을 다 무시하기에는 힘들었을 거니 그래서 무한히 가고 싶은 사람한테는 그거의 가능성을 열어놨고 그거 싫은 사람들을 위해서 요새라는 컨텐츠를 만들어 놨으니까 그거에 대해서 서로 선택할 수 있게 뭔가 제시는 한 것 같아요. 아마 요거 하면서 얘네들이 평가를 또 하겠죠? 내부적으로. 이 유저는 뻗어나가는 걸 좋아한다. 몇 프로가 그걸 하고 있다. 몇 프로가 요걸 하고 있다. 그거는 나오고 나서 아마 얘네 게임 내에서 그러니까 이쪽 GGG에서 판단을 할 거고 저는 좋게 생각하는 파예요. 그리고 아직 느린 거 그런 건 있겠지만 뭐 액트야 뭐 후딱 지나가면 되는 것이고 그리고 기존 콘텐츠 조금 손본 거는 해봐야지 알 것 같고 체이서 아이템 나온 것도 괜찮고 조금 더 그 소비처를 만들었었는데 신경은 쓰고 있다. 아예 없는 게 아니라 얘네도 디바이나 기타 커런시를 소모해야 되는 소모처를 필요하다는 걸 인식을 하고 있구나라고 생각은 했고 그걸 조금씩 더 보완해가고 해야 될 것 같고 아마 6개월 동안 평가를 하면서 얘네들이 어디에 어떻게 넣을 것인지 고민은 할 것 같아서 일단 시도는 잘 해놨다.
I think some game companies have is that so I mean we put everything into our leagues. And what I mean by that is like we don't come up with like here's a plan for like the next like years of content or whatever and then like hold things back and kind of like okay here's when we're going to release this thing. It's like everything we come up with that's cool we just do it immediately. And like there's always more ideas that you can have, like that you can go back to the well and do it again. So I think that actually some game companies have run into problems where they like plan out this content schedule and then that's what they stick to, and then it's like they end up not really adding enough and that kind of thing. Like part of the reason why our leagues feel full is because like if we have an idea we just want to do it immediately, and that does sort of lead to like a somewhat hectic schedule. But on the other hand, like you don't get this feeling of like missingness, and we actually almost made this mistake for 050. It's a little bit complicated to explain because like we kind of changed the plotline in order to not have this happen.
왜냐하면 이전까지 버전에서는 리그를 내고 일단 리그가 부족하다 보니 그리고 커런시의 종류도 적고 그렇다 보니 이게 POE란 게임이 커런시 종류가 좀 있어야 템을 만들게 되고 이게 템을 여러 개 만들어야 빌드가 굴러가거든요. 지금 현재 패시브 노드가 효력이 작으니까, 그래서 이 템을 만들기 위한 리그가 있어야 해서 그거를 하나씩 했는데, 리그의 영향력이 영향력? 아무튼 리그의 그런 것들이 좀 리그를 해놓고 밸런스를 못 맞췄죠. 그래서 항상 3주 후에는 화폐 경제가 개판 나서 엉망이었거든요. 물론 이번에도 봐야 되긴 하는데, 이거를 체이서 아이템이나 이런 기타 등등등이 있음으로 해서 안정화를 시켜야 되는데, 그 과정을 이제는 해야 할 때, 그게 0.5라는 거죠. 이때까지는 안 했고. 요거에 대한 인식을 했냐라고 했을 때 인식을 쬐끔은 한 것 같아서 저는 그래서 만족한다는 거예요. 물론 더 봐야 되긴 하지만. 왜냐하면 POE는 경제가 핵심이거든요. 뭐 수스포는 할 사람이 하는 거고, 이 경제를 어떻게 다루느냐 그 문제라서. 그리고 아틀라스를 유저가 꾸려서 하는 방식이 원래, 그러니까 아틀라스의 그 내가 어떻게 할 건지에 대한 주도권이 유저에게 주어져야 재밌는 건데, 아직까지는 이게 너무 약했었거든요. 너무 적어가지고. 그걸 인식하고 좀 이번에 크게 낸 거니까 이것도 좀 긍정적으로 보고. 그래서
happened that
좀
like
좋게
we were
보고
going to have a
있어요.
situation where the boss that we were going to have was going to be one of like, it's like, oh, but like you haven't actually fought the true boss yet kind of thing, and it's actually a really crappy ending. And I'm like, I actually don't want to be in a state, even if interstitially, where like you haven't fought the boss that you know is coming in the future, you know, like it's actually really bad.
There's another large action RPG franchise that did that, I think.
Okay, I wasn't thinking of anyone in particular, but effectively, like I actually think it's really bad to leave people hanging on something like, you know, like you get them all prepared for something and then it doesn't happen. It's like really crappy. So as I said, we almost made that mistake in 050 and then we changed it. Like we had to change quite a lot of plotline stuff in order to make that better. Yeah, it's just, I think it's important that like you see the goal, you get to the goal. So like, don't do something where it's like, oh, here's the series of like 4 bosses, and then like you're going to fight one of them in this expansion, and then you're going to fight the second one in the next expansion, and that kind of stuff. Like you actually really want to, like, if you're going to do it, then just do them all at once, or don't do them, like, or don't even talk about the others or something, you know, like it's okay to be like, here's one, and then
어쩔
like you
수
don't know about
없어요. 그나마 POE1이 그런 경제 그렇게 크게 안 무너지는 원이 그게 잘 지켜져서 그런 거고, 2는 좀 특이한 것 같아요. 2는 근데 왜 무너지게 되냐면, 없어. 그 화폐를 이게 있게 되면은 이거를 소모하는 소모처가 없어서 계속 인플레이션이 생기는 거거든요. 무너지는 것도 그렇고. 그 철을 이제 리그가 쌓이면은, 그리고 몇 가지 아이템들이 있으면, 이게 소모처가 생기면 경제는 유지가 돼요. 1은 그런 게 워낙 많아서 그거 하려고 돈이 많이 이제 그런 경제 상황이 되는 거고, 2는 아직 그런 게 없고, 일단 뭘 해놓으면은 뭘 할 수 있는 게 없어. 그래서 그런 거예요. 근데 그게 조금 쌓이면 경제가 조금 쌓일 것 같고, 한 달 정도까지만 유지만 되면 그 이유는 어차피 안 할 거니까. 원래 엑슬은 한 달 이상 하는 게 거의 없어서. 3주? 4주차까지만 유지가 돼도 될 것 같습니다. 그 이상 유지하는 건 조금 어렵고. 그나마 그걸 잘하는 팀이 GGG 얘네들 게임이었어가지고.
But the others at all, like they're not hinted at. They're not.
근데 2가 좀 이상한 거는 순수 POE 1에서 하는 사람들은 현질 잘 안 하거든요. 근데 탑게임에서 오시는 분들은 현질을 해. 그게 조금 안 맞는 것 같아요. 그러니까 1에서 항상 하다가 2 하러 가면은 그런 얘기를 해. 막 나 이템을 얼마 주고 샀다고. 그러니까 나는 얘기할 때 왜 그걸 사서 저는 이제 사지 않고 그거를 만들고 그걸 하기 위해서 커런시 모으고 그런 거를 되게 좋아하는 사람인데 그걸 사는 사람들 얘기를 많이 들어가지고 그 부분이 2는 조금 힘든 것 같아요. 좀 그게 좀 특이해 2는.
later on, there's more. But like,
원래
I think
POE란 게임은 빌드업하는 과정에서 그 템을 사거나 아니면 만들기 위해서 재화, 커런시를 버는 건데 POE 1 했던 사람은 그런 것들을 많이 해봐서 그런 식으로 하는데 2는 모르겠어요. 저는 그런 빌드업 하는 과정을 좋아하는 사람이라.
it's just a really bad idea to make players feel like, like I have to play later. I haven't even finished the story.
조금
Obviously,
틀린
we're
것
in early
같아요.
access. We haven't finished the story because
제가 보는
the
2의
storyline's not
시각은
done, which is sort of unfortunate. But at least we're not doing it wherever we can.
맨날 저는
Yeah.
얘기해요. 2
Your
할
point
때는
about throwing everything
저는
into each release definitely
템을
resonates. I
사는
remember
사람이 아니라고.
a number of years ago when we
그냥
were still finding arcade
열심히 해가지고 커런시를 모으는
and so on. I had
사람이라고.
this pipe dream of
모아서
getting a league ahead or getting half a league
Yeah.
ahead, right?
빌드업 한다고.
And we quickly ran into the issue that if you do that, you become out of touch with the, Reddit will decide 2 weeks before a release what needs to be in that release. And if you don't have that, if you haven't been reading the tea leaves just right, beforehand, then you feel off base and out of touch. So, and then the other thing I remember you talking to me in detail about at the time was that if we have extra content, releasing it in this expansion and just making more extra content later is probably the best thing to do. I'm always valuing the today player rather than making our lives have an easier time later on.
Yeah.
I was trying to overproduce it, I think, and the reality of what we did was the way you wanted, where we dumped everything in each expansion and they had more stuff as a result.
I mean, it's not like we can never produce things ahead, right? I mean, for example, like the acts that we're making, right? Obviously, a bunch of work has been done in the background to make that happen. But it's honestly not the way I like working. And it's like part of the reason why I think I find like working in early access stressful, because you've got multiple things on the go at the same time rather than being able to just throw everything into one thing. There's a certain clarity you get just like being able to work on one thing. And so I honestly I just find these long pipelines to be quite stressful.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So I had a question. So early on, when we were discussing starting Path of Exile 2, one of our motivations for it was that we felt that because Path of Exile 1 was dozens and dozens of releases in, it was harder to get new players, right? Like jumping on a train that's been going for 10 plus years is difficult for some people. The game has a reputation for being complicated. And so Path of Exile 2 was an opportunity as an onboarding point. And so my question is about accessibility. And, I don't mean dumbing the game down or anything, but I just mean in terms of making sure that it's not, too complicated for new players. So you've got this tension where on one hand, you need to be a worthy sequel to Path of Exile. And that means for many people being more Path of Exile than Path of Exile is. But it's also
번역이 되다 안 되다 그러네. 접근성 문제 얘기하는데 원은
also a thing where if you are too, opaque and complicated for new players, obviously they'll bounce off it. How have you found trying to manage that, and do you think you've been successful at it?
Well, I think that my opinion is probably a little bit different from a lot of people, which is that I think that Path of Exile
얘는 원이 오래되기도 했고 복잡을 해서 접근하기 어렵다. PO1 신규 유저가. 근데 얘는 그 생각 안 하고 있다는데요.
POE1 being such an old game is in itself the accessibility problem that it has. What I mean by that is that
어렵네.
okay, like
해석을
this
하다
isn't to say that Path
말았어.
of Exile 1 isn't complicated. It is. I just don't think that the complexity is necessarily the reason why new players don't play it. I think the main reason why new players don't play it when they're not going to play it is like, well, this is a game that came out a decade ago. Like they feel like they've kind of missed the train. And so I don't think POE2 is necessarily... I mean, like, POE2 does have things that make it more accessible, but I wouldn't say that those were necessarily done because we're appealing to a different audience. It's more because we just thought that they were better designs that are just better in general for everybody who plays them. And I think the main reason why someone is going to play POE2 over POE1 is literally just because it's newer. Like, that is like a big factor for a lot of people, right? Like, there's just people who are like, okay, well, I never played POE1, I'm not going to get into it now. It's like really odd. It's just the way a lot of people will see things, right? But hey, POE2, it's new getting on point. I can play it now. And like, I'm getting it on the ground floor and then I'm going to play it. And that's just going to make the audience bigger just from the purpose of, just from that alone. So I'm not like I'm looking at them and I'm not looking and saying I want to appeal to a bigger audience. I'm looking at this and being like, this is a sequel that will appeal to a bigger audience who never, like, because many people know about Path of Exile now, and the only reason they're not playing POE1 is just because it's old. So literally, it's like even if we literally had appealed to exactly the same audience, I think we'd just have a bigger audience from that reason alone.
Good answer.
But, yeah, as I said, like I don't say that to say that I don't want to make things more accessible, because I mean it is good to make things better. It's just that I wouldn't be like I never want to be the person thinking I'm appealing to a different audience specifically, because I'm not. I'm just making the game better. And at the end of the day, the audience I'm appealing to really still is myself. Just whether I think things. So it's like things like the way the thing I use this example all the time, right? Like the support gem system is just easier to deal with in POE2. But it's not like I wouldn't have done that in POE1, like if I'd have thought of the way of that working back then, right? Like it's just that, we just didn't for whatever reason.
It's kind of amazing how well PoE succeeded despite having this system where if you're a new player, you have this really complicated thing where if I take my boots off, I can't cast Fireball anymore. Why is that? And if I'm a high level player, if I take my armor off to put a better one on that I found, I have to spend a week getting the sockets and stuff perfect again. Or however long it takes. Probably
I don't think it takes a week, Chris.
I have my mind back.
진짜 이거 번역은 너무 일부분만 해놨구나. 그 앞에 거 중요한 건 얘기 안 하고 이런 농담으로 얘기한 것만 번역이 돼 있어. 진짜 예민하고 중요한 건 빠져있네.
In order to have it be equivalent, and it's one of those things where every player at every stage of the game has to understand I need to be considering sockets with my items, which is something that's cleaned up really tidily in Path of Exile 2. I've been quite pleased with the progress of watching early access so far from my vantage point. I've been seeing really cool things about the game, so I wanted to say thank you for doing a great job with it. I think that what POE2 has grown into is far bigger than both games grew into far bigger than we imagined, but POE2 has such a unique identity of itself. It could have easily been POE1 with better graphics and different sockets, but instead you've made something that feels like a very modern action RPG in a really good way.
아, 뒤에 설명해놨구나. 이 순서가 바뀌어서 그래.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're doing a good job. Well, thank you very much for having the chat with me today. It's been really interesting talking about this stuff, and I hope the viewers have found it fascinating as well.
뒤에 설명해놨어.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Well, thanks for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
그렇습니다. 이거 저거 지기디 걸 봐야 될 것 같아.
We just had a
지기디 거를 봅시다. 요것도 있을 건데 해석본 없나? 여기 있다.
teaser for Return of the Ancients expansion and its complete overhaul to just every single thing in the endgame, complete endgame overhaul. The Runes of Aldor League with a frankly somewhat confusing amount of crafting and systems and things in it. It kind of keeps going. And then we've got like the Kalguran skills that work across weapons, the extra looking ascendancies and some insane uniques and all that sort of stuff. But honestly, it's kind of easy to talk about what's not part of 0.5. So with that very elegant segue, let's do that first. So I think some people definitely had an expectation or a hope that there was going to be a new class or a new weapon type here, swords perhaps.
Unfortunately, it's just the case that making a class is something that takes longer than a single cycle. So it was never going to be on the cards for 050, unfortunately. But
so it wasn't even that it was moved in this case.
No, it just wasn't. It just isn't something that we can do in that short amount of time. So it's going to have to be the next one before we're able to get.
Well, last time you guys teased like the druid and the huntress beforehand.
Exactly. Right? So it's kind of funny seeing everyone like this. Like probably the mistake we made was having a sword in the teaser for the breach stuff.
I thought it was a fishing rod.
So no one thought about that, but it's just kind of funny.
It is a shame, but it seems like you guys have kind of. Well, you keep raising the bar on yourself as far as design is concerned.
And it's not like we're not working on it in the background, right? Like that is definitely happening.
We're simple people from New Zealand. Like swords, they're advanced technology that we haven't quite gotten yet.
So we just don't understand.
We're trying to learn how they work.
Just like get on the map, aren't you?
There's like a straight line. There's like some metal. These are complex things.
There's a lot to figure out there. But do you care to speak at all, like kind of what your plans are in that regard as far as like classes and?
I really shouldn't, just because it'll spoil the reveal for that will come
not exactly,
some of the time.
But like, what are you kind of hoping towards getting, like from 0.5 onwards, in the lead up to ExileCon in terms of that? Are you hoping to get like all of the classes in the game, just one or two more or something like that?
Well, so I think that what the main focus is going between 050 and 1.0 is going to be more about like improving what we have, like polishing everything, and 1.0 is where you're going to get the like the big new content update, like that's going to include the Acts 5 and 6, it's going to include like class stuff, it's going to include like all that sort of thing, because really ultimately the main goal of of early access is like make sure that all the systems that we have in the game are good. Right, so we need to make sure the end game is good. We need to make sure that all of the the skills, just the way that combat is good, and like all the various things, like like even stuff that isn't good yet. Like ascendancy trials, right? Like there's going to be stuff that we need to do before 1.0 to get good. And so like that's kind of so long as we can get that stuff, then I think people trust that we know how to create like an act at this point, right? Like so that isn't exactly something we need to test per se. So really what we need to do now is like assuming that people are happy with the end game that we've released in 050. That will mean that we've kind of checked all the boxes of stuff that we need to know, and there's still stuff that we need to improve, and like that'll happen between 050 and 1.0. But like that's the main thing we need to be sure of. And then once we've got that, it's like now we can get the big update, the ridiculous update that is 1.0 ready.
And I heard you mentioning that recently as well, that you don't feel like you really need to get the last acts in for testing.
No. I mean, like
know how to do that.
We know how to do that. It's one of those things that like look, people saw in. For like we know what we're doing when it comes to that stuff. It's just
the plan's obviously to get like those last acts in, finish the story.
액토 56 왜 안 냈냐 그 얘기하니까.
And have all that come out at launch.
In 1.0, exactly. And look, that'll be the launch.
Conclusion to the story then. Yeah, exactly. So you have done, though, one extremely gigantic update here for Endgame. And it seems like you've done a lot all in one expansion.
Yeah.
And you've got this plan to like kind of do a little bit of like some other stuff in the interim. So why did you go for this route of trying to do so much all in one instead of spreading it out over, say, a couple of expansions?
So in retrospect, maybe we should have spread it out. But honestly, the reason is because we wanted to actually make it so that like we wanted to deliver a patch where like this is what we expect the end game to be. Like this is the template for what leagues look like when they're in end game and that kind of thing. And I feel like if we'd just done a couple of them, it wouldn't have really got that across. Like it needs to be like, once again, this is what end game is, and it really is fulfilling a lot more of what we had hoped for in terms of feeling like a world that you can explore, that there's things everywhere and that kind of stuff that we had wanted for. And the other thing as well is there were just like a few things about the current end game, right? It just didn't really give you goals in the right way. Like you get to end game, you don't know what the hell to do, and a lot of players just leave right there. There needs to be the case that when you get there, like there's objectives, there's things, that feels like there's actually a storyline there, this kind of stuff, in order to entice players to actually go further than the campaign and actually get into endgame. So I think that if we hadn't have done all of the leagues at the same time, it just wouldn't really have kind of gotten across what we're really going for there.
And it sounds like the plan now is to be able to focus on a little bit more polish in the lead up to ExileCon as well.
So I mean, we plan to have some more leagues, but they won't be like content, like mega expansion type leagues. Like it's more like kind of like the 1 month event type things that we've done, and that's really just because we want to be able to. We still don't want to do mid-league nerfs, and so to be able to do all the balance changes we want to do, because there's a huge amount of balance still to do. In order to do all that stuff, you still need to have an economy reset, and so what we'll probably do is more event type stuff, like remixes of existing content, but also adding stuff where stuff's missing. So for example, we still have a lot more uniques we need to make, especially that mid-game uniques, so that kind of stuff. We now believe we've got the standard of where a unique needs to be in POE2 in terms of and it's way more than what you need in POE1 in terms of being to reach the standard. And so now that we've got that, we can expand on that, get more uniques, sort of mid-game ones, that kind of stuff.
근데 이게 뭐냐면 6개월 동안 그냥 놔두는 게 아니고 중간중간 얘네들이 미니 이벤트라고 많이 낼 거래요.
So there's stuff like that that'll be coming in the sort of the updates between now and 1.0. But it isn't going to be the kind of mega content craziness that we've got for OFO here.
We have a lot to dive into as far as endgame things. While people watching live, get your questions in the chat for all of that. In the meantime, I want to ask you folks about the new league, the Runes of Aldur, which this is like an expedition rework, but it's also its own separate league. This encountering remnants, uncovering these runes throughout this storyline in the campaign, and then into endgame. And I was really it's a lot. There's a lot of crafting and items and reward types and systems and stuff going on here. In fact, Jonathan, you showed me this rather unhinged looking spreadsheet. I was like, oh, so these are just random rewards or something. But then you showed me this spreadsheet, that's the recipes of how different runes combine together to make different things.
Yeah. We probably put too much thought into it that honestly needed. But we have to make sure that if it's an iron rune, what kind of stuff would be creating that, that sort of thing. The recipes have a lot more structure to them, and I suspect a lot of that players won't even think about. They'll just see list, pick item. That's something I don't really think about. But there is some thought put into that of what things go to what recipes.
One way to look at this league has the most spreadsheets we've ever made.
That's a title line, right?
The other day I was.
고유 아이템 관련 올로스의 유산 같은 게 있대. 고유 아이템 파괴하고 옵션 훔쳐내서 다른 장비에 부여할 수 있는. 우와.
I was looking through we have this gig, it's called Verisium crafting or something.
Yeah.
I was looking through all the tabs, and I was like, I was on the 60th tab, and I was like, the heck is this? I was reading all this stuff, and it said Mark's ideas, and I was like, I don't remember coming up with any of this. I did. There's just pages and pages and pages of crafts and stats, and just honestly, I've lost the plot a little bit with respect to how many different things we've made, and it's honestly just been crazy.
Idea writing.
Yeah. Some of the rune stuff is also super bizarre. I don't even really understand that rune that's got to do with uniques. What's going on with that?
It's called Olroth's Legacy. And it's a rune that you can place in Ezomite and Kalgurin uniques to destroy the unique, and it takes one of the mods off of it and creates a unique rune.
What?
With a slightly modified value sometimes, because obviously. And then you can put that in the same item class of a
I don't even know about this system. Systems just keep coming out of the
There's just so many crazy crafting things going on. But it was kind of when we were designing the league, we're okay, we've got Kalgurans. What kind of crazy crafting and magic systems would Kalgurans have? That would be.
이렇게 되면은 저기 뚜껑에 있는 뭐지? 그거 요걸로 빼서 머리에 넣을 수도 있어.
Different than the stuff that's going on in Rayclast. And so, their whole magic system is based around this star metal that they have Verisium, and then they the words give it power and so on. So we're just kind of thinking, we're using that as inspiration for all the different crafting things you have.
Blue shapes.
Yeah, all the blue runic shapes and everything. So it was just a lot of
little nuts on this.
Yeah, we went definitely. So there's so many crafting things. In fact, there's even more crafting stuff we had. There were entire crafting benches that we have designed and practically 80% implemented and then discarded. There's just a huge amount of that stuff.
We can do this or some other way, some
exactly.
cool way. Yeah, so because I saw that there's you can bench craft a thing and then it changes the unique and it has a new modifier, but now you've also got a rune that steals modifiers off uniques as well. I had no idea
Why
about.
not?
Why not? You like making more work for yourselves these days. It seems to be a running theme. I keep saying this to you. Like, why do you do this? Like, why do you do this?
Yeah.
Why do you make it so you have to, like,
By the
from
way-
now on, you always have to look at all the modifiers on gloves?
100%. So yeah, because of that monk ascendancy, now every unique we ever make that's a glove unique, we have to design extra mods that it changes to.
One
so.
other axis on that. All these new runes we've added, all of them. Remember that shaman that has that whole bonded modifier on every rune that we need to
Oh,
also
man.
add?
Yeah.
Wow.
So does that apply to the ones that come from uniques like that?
TBD. We're going to try.
committed.
Yes,
Yeah.
we are going to try to do it. Yes,
Yeah.
the idea is all of them will work. Yes.
So that's like, there's some really unusual ones too, because there's runes that are designed to just be put into an item to metacraft and then be replaced, right?
I'm really proud of that one actually because I really like the way that it's like doing metacrafting in a more understandable way, I reckon, than
Yeah,
what POE1 had.
much
So
more physical.
yeah, you put the item in, you can start rolling different mods, but then you can take it out again by putting another rune on top. So
And
I really
I
like
guess
it.
there's going to be maybe some process where you put one of those in, do a craft, and then put another one in, do another craft.
Almost
and then
certainly. Almost
change it,
certainly.
layer it all
Yeah.
together.
That one's pretty cool.
Crazy.
We got like chronomancy mods on boots. You got like a berserking themed one for helmet. There's like a kind of decay damage over time one for gloves, and there's a few others there. So we've kind of tried to theme them as well.
Yeah, that's like even a different thing to what we've had in the past with meta mods. Like that's not just shaping how we access the current modifiers, but rather new modifier pools
Yeah.
entirely getting added to items.
I mean, we also have that new modifier pool thing going on with Breach as well, where with the new minion set of mods and the new caster set of mods on rings and stuff like that. Like,
Crazy.
yeah. But the thing is, part of the reason for this is because we really wanted to make sure. So one of the things we're in the sort of early design phase of this is we're kind of like every league needs to have something that you're going to keep, like, if you want to grind Justice League, that there's a thing that, like, a reward that, like, you can keep on, that keeps on giving, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That there's, like, a reason to keep on doing this, like, economically. So therefore, every league has to have some kind of crafting system that you can engage with for a very long period of time. Like, we didn't quite have that for, like, some of the leagues sort of had that a bit before, but now we want to make sure that every league definitely has something along those lines. So that, just a reason to keep going.
Yeah, people can absolutely find like a niche,
Yeah,
a thing, a service they
so-
provide the
For sure,
community
for sure.
or whatnot, which I quite like to see, especially the breach tree getting real deep cuts on some of those things that you can do there, and now with the runes and everything as well. So for the back to the runes of Eldor, you're not actually needing to like find those runes that you're inscribing on those encounters, right? Because I wasn't quite
So
clear on how that works.
thematically,
친구라기보다 저번에 정보를 보고 이후에 나온 Q&A나 그런 것들 조금 찾아보고 있어요.
that's how it works, but in reality, the way that you'll engage with it is when you find a rune that's sort of inscribed on a thing, then like all the recipes that relate to that rune will be displayed, except for that there's a few hidden ones that you have to do some quests to get. So there's some more quests throughout the campaign and also some stuff in endgame that you can do to unlock a few more recipes.
Yeah, but you don't have to like physically like cart these sorts of things around.
No. There's nothing like that. So effectively, like you're just picking from the book every time. So like if you want to just look at this as like, walk up to the object, there's some recipes, just pick which item you want. That's effectively how you can engage with it. But thematically, there's kind of more stuff going on with the way that the recipes form and what we decide to put in stuff.
So you showed that these remnants then, this new remnant system, obviously it shares the name with remnants from expeditions themselves.
Correct.
And in endgame it actually replaces those remnants. So you are still finding these standalone remnants from the League mechanic, like in maps as well as expeditions. right?
Correct. So yeah, every area there'll be a remnant, and you do the sort of standalone remnant mechanic. But then when you do expeditions, all the what used to be called remnants
패치 이후로 할까 생각.
there have been replaced by these remnants, which serve a similar purpose because they both give you an extra reward, but also make the monsters harder. And even just making the monsters harder in itself, by the way, does add more rarity to the monsters. So like the more runes that you are adding to the fight, the more rewards you're going to get. So it's worth doing even aside from the reward that you're picking. There's still like extra juice that you're adding to the monsters as well.
We've effectively got a more unified monster mod system now, and so anytime we're pretty much adding mods to monsters, be it now runes, and we've even updated delirium mods to apply to the same system. They all go through the same. They all add. There's like a rarity, XP, life, etc. columns, and so we're just trying to make sure that there's a whereas before it's like system over here, system over here, system over here. They're different reward axes, and we're just trying to make sure it's all difficulty equals reward.
Right, and that's the key thing. Like we always want to make sure that whatever the difficulty we're adding, we're always adding rewards in kind. And a lot of the stuff in POE2, I mean, it's been quite hard to balance it, but it's one of those things that if you get it right, then it feels right, and if it doesn't, then you kind of don't know why things feel off and like why things like this thing's too hard and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So on that topic, actually, so each of these runes has its own different modifiers that it does to make monsters harder. Is that something you can kind of engage with? You're like choosing the recipes?
So when you're choosing the recipe, you're also choosing what mods effectively go on it, because each rune that you're inscribing effectively comes with like, you know, the thing that the monster's going to do. So there are definitely situations where you might want to decide to like pick something easier because you don't particularly like this mechanic or whatever, but it means you're missing out on whatever item is in that recipe. So yeah, like the goal there is that the harder, like the rarer the item, the harder the runes are that will be, you know, the rune modifiers that will be added to the monsters.
Makes sense.
There's some pretty, like in expeditions and what we're now calling grand expeditions, because as what people knew as logbooks
The
before.
logbook is
The logbook is now is exploring the ocean. So,
yeah, it's actually a nice thing. Yeah.
You get the cool things where, okay, let's say there's like 12 remnants and you want to get them all in the detonation chain. Each remnant you do the fight, and then one of those runes is passed on to be additive with the next. So it doesn't manipulate. So effectively, the monsters have the mods of the remnant, and then all of the next remnant's monsters have one of those runes as well as all the ones they had. So every remnant's harder than the next, getting more and more and more mods. And you can imagine if you go down 12, you can have technically up to 22 extra mods, which you'll note is the reason why we don't display a whole bunch of lines of text on screen, and we instead have the bar of actual runic symbols.
So you can mouse over those or something, can you? Like to see the modifiers?
You were meant to be able to, but probably not right now.
There's this thing that we'll do later, which is this pause rework.
Yes.
I'm going to just spoil it now because it's like one of those things that we're going to do. But effectively, the intention for frickin' ages has been, we just haven't had time to do it yet, that when you pause the game, you can mouse over all of the different things and like find out information about them. So the intention would be to like be able to expand all of that stuff, like so look at all buffs and explore like what exact stats they give and that kind of stuff. If you want to do that, we've just been planning on doing it for ages, but we didn't get around to it. But
I've been really keen on that.
Yeah.
Do note when you are, the runes do say what they do on the remnant, and when the one that moves onto the next remnant has an extra icon above
so
it.
it's not actually moving on all of them, because I was going to say, because it's kind of like each remnant has a lot of modifiers. So it's not. Is it?
So let's say you have a remnant with 5 runes.
Yeah.
One of them will have a symbol above it, and that one forwards onto the next remnant. And so you can do a little bit of.
You can have a crazy encounter, but the next one is maybe not as bad. You're like, oh, maybe if I just make it through that, it'll be okay in the next part of the expedition.
Yeah, but then so the order of them kind of matters as well. And then, like, okay, let's say obviously each remnant gives a reward. There's a little bit of a more. If you're a juicer, so to speak, you're going to want to do a thing where you're like, okay, I want to get as many runes as possible. And so you want to kind of do things like avoiding overlaps. You want to make sure the last remnant has the most amount of runes, probably. And there's all these like different little things you can think about to try and
expedition. Then
there is, yes, and it's the kind of thing where people are like, I'm going to try and squeeze the most amount of rewards out of these out. Or if you just want to just go blow up a bunch of stuff, also that's completely fine.
On that note, extreme archaeology is still a thing with this new system, then. The giant explosion?
Not in the direct sense.
How do you mean?
Well, not with grand logbooks.
Right. Well, with the regular encounters and maps. That was always
I believe it's on one of the master nodes.
Oh, yeah, cool.
I need to double check that because I can't be sure, but I believe it is. Yes, we are.
Yeah, that was always a thing for regular expedition encounters anyway, right?
But like, obviously, you don't want that in a grand expedition because you're just like, well, okay, I'll get 1% of the island, I guess. Yeah, for the regular ones, it should be there.
Yeah, awesome.
But if it's not,
it's funny though. Like there's also a sort of hidden amount of work that we sort of glossed over there as well in all of the like logbook islands, like what used to be called logbooks, but now the Grand Expedition Islands.
Yeah.
Like we put a lot of effort into like making a bunch of unique islands with weird shit. Like like every one of them has got like unique things to fight and blow up that like are kind of weird.
So it's not just a bunch of generic maps with expeditions in it.
Yeah. They're actually got a lot of effort put into them in terms of every one of them has 2 to 3 things that only spawn there that are interesting. So yeah, there's quite a bit there too. Like it's kind of like we didn't want to spoil too many of them because it's quite fun like finding out, oh, maybe this will explode, maybe that'll explode. There's like things like that you can do, but it's quite a fun one.
There's even like there's like special logbooks you can find now that a logbook is just you click it to reveal a section of the ocean.
Yeah.
We have one that you can get that you can turn on, and then when you click, it's all of the islands revealed have extra modifiers on them, like expedition themed modifiers, so like more explosives, more radius, and a whole bunch of stuff like that that you can get late game.
Yeah, I guess kind of somewhat filling the role of how towers work in the rest of the Atlas as well, but for the islands. Like
But
an
then
AoE craft of maps.
Well, but then you also have ones that reveal like guarantee, you know, Olroth will be there, for example. So it's like a little bit, which is a way to trade for like then getting Olroth kills.
Spicy.
Of course.
Nice. And
Not that you can always, of course, just trade for
제작
like the
시즌은
pinnacle boss keys themselves.
Anyway,
so,
yes.
yeah.
모아야 돼서.
But you know,
He's not the fake pinnacle anymore.
right.
And you are
한쪽에
actually using
몰아주면
regular
한
wasteland, so you
사람
can
아예
kind
못
of do some of
보거든요,
the expedition maps, the grand expedition
Exactly.
maps now.
너무
Yes, you can.
힘든데, 나중에.
Potentially quite a bit. That's pretty juicy. It seems I think you kind of mentioned, Jonathan, that it feels a little bit like Delve in some ways.
Yeah, it is a little bit. So the exploring there is sort of supposed to feel that way because it's one of those like sort of infinite expanses that you can go down.
Delve
but,
the ocean.
Yeah.
Delve
I
the
mean,
sideways.
I still want to make proper Delve one day, but at least we've got this.
You also don't have to run
meantime.
around the
봤어요.
islands reading all those giant blocks of text anymore, hoping
Yes.
to not get some.
Oh, you
나는
remind me
원본
actually.
보고
So
있는데.
with the runes, is there modifiers like immune to fire damage and can't leach from them and stuff like that?
다른 분들은 거기 가서 보세요.
It's good. They're just gone. Oh, yes.
Just more traditional
그냥
modifiers, and then there's
그냥-
a set at the top. Like there's one called Power Rune, which is the rarest. It takes every mod and makes it tier 2.
그래요.
You know, so there's some
야,
meta ones, and then
공부하겠습니다.
there's the ones some we showed, and there's one that causes all.
나도 영어 공부할게. 늦었지만 하면 되지. 안 그래도 이번에 어제 가족 모임 있어서 갔는데 9월 달에 도쿄쇼 가거든요. 네, 그거 가이딩을 조카가 해줄 거라 일본어 좀 배워놓으면 쉬워 하면서 그러더라고. 어차피 가이드 조카 애들이 다 해줄 거라. 근데 영어를 좀 해놔야 되나 고민 중임. 게임 지식은 제가 알잖아요.
All monsters spawned by the
영어만
remnant
알면 되지 뭐.
to share a life pool, so which is actually crazy and also very satisfying. Like
Kind of sounds fun, yeah.
The funny thing about this is that if it had been a normal live stream where we're just doing a league, like so much more of the stuff we probably would have delved into.
Yeah,
But instead,
영어
because we had
공부를
so
안
much
했던
in-game stuff,
거는
is like
귀찮아서 안 한 거였거든. 집에 잘하는 사람이 많은데 굳이 나까지? 근데 해야 될 것 같아. 우리 집에서 저만 빼고 다 영어 잘하니까. 일단
other things as
Instead, you're doing
well.
like 5 leagues.
Yeah, exactly.
So you couldn't really
there's-
show any of this stuff.
yeah. There's tons of like hidden stuff.
It's like,
in there.
I can't believe you
참고
glazed over this
진짜
thing.
우리
Like,
집에서 나만 영어 못해. 우리 엄마야 워낙 그런 거는 옛날 사람이라 못하는 거라고. 근데 우리 아빠도 옛날 사람인데 영어는 엄청 잘했거든요. 미국 배 모시는 분, 그러니까 해군이셨는데 미국을 왔다 갔다 여러 번 해가지고 영어를 엄청 잘해. 그런 우리 아빠도 영어를 했는데 내가 안
Drone
하는
steals a
건
unique
좀.
modifier. That would be like a cool system he showed off in another one.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh yeah, we didn't have time. We had to cut it for time.
Well, I mean,
It's like,
you know, another one of those we cut for time was the ability to upgrade runes. There's a thing that will upgrade a rune that's already in your in your gear.
Yeah, you can get like a perfect.
So you can get a
iron rune.
perfect rune of any rune can be upgraded past the normal level that it could normally go to using one of those. Like it's called the masterwork rune.
몇몇 단어는 들려요. 들리는데 내가 이거를 번역하는 과정이 안 돼서 그래.
Rub your runes.
So there's something like that as well. Like, there's all sorts of
Which
stuff.
you can then do incursion, extract, and trade. By the way, just to be clear.
Yeah, because there's the incursion rune lets you extract stuff.
That thing.
Yeah, so you can actually trade those the upgraded ones if you wanted to.
Oh yeah, and you've got another category of ones that absolutely can't be removed. And I assume not with that either. because
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
like-
So that's like the
Like-
dual socket thing and
it's
stuff like
almost
that.
like vialing an item
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
done.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
where you're going to get the weird economy where the upgrader item is for some reason cheaper or something than the rune that's taken out of that. There'll be some weird, someone's extracted a perfect rune because that's like an abnormal thing you got to do incursion, and the upgrader item is like for some reason going to have a weird price differential to
그래서 하려고 생존이 걸리면
the rune.
하겠죠.
It's gonna be it's always
It's
the
gonna be
case.
a wild economy. I mean, not to mention just like 100 new runes in general.
왜냐면 우리 가족은 밥 먹고 살아야 되니까
Well, that's kind of
하는
like rather a
거라서.
lot, isn't it? That's
Yeah,
a lot
it's
of
a few.
runes.
It's a few.
열심히 해서
it's
잘 벌고
160.
있을게.
Yeah.
160 now,
Yeah.
jeez.
But it is the runes of Elder, like, you know.
That's right.
If we didn't have some runes in it, it would,
exactly.
Yeah, it'd just be Elder League otherwise.
And that's not even all. Like, there's the alloy crafting too, which is like
Yeah.
we're gonna make a version of their essence crafting because, of course, you
Exactly,
do, right?
exactly.
Yeah. So, do you view this league just as like it was a crafting focused league from the outset? But
I mean, we knew. The Verisium stuff. Like they're known as like a whole culture of blacksmiths and like doing stuff, right? So they're gonna,
sense.
yeah, they're gonna do some crafting.
Do you think there is like a too much for crafting options, or is there some way that this is like kind of segmenting out that makes it feel like it's
여기서
still manageable?
의미적인 거
Well, I'd like to think it's manageable. Honestly, I find the rune stuff. I mean, you can always add more socketable type things like this because every time you find one, it's like it's just a thing in itself. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why we steered away from like too many crafting bench type things. We've got like mega lists.
Yeah.
It's like it's honestly way cooler to find an item and then like okay, now this is a
아, 제작자를 피했던 이유가 이거라고.
physical thing that I've got. So yeah, like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you'll notice the Verisium Metallurgy one we have, the rune smithing, rune forging, whatever the names we ended up going with. It's just
리치.
here's your input, here's your output.
Exactly.
That's it.
So that one can be simple. You don't need to have the giant. And I think that the giant lists are part of what scare people off from crafting as well.
일단 패시브 스킬 트리 공개 안 해준다 그래가지고요. 신캐가 나온다 하더라도 바로 못할걸요. 노드를 어떻게 찍어야 되는지 모르니까 일단은 안정적인 스타터로 한 다음에 노드 공개되고 템 나오고 그런 거 다 분석하고 그 다음에 신캐로 넘어가.
So yeah, I think doing it the way we've done it here is honestly more new player friendly than the kind of than the giant list you feel like you need to understand when you see it.
Yeah.
But of
일반
course,
사람들, 아니 일반 플레이어나 아니면 안정적인 플레이를 하고 싶다 하시면은 그냥 기존 스타터 잘 골라서
as these
하시다가
things go core,
바꾸시는 게 더 좋을
we'll see
것
what
같아요.
works, we'll see what doesn't work, we'll see what
어디서
worked in
봤는데
endgame and didn't, because again,
패시브 스킬이
once
제공
the things are
못한다고
core, how they
그런 것
appear in the
같아서.
campaign, you don't know, maybe these things work really well in the campaign and need to be pulled into a system that's more campaign friendly without having to have remnants in every area and stuff like that. So it's always nice to keep an eye on that and see what works, what's good for onboarding, what's good for campaign progression, what's all of that kind of stuff. I mean, honestly, all of this stuff, if you're using it all, you're going to be significantly more powerful in the campaign. We have a bunch of those kind of purple runes, those
그래서 캠페인도 그렇고 아마 액트 구간도 나오는 거, 룬 퀘스트 나온 거는 좀 해야 될 것 같던데. 그 룬 개방해야 돼가지고.
powerful runes appearing throughout the campaign that you can get from the remnants as well, and like they do
I don't know, was that even in the live stream? The purple.
some of them.
얘네들이 했던 그 뭐지? 총 캠페인은 다 해야 될
Some
것
of them were, I
같은데.
think, but like there's the rune for bows that gives you 50% chance for an additional arrow,
퀘스트
and like
주는
that.
게
It's not like
있다고.
that's in game. That's
그거는
just
얻으려면
early.
어쩔 수 없이.
Now, of course, you're going to get the thing of like, do I want to use it early or do I want to save it till late? Because it depends on how many you get and all of that. But like, the power is there if you need to use it and if you want to use it. So it's kind of up to you. And if they're abundant enough, go free. And
But to go back to your original question as well, we do sort of want to make sure that each of the crafting systems does like have specific domains most of the time.
Yeah.
So in the case of the breach one again, like that's about jewelry crafting if you're into like these specific things, and in particular you've got the caster and minion stuff as well.
Yeah.
So you're kind of looking at that and you're like, okay, like if I need to cast create some minion jewelry, then like this is the league I'm playing. But then if I'm not having to create that, then I don't have to necessarily understand that one. So we do try to we're trying to make sure that it's not like for every single item slot or every single use case you have to know about every crafting system. Like there are specific ones that can help with specific areas.
Yeah, okay. And you can look into that. And that does divide it down a little bit more. I guess, make it a bit more
That's kind of the intention.
chunks.
This was actually one of those things we discussed way back in the early days of POE2 about how we would differentiate crafting from POE1. Is like try to have a little bit more segregation of the different crafting systems and different item slots.
Yeah, exactly. So you've also got this other crafting system in this because we're not finished through that list yet. So you can use rune forging to upgrade items, including unique items, to increase their base damage, or give maybe some armors new rolls with ward and things like that as well. This is like another route to modifying uniques, which you've been doing a little experimenting a bit more with over time. And this has an ability to change affixes on uniques as well, right?
Correct.
that's
So the changing affixes part, I believe, is mostly the Kalguran uniques where it does that. Is that not correct?
Can you tell what is a Kalguran unique?
We are going to add a way for you to tell what's Ezomite Kalguran, because Val for the other one as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
여기도 번역을 순서 없이 막 했구만.
For the weapons, it's mostly about increasing the base damage to make it so that a low-level unique can actually be something you can use in endgame.
Yeah.
Because there's obviously a lot of uniques there that are interesting, but not viable for endgame because they just don't have the damage. So that's kind of like one of the main things we're solving. And then for the armors, it's all about like being able to make that ward versus other defense trade-off as well.
For the Kalguran uniques, what we've tried to do is have that. Because most of the Kalguran uniques are in-game, right? That's just, drops from Olroth, drops from the new Pinnacle, a few others. And we've tried to have multiple outcomes for them, and you don't get to pick. So, for example, there's a new shield being added, and it is a strength dex shield, so armor evasion.
이거 수호 얘기하는 것 같은데.
And it comes with raised shield, and it has some mechanics around that. In the Verisium bench, you can put it in, you can craft, and it can turn into a full ES base, a full evasion base with parry, or a full strength base with raised shield. So you can, if you want to get away from it being hybrid, and like that's just one example. Now you might have to get a few of them to get the one you want. Deal with it. But for all of them, that's kind of the idea. Is like some are just mods, some are a bit more transformative. There's just like, okay, there's a weapon, and one of the outcomes might be that it's just higher damage, slower speed. One of it might be that converts all of its damage to lightning, like it's got a Tempest theme.
좋아하는 빌드랑 전직이요? 딱히 정해놓진 않아요. 근데 그 해 좀 했던 거는 또 하는 걸 별로 안 좋아해서. 근데 뭐 정 없으면은 안정적인 저쪽 거 워브링어 쪽 전직을 많이 하고요. 빌드는 방패? 그러니까 워브링어 쪽을 좀 많이 하고 상황에 따라서 OP 빌드 나오면 그거 하고 그런 식으로.
One of it might be that there's like just a whole bunch of different stuff like that, and like some of them.
편한 거 찾긴 하는데 센 거는 뭐 둘째치고 편한 거 쪽 위주고. 제가 저거는 못해요. 뭐라 그러지? 메이지 계열을 못해요. 그래서 그거 제외한 거는 지금 하고 있고, 메이지는 많이 안 했어요. 원소? 즉, 그게 뭐이식이냐? 원소술사 같은 거는 안 해가지고.
A bit more niche, some of them are a bit more spike, but the idea is that there's generally we're going to try and aim for 3 different outcomes for every Kalguran
그래서
unique.
했던 게 워브링어랑 그거 몽크, 그리고 하도 그런 것만 해서 활 하려고 두부님하고 활하고 그거밖에 안 했었어요. 빌드가 조금 한쪽을 쏠려.
There are some other niche cases. I don't want to like spoil them because by the way, there's more crafting things. I'm just not going to tell you because they're secret.
Okay.
I'm getting all my secrets in. But I hope people can find them out and enjoy it. But yes, there are some other things as well. They're a bit.
밀리가 편하다기보다 제 성향이 밀리 성향에 가까워서 밀리를 하는 거고 편한 걸 좋아하긴 해요. 그러니까 제가 좀 뭐라 그러지? 몸이 좀 탄탄한 걸 좋아하는데 그런 메이지 결이나 이런 거는 초반에 좀 힘들어가지고 나중에 애쉬를 갖추고 그렇게 하면은 좀 더 세게 더 단단하긴 하는데 초반부터 좀 단단하게 하는 걸 좋아해서 그래서 밀리 하는 거예요. 밀리는 근데 POE2에서 밀리는 조금 약하긴 한데 그래도 방어도 기반으로 해가지고 그래서 하는 거라서 조금 아니요 액트 빡세다기보다 템 구하기가 쉬워서 액트 빡센 건 둘째치고 템 구하고 템을 변형해가면서 센 걸 체감하기가 밀리가 좀 더 쉬워서 제가 느끼기에는 밀리가 좀 더 그 체감을 좀 많이 하거든요. 다른 건 잘 몰라가지고 그래서 밀리를 했던 거예요. 왜냐 무기만 바꾸면 밀리는 세지니까.
more out there, you know,
방어도는
one that isn't so secret, but
개판이니까
like there's
대충 생명력 맞추고 저항만 맞추면 액트는 다 깨버려서 그건 문제가 없는데 물론 이제 밀리는 엔드가 문제라서
kind of the questions of like what happens if you
그냥
you
들찍려고
know
하죠 뭐.
try and add runic ward to something that has no defenses to begin with. Tabula rasa. You know, like there's like weird things where it's like, what happens when you convert nothing into something? I don't know, you know. So,
Divide by zero.
and then there's some other weird cases as well. So, yeah.
Interesting. Well, there's going to be a lot of exploration and tinkering, and it seems like a long tail of discovery for this league as well.
Yeah.
Months in, people might be still discovering stuff. So that's it's pretty exciting to hear. With the uniques in general, like I think this crafting, the ability to modify uniques, change how they work a little bit, has been pretty popular. Do you feel like, are you worried at all about like losing the identity of uniques, or what makes them uniques, or what is the feel of a unique, or do you have kind of like an idea of how you can maintain them?
I think that it'll be possible to break that, but I don't think that we have here, because at the end of the day, the uniques are still like each serving a specific purpose, and that is different from rares and how they work. You know, like so. I think it is okay. Like what I wouldn't want to do is just be like, oh, now a bunch of rare mods can spawn on uniques. Like I'm not a fan of that at all. So as long as we're not doing that, I think it's okay. I mean, like we do push the boundaries. Like, even just the fact that uniques have socketables that go in them kind of changes things a bit. But I think a lot of the time when you do that, you're not really looking at that as like the unique has got random mods. It sort of feels more like it's just an extra place for things to go on your character. So I think it still works in terms of the flavor of what a unique is supposed to be.
Yeah, it feels like a separate layer. I guess a lot of the time you are changing one unique modifier for another unique modifier that's like a twist on the original concept, so it still retains that identity for sure. Quite a lot there as well. So kind of like transitioning. Oh wait, first I did want to ask about the runic ward thing. So runic ward obviously has undergone a bit of a redesign, a bit of a concept change here. It's now a layer under your life. How did you arrive at this design? Kind of what's the reason for it?
Well, once again, we were thinking, okay, we want to be able to make a magic system that feels like it's fundamentally different than what you'd have on Rayclast. We were trying to think like, okay.
로너드는 여기 안 넣어줬네. 여긴데.
How do I say this? So I feel like I've lost myself here, but like I guess it is really just coming, something that feels a little bit different. And we wanted to make colorless skills, right? We wanted to make a thing where these skills can be used across classes. So all of those skills we want to be used. But we didn't really feel like we would be able to use an energy system that wasn't independent of the existing ones that we had.
Right. Yeah.
And so then we're like, okay, if we make something here where you get to be able to trade some level of defensiveness for offense, because you're spending effectively part of your life pool, then we'd be able to make a system there. But we probably couldn't have used life, because if we'd done that, there's so many other things that like are going on with life that wouldn't have really been able to, that wouldn't have been able to work. So hence, ward. I mean, it's just a completely different thing than what ward was in POE1. We just sort of used the term, but it means something completely different in POE2.
I think it's just a significant upgrade from POE1's just like kind of one-shot energy shield. I mean, that was like hard carried by uniques. Whereas this is a way more just applicable system. You can just have a little bit of it, and you're just happy to have a little bit of extra life. Effectively, works way better in the campaign. Works just as more of as an isolated system, and doesn't need to have like, okay, here's now 4 unique mechanics, and now my ward is a build, which is fine. If it's all in-game, that's fine. But like you were talking about having something in the campaign here, a full league and a system we want to engage with and get some, borrowed power out of via these skills and whatnot. And so, it just works a lot better.
One thing I should mention with the ward is that in the early base types, it's usually strict upgrades. Like if you're early in the campaign, you're not trading off anything, you just get extra bonuses. But as you get into the end game, that's where those bases start to be like, okay, in order to have more ward, we're going to be trading off your other defenses. And that means that when we finally do potentially move it into core, it's going to be like, it'll be a question of like, do I want to go for, like, it's not going to be something mandatory, because if it had just been always additive, it would have been that every single person needs to put ward on every single base type, and we don't want it to be that way in the end game. We want it to be, once it gets there, it's like a choice of like, do I want to engage with this, do I not want to? So that was kind of an important consideration there at the end.
We've actually also handcrafted every outcome. So every single, like, you know, generally how you would expect this kind of thing to be done. Oh yeah, here's the formula. It converts. Right. We've just gone and said, nah, like, let's do it manually for everything, which means it was a metric amount of metadata to add.
Every base type we add has to have the ward, the rune-crafted rune forged
And
version.
at endgame, you get some cool stuff where base type A might become very, very heavy on runic ward, where base type B might have just a little bit, and some are in the middle, and some sacrifice a bit more defense where others don't, and then the same with the uniques. You're getting like crazy different outcomes where, you know, it's a similar thing. I mean, it's like, you know, what is Calm's Heart going to do? What's Brass Dome going to do? There's like different kind of things that people are going to play around with, and it's like, is it worth it? And the good thing is you can, of course, see the outcome before you do it with these non-random ones on armors. I
didn't realize that.
When you have both the slots, if you mouse over the right one, it will show what you're going to get, except for like those Calgary unique outcomes, like I said. So that's a bit more special. But most of the time, you can see what you're going to get. So if you're just like, oh, no, I don't want to lose that armor, then don't lose that armor. Just, you know. So, but yeah, there's some crazy stuff. You'll get some runic ward stackers. You'll get some people that just have a supplemental amount just to stack, maybe just enough to use a skill.
이걸로 할 수 있는
Or just enough to use a support, and you'll get people who are just trying to spam the skills as much as they possibly can. You'll have some people that have low amounts stacking higher regen of it, and like all kinds of stuff is the goal. All done via, you know, the metallurgy, the runes, you know, different skills, like the whole suite is there, so there's just all kinds of stuff you can do.
Yeah, and on the topic of the Kalguran skills, this is like, especially because this is like something that gets asked all the time, is like, oh, can we have more weapon agnostic skills? Things that kind of like blur those boundaries a little bit now that you've got those established. What's the design process or the goal, or how you're approaching? So
it's a little bit tricky because, we have to make sure that these things are going to be things that can be used across classes. Like, I don't want to just be like, okay, this one's only for like, you know, one particular character, and it needs to kind of span them, and that means they tend to need to work with things like existing debuffs and existing buffs. We've got one that generates they've got various things that like that just play with all of those different mechanics. So, you know, like the example we gave in the presentation of like converting fire to frost fire, like that kind of thing. Like, there's a lot of different builds, a lot of different character classes that'll be able to play with that. And ideally, that means that it can just open up the different different ways to be able to synergize between different mechanics all over the place. And then because they spend ward rather than some other resource, it means that, you know, there's no issue there either.
Yeah, potentially slot into any build and don't have attribute requirements or colors.
That's the other thing, of course. They don't have strength, dex, and attribute requirements. They just have level requirements. So that way, you know.
Yeah, the Calgurans are a little bit more ahead of Ray class times, it seems. Oh, well.
There's a bit more of a technological magic, isn't it?
It's cool that it's often the case when we add these things, it can feel a bit shallow. Like, it can feel like, here's this whole new magic system, but only there's this little amount. Whereas here, I feel like we've actually gone, here's this whole magic system. Like, here's a taste of it. And like, in some cases, like, sure, 25 skills now, we'll see what happens later, you know, and like there's things to expand on, unless they're, of course, terrible, in which case
나중에 영상 다 다운받아가지고
they never existed, you know what I mean? But I mean, for the long-term health of the game. But you get this thing where it's like, it really feels like, with respect to the Calguran magic, the Calguran technology, we're just like getting further and further and really learning more and more about how these people gain their power, how it's different from everything you know on Rayclast, and like it's honestly been just quite cool. And like Runic Ward, as I said, it feels way more than just like. It feels pretty core. Like, it doesn't feel like this, like, just secondary thing. Not that you have to do it. It's not mandatory, but it feels core when you do engage with it, which is
21일인가 23일 이후가 되지 않을까요?
very cool. And I wouldn't say
안 나올걸요? 얘네 패시브 스킬트리도 안 준다는데, 일단 패치노트가 22일인가 23일 날 나오잖아요. 21일 날 패치노트 나오고 거기 없으면은 일주일 정도 기다리면서 나올 건데 21일. 얘네 패시브 스킬트리 줄 수 있니? 22일. 21일. 줄 수 있니? 라고 했는데 안 준다고 못 준다고 그랬거든요. 그러니까 잼스팩까지 나올래나. 큰 거는 나올 수 있는데 전보다는 못 나올 것 같기도 하고. 얘네 맨날 2는 찾아볼래 그 주의라서
we've gone this deep into like a extra
나올 수도
resource
있고 안 나올
system
수도
and thing
있어.
like in any
패치
league ever
노트 때.
before. Not in this regard. So
Yeah, it's like usually just like
저번에도
some map thing, you collect petals or something.
잼스팩은 안 나왔던 것 같아요.
Seems a bit more engaging than that.
안 나와서 어떤 건 끝까지 안 나와가지고 나오고
something you would
나서
probably want to keep long term as well. Like,
찾아봤거든요.
as long as it
중간에
works.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, then we will.
Yeah, if people like it ultimately. Since we're talking a lot about gear, just kind of zooming out to a bit broader picture, some outstanding issues from our last meeting.
패치
I consult the
노트부터.
minutes here. Plus skills is often brought up as something that's has a very high level of impact on your gearing choices and can feel for some I think a bit restrictive as just because it's so much stronger than other
We did have a big conversation about that. I can't remember what we finally decided on there.
그니까요.
yeah, it's one of those
몰라.
dexterity-like conversations.
Yeah. This is a
I think
while ago.
we are trimming a few levels off the top.
Yeah, that's right, I
And,
remember
or
now.
more so,
Nice.
Yeah.
more so, we're trimming some off the top and moving some of it up so that there's still a high-level mod. But doing that for the weapon mods. But like, there's more to do here, for sure. I would say that given the like this league in particular, like I remember we started it and we were like, here's all the things that we've discussed we need to fix, we need to do all this, and then it was like, oh, and here's the like 8,000 other balance runes and crafting systems and everything we want to do and new classes, and it was like new
종류가
versus
되게
existing
많나 봐.
having a bit of a
제작
conflict, and we
시스템도
were so I wouldn't say we got to do as much of the balance fix up to a lot of the stuff we've discussed previous that we wanted to do here, but as you were talking about at the start of the Q&A, like that is and what Jonathan said is that is a lot of what we want to do, you know, while we have the team making the acts.
Yeah.
Like that's a different kind of balance. We don't have, you know, you're not adding runes and crafting systems to the acts in the same way,
Which
right?
means that those designers
it's
are
a
freed
different
up
team. So
are freed up to be able to work on all of those kinds of larger balance
You
concerns.
can pretty much do some balance leagues between
We
now
do,
and-
yeah, exactly.
Yes.
And we do have a big list of stuff we want to change there. Like, there's a lot.
it is a list.
Which isn't to say that we didn't do some balance for this
I
one.
expected
Sure.
you to do almost none on this one, given the scope.
No,
of
there's
what you
definitely
want.
some. There's
You
some,
actually have
there's some
done a few,
important ones too.
which we'll cover a few of those.
Got
yeah.
like, you know, some Chronomancer stuff. There's we're doing a bunch of stuff, but honestly, it honestly just is as much as we can, to be honest. Like, you know, we're not sitting idly not doing it, but yeah, like, I understand that there's a few things which I assume you're going to bring up a couple others that are left unresolved, and
Certainly.
hopefully maybe one of them's resolved. We'll see.
Well, the next one was rarity, reprising our
버그
earlier
찾아보기.
discussions on rarity from the last Q&A, where you were saying that you were eager to at some point remove rarity from the
I am interested in doing that. It's still a question of what we can replace it with. But there is one other change to talk about around
많이
that that is a bit
찾아내야지.
more subtle, and I don't know whether it will matter or not. But one of the things we identified, I mean, look, the thing people often say with rarity is they just don't want it to give currency.
희귀도는 여기 없는데. 여기 나온다 희귀도. 순서가 안 맞아. 잘
That's like
찾아가야지.
a common thing that they'll say. Like people who say they want to keep rarity, they'll often say, "Oh, but it should. You can just."
운전 단축했다고. 카트 밀기 구간.
remove the currency from it and then it'll be okay. So what we were thinking about is like, there's this sort of market dynamic that goes on in POE1 but hadn't been going on in POE2 so much, where people couldn't really respond to in POE2 to the market by like
드롭률 너프 안 되는데? 상급 퍼펙트? 정주 때 세 번째 전쟁 나오구나.
picking the reward type that they would like to get as much.
Yeah,
So in POE1, it's like if currency is becoming more valuable, you can respond to that by farming leagues that give you more currency. And if uniques are becoming like more valuable, then you can respond to that by farming more uniques and that kind of stuff. So there was like a little bit of an aim here to make it so that the league's a little bit more like like by picking what league you're also picking more of what types of rewards you want to get a little bit better, which can mean that like if there's a gap in the market, you can fill it that way, and that should result in like more price. We're getting total economist here right now, but it'll mean that people can respond to the price signals that the market is giving them by farming the correct thing to like get the thing that like the market is valuing more right now.
So we're actually seeing that phenomenal difference between the two games on like the economic statistic level.
Well, I think it's not so much looking at the statistics, but just realizing that like without the ability for players to do that, it can mean that you can get endless inflation in one thing because people aren't able to respond to that by effectively getting more of that thing to drive the prices down again. Like, so that kind of stuff actually can matter. And so one of the things we have been doing is, making it so that, here's a league you can farm more to get more of this thing. And like, even with regard to something like Breach, because you can pick, like, there's mods for picking what type of womb gift is going to drop more often. You can be like, okay, if currency's more valuable right now, I'm going to pick that one. That's the, I'm going to have that tree be the one that I'm getting more of and that kind of stuff. So it's like giving a little bit more control over what the rewards are, which should actually lead to a bit more price stabilization here as well. But we'll see how that works. Like, I don't know whether that's actually one of the things, but it does seem related to the fact that in POE2, since rarity effectively boosts everything, it meant that that mechanic wasn't letting it be one of the levers that people could use to respond to the market that way.
Yeah, exactly. You were just going to do it because it was clear.
Sorry, guys, for turning into an economist all of a sudden, but it's like
I like it.
It's one of those things.
I think it's just ignoring the whole economy aspect. It just gives players agency to target what type of loot they want anyway, right? How is that not just straight up better for like, here's what I need, here's what I want, I'm going to go get it, and here's the different levers I have to be able to achieve that, be it via choosing a different league, be it
보니 사원은 편입되는데 어떻게 들어올
by
건지
choosing different
얘기를 안 해주네.
multi-choice atlas tree things within that league, be it by picking a certain master and taking a certain
이거는 트리 쪽 얘긴데. 이건 아니고 여기 얘기 조금 하다 넘어갈랬나? 레어도 얘기하고 있는 건데.
Atlas Master skill that changes the rewards of one of the leagues. Like, there's many different axes here, which is very, very cool to just be like, all right, we're going to try and get the best out of the uniques today, or I'm going to try and target farm this or that. And like, it's just a win, even if you're just like, I don't care about inflation and all of the trade and all of that. Like, it's just good. So win-win on that regard, hopefully, assuming
but
the
in
economy
saying
adapts.
that doesn't necessarily mean that we're like happy with how item find stuff is. Like, there's still might be changes.
Yeah, correct.
Well, it sounds like you're still eager to replace that.
Yeah, I am.
Given that you can find the
it's one of those things that's surprisingly hard, alongside Leech, alongside decks and various other things like the forever topics that always seem to come back and to haunt us every time.
Yes, keep you awake at night. Since we're talking economy and inflation, is that something you guys are kind of like interested in looking at in some way, like sinks for exalts or divines, or kind of managing that sort of stuff, or you just kind of like see what happens?
This is a weird one because some of the perceptions that people have about like what each thing means can be backwards from what people expect. But I do think that that's gonna come down to that sort of ability for people to respond to the market. I think that's going to help. But as I said, we'll see. If it doesn't help with that stuff, then we'll revisit it and see what
more
happens.
sinks for exalts is an inevitability for sure. It will occur at some. It just kind of has to. Sinks for divines. I don't know, find Mage Blood, see what happens.
I was like, you have something in the works for that one. I know you do.
Good luck.
Yeah, wait and see with that. On the topic of crafting, are there any, with all this new stuff, are there any changes to like the existing stuff of crafting, like how the crafting systems work, the currencies work? How happy have you been with the introduction of Greater and Perfect orbs?
I would just say that Greater and Perfect are too, especially Perfect is just too common. Like, we're probably going to have to nerf the drop rates of those.
Transmutes and orgs. Yeah.
And because effectively it's sort of being a problem in that kind of early in the end game crafting is like probably a little bit too easy. So we'll probably nerf the drop rates of some of that stuff a little bit. I think it's probably just a little bit too far. Like, not to make them like impossible.
Mostly transmutes and augments.
Mostly transmutes and augments. So it was just making it a little bit too easy.
Yeah.
So
I guess the outcome of that is that they become the norm like immediately, right?
Sure. So there'll probably be a change there. But like I think that it was just being a little bit too easy to progress in that early end game part there.
넘어져.
All right. Now I'm going to hit you with. I usually do this at the end, but right now, a surprise QOL UX round. So you've got this in-game build planner, which is an awesome addition. Very excited and kind of surprised that you did that as well. It's a huge leap over what you tested in the past. That kind of went away for a while, which was like the ability to plan passives.
Yeah.
So I guess that was the reason why that went away, since you had a bigger project in mind. I'm curious, what. When you take a different angle on this, what don't you want to do with this? Like, where is the line of where you don't want this to do? Because this is something that helps like players a lot. It's very in-game.
Right. Well, some people have asked us, like, you know, are you going to suggest builds? Like, is GGG going to be like, here's some builds to play and that kind of thing? And I don't want to be doing that. I do want to leave it to the community to decide what is that stuff. So that means we're not going to be like, what I don't want it to be is like, okay, you like join.
저건데 이건 안 돼 있지. 빌드 플래너 얘기 같은데. 요거. Build planner.
First time, and the game's like, pick a build, you know. But that isn't how it should work. Like, it needs to be that that most. Look, I know that a lot of players want to follow build guides, and that's absolutely fine. We want to give as good of tools as we can for that. But at the same time, like, I still want the desirable theory of the game to be that you join the game having never played it before, and you just explore and find the stuff that's interesting. So, you know, but then, like, if you're already going to a website to find a build guide, then at the point you've done that, like, we might as well make that as easy as possible for you to do and follow and all that sort of thing. So
we've actually made sure to keep it hidden unless you know to do it.
So unless it's basically
like, you don't open your passive tree and it's like load files, and you're like, what the heck is going on here?
Now I should mention that we didn't put it in the live stream because we weren't like 100% sure that it would be there, but it is being worked on right now. That there's going to be like a one-click solution for getting a build. From a community website, right? So the idea is like, you know, a community website can put a link, and when you click the link, it'll just add it to your account.
Like with filters, like what?
Yeah, exactly like with filters, right? So then it can just add it to your account, and that way you don't have to screw around with files or anything. And that's important for console players as well, because they obviously can't put files on the console. So basically they'll be able to, you know, add it to their account just like an item filter, and then now it's just going to appear there.
The trust.
Stuff will work.
I know right now you have to have a real trust in your filter creator. Because they can just hide mirrors. So hopefully your build creator, hopefully your build creators,
right?
So April 1st, your build creator just completely just changes your build randomly for a day.
But the documentation for how to do the build files should be going up today-ish, and that means that what I'd expect to happen, although obviously it's up to them, like the various community projects like Path of Building and that kind of stuff, to all like adopt that and make it so that you can so that you can export a build from those tools, and then, you know, then the creators can, you know, create websites showing those off and that kind of thing, and, you know, like that kind of stuff is what we'd expect to.
It just improves the actual like physical act of like having a build guide and implementing that and using it for people who are. That's awesome.
And if we also find that like build creators are interested in adding notes to more places, like we tried to get everything we could think of, but you know, there might be places where you like, you know, because the idea is like anywhere where a creator wants to be able to say like, here's some more tutorialization that they want to add. The idea is that they can kind of do that.
I love that.
You know, like that's the sort of.
I can tell people to upgrade their life flasks for life flasks that heal more life.
Yeah, for sure. One. Exactly like the example we had in the video.
Love it. It's very true. People overlook it. So another one from our outstanding minutes is the mouse and keyboard and controller hot swap.
I know, and it's becoming a running joke at this point of like people promising it every week.
마우스 컨트롤 전원 어디 갔냐? 초반에 이걸 다 얘기했네. 요 뒤에 건데. 요 뒤에 이거 없네.
And then not delivering it. And the annoying thing about it is that it's one of those things that like someone will work on it for like there's a surprising amount of code to do to change it, but then every time it's like the guy, like someone will work on it for like, you know, a month or something, and they'll be like, oh shit, we've got this urgent League UI that needs doing, and then they get derailed. But I promise this time is the time that we will get it for 1.0.
I took him for the fragment tab. Sorry.
Yeah, it is actually legitimately was,
but not sorry because the fragment tabs kind of, I want it and I need it.
But it's like, I think there was a bingo card that you saw where you're like, so many people want this.
Yeah.
Fragment so you can actually blame the bingo card makers.
I guess so.
Hot swapping was on there too. I had my hand over it. I was like, look, they want the fragment tab.
I see.
Really, what I mean is I want the fragment tab.
Another one that I haven't mentioned before, but revisiting is visibility issues. So skills, I think, are being designed to look as cool as possible under normal circumstances a lot of the time. Like the artist, I imagine, is working on them in that situation. But then they can become extreme on endgame builds, right? You're adding like 10 extra projectiles and screen size AoE scaling and attack speed. So I think like a good example is explosive grenade. Phenomenal looking skill, immensely satisfying. Sounds, visuals, but now we've got like grenade nova projectiles with totems firing out multiple of them at rapid
it can get
pace.
pretty extreme. It can get pretty extreme.
You got to put your sunnies on, man.
I know.
It's funny when I'm streaming, you can see the face just light up whenever you toss a grenade.
It's one of those things where, like, you know, over time, ideally, we're able to just improve the situation with regard to effects. I mean, we do have some systems for limiting this kind of stuff, like to prevent certain particles from spawning.
I was wondering if like some sort of dynamic culling effect.
We do have stuff like that, but it's one of those things that it's easy for it to get left till the end and then not done, because the effects artists are obviously optimizing for what looks good. And whenever you're like, you know, if effects artists come to me and like, hey, what do you think of the skill? It's not I tend not to be like, okay, now let's see it when there's like a bajillion of them, you know, like, and like that's one of those steps we should probably take at some point. But it's like we do have systems for it. It's just, you know, a matter of like spending time working on it, and it's the kind of thing that just over time will slowly
It
improve.
honestly is a time problem. Like we do, it gets tested internally. It does get reported. There are issues, tasks that are made, and they say, help my frame rate, help my eyes. It does say that, and 100%. And then it's like, I could optimize this. I don't quite know how, and a few people have to collaborate to do it.
We definitely do fix the worst cases, like when they're really, really bad. We do. But before you see them, ideally. But there can also just be cases where it's like we didn't realize that a build would be created that could get to this level of insane.
Well, yeah, when explosive grenades were added, there wasn't a way to do all of this
exactly.
stuff.
So
But,
then,
And,
you know,
and
three
here's the
leagues
thing,
later.
sometimes it is the balance that's the problem, right? And then so that can be a bit tricky when it's like, how do you know, is this an engine task, an art task, is it a balance task? And
that's the funny thing about it as well, because all of those sorts of issues have to actually go to a game designer, because they're the ones who can decide, like, is this even acceptable in the first place? And that's like a sort of a very tricky thing. So like we did do some nerfs in 040, I believe, to some of the grenade spam stuff that you could do, but then I believe there were some other mechanics added that kind of made it come back again. So, you know,
it was it was like slight enough, and then way more. It
happens.
That's good.
But you know, like we'll resolve them over time. Like we will get it better.
And just to reiterate, because in the past we'd asked about the idea of like transparency sliders or brightness sliders.
I'm not a fan, honestly. Like I think it does fundamentally kind of ruin something there that I'm not, you know.
So you that's like
I want to try and fix it so that you don't even have to think about it. That it's not a setting you need to do. It's not anything like that.
You want to take the hard route on that,
for
which
sure.
is,
Always, every time. The hard route. That's the best route.
The last one I have, maybe, unless there's some extra time ones in there, is you guys looking to get full Steam Deck verified sometime soon?
Yes. Well, I was telling you about that earlier. So so this is a there were a few things around the UI that made it so we couldn't get Steam Deck verified, like UI size. So we've actually added a lot of options for UI scaling in like different areas now. So pretty much everything, like you know, like hovers versus like, you know, the like just like all these different areas are now scalable. All the different parts of the UI, and that means we can now have defaults for Steam Deck that we can now go, okay, hey Valve, can you Steam Deck verify us, please, and get all that stuff. And we're sort of testing on the Steam Deck now. Like we have, you know, Steam Deck stuff internally. You know, it's a thing we're taking seriously because we know there are a lot of people who want to be able to play it on the deck. So it is now a thing that we're doing. I really want to make sure that by launch especially that it's like a perfect experience. Awesome. There's still some performance issues at the end game on Steam Deck, like it's still not quite there that we need to work on. But during campaign it's fine. But
I'm
like
not going to play grenades on Steam Deck.
So there's like a few things there we still need to do to improve. But in terms of like the experience of like the main experience and all that stuff, it's way better now.
Great news. Excellent. I keep seeing in chat, so I'm just going to ask it. But like, people are asking, like, tell me about Mage Blood, but like, quite clearly,
we're not going to tell you about Mage Blood. Yes. You have to find Mage Blood.
You want people to find Mage Blood. I mean, you did drop some extra hints there, kind of subtly. But people can maybe you can rewatch the Q&A and kind of like find out what those hints were.
I know how to tease a unique.
I mean, this is like outside of a headhunter or something. This is like one of the most like chase long-awaited
Yes.
items.
And the tricky thing is
right?
making sure that people actually like it as well, because we don't want to disappoint people.
Yes.
That would be sad.
When we're
It's going to be
filming,
insane, though. It's going to be insane.
yeah, it is. When we're filming the trailer, I'm like, you make sure that mage blood's on the screen for a second. You put that text there.
There's one frame of mage blood. You can
They're like, but
draw
it's
the
so
frames.
rare. I'm like, I don't care. Do it.
Excellent. There's one for you to look forward to. Before we jump into the end game, let's talk a little bit about campaign leveling. So there's a pretty nice signposting tricks additions there.
Yeah,
Very
yeah.
nice.
In one case,
레벨링이 저 앞에 있을 거 아니요.
literally a signpost.
Literally
but,
a signpost.
yeah,
I didn't know
it's one of those things that I like.
정표.
So we do understand that if you're a repeated playthrough, like it needs to be that it can be efficient. Yeah, we were thinking about like what is better in POE1 than POE2 in this respect, and we're thinking there's just like people have just learned a lot of tricks.
Yep.
But then we're like, are there even enough tricks in POE2?
원은 다 있어요. 이정표랑 길 주변에 뭐 그런 것들 힌트가 많아서 금방 찾거든요. 물론 입구와 출입구 위치가 계속 바뀌어서 그 위치는 많이 한 사람들이 벌써 눈치를 챘다는 건데 2는 처음 하시는 분 그리고 저도 많이 안 하다 보니까 길 찾는 게 좀 어려워서
To learn, like
Yeah.
you know, like we want more mastery things. Like we want it so that if you're paying attention, you actually can work out, hey, like this thing leads to that thing and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, go nuts on this. I
So
like
yeah, we are just going nuts on it, right? Because it won't actually affect the time it takes for a first-time player to play through, because like they're not going to know what it means.
And that's the secret, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's the
exactly.
secret sauce there.
And like you know, in some cases we have shortened some stuff. Like for example, at the end of Act 2, there was like 2 areas of the cart. You know, like the Farragon cart. Now there's just one.
Oh, nice.
You know, like the one that there is like very slightly longer than one was before. So like it doesn't feel like a complete compromise of that, but like it is definitely shorter than what it was. There's just stuff like that all through the game, and then there's some
정축 때 봐야
counterintuitive
되지
things
않을까요?
that we've done,
모르겠어.
like in
일단
some cases.
현재 0.5까지는 이동기 안 주는 걸로. 안 되면 늦게
You want to take an
써야지.
area and that was linear and actually make it non-linear, but with wayfinding, right? Because if something's linear, there's literally only one path to go. Like it entirely depends on what your clear speed is to get from one end to the other. Whereas
I
if something
로아나 늑대 써야 돼요.
is more open, but then you've got things that point you where to go. It's like if you know what those are, now you can get through it faster. But if you don't know what they are, it's still like an area that's going to take you a little while to get through.
Giving the possibility of a shortcut.
Exactly. So things like that can actually be something kind of counterintuitive that you can do, because a lot of people just assume like in order to make it shorter, the way to do it is just just make the level smaller, you know. But that would compromise the first time experience. So it really is about like, you know, how can I make it take you less time while also not making it take you less time if you're playing for the first time.
Yeah, so
Even like the jungle ruins now, the silverback, the big old
monkey.
quadrilla is now in the direct center of the level.
Right. So that means you can always find him easily, right?
You
Like that's
find
a-
him, you know, northeast, southwest, you just know.
yeah.
And then obviously you can find the camp is another way. You know, there's all these different ways. I mean, if you find the venom crypts, you escape out the other end.
Yeah. So there's an extra exit in the venom crypts that comes out directly next to the exit of the area. So if you want to go down through the venom crypts, it's actually can be a faster way to find the
you can
exit
take
to
a
the
shortcut.
zone. There's like a shortcut through there. So and then the venom crypt. Here's an interesting one. All the snakes. This is one people probably want to notice. I'm going to tell you. All the snakes will go towards where the venom crypts are.
Oh.
So all the snake, the little
going home,
snake critters, yeah, they're going home. They're going towards it. So if you see a snake, that's the way that the venom crypts are. So there's like little details like that everywhere, just little things like that.
That's so cute. I love it.
There's a little bit of stuff with monsters as well. Like there's in the venom crypts again. Towards the boss room where there was the shaman making the whole venom potion, now you get more of the humanoid monsters of that tribe.
So that was an area. It was really hard to find that final place like where it was. But now you know like if I find those type of monsters, that means I'm getting near the place where the you know where that
We've done that in a few places. So like a density of monsters increasing, or more so the other types of monsters phasing out as well. So an introduction of an abnormal monster, or one that's not natural to the rest of the area, or in some cases one that's natural to the area, and then you get to a section where now only those monsters are there and all the other monsters aren't spawning. For example, the snakes in Keth.
Yep.
Right around Kabbalah's section, the boss there is only Serpent Clan. You don't get the
so,
other
if you want to find
monsters,
Cabal,
so-
then you run in the direction where there's more snakes.
Yeah.
Like that kind of stuff. So yeah, that is it. I don't know if we'll get it all perfect in one go, but we're going to be doing a lot more of just that sort of stuff all through the campaign.
We definitely got more to do, and we're just going to keep going.
Excellent. Good stuff.
And also, what we're finding is it's just adding more flavor to the areas.
Yeah, yeah.
It's adding more identity.
Yeah.
It's adding
Some of
more
those
interesting
really sound like
things,
that.
and yeah, it's just an upgrade overall and on every axis.
I had a little bit of hands-on time, and I was especially a fan of the Ogham Village change because, like, now you actually you come in and there's an obvious cobblestone road there, and if you follow that, you get to the blacksmith.
Exactly.
It's like,
Oh, that was so annoying to find before.
yes. And it actually, like, it makes the zone feel a lot better as an actual zone too. Now it actually feels like a village, like a town. It doesn't feel like just a random maze like it was before. So it actually, a bit more of a, I don't know, believable, realistic area. So good stuff. On the leveling topic, something that comes up somewhat often is this idea of, like, so you've got new skills getting unlocked all the way through into like late Act 4. And I always thought of this personally as like a good thing, right? Like you've got a nice steady progression of new stuff to play with. But recently I saw some interesting reasons why people don't like this. And that's the idea that you sometimes spend hours leveling a build that it just isn't your build. Like you play all the way through to Act 4 on some other build that you don't want to play until you get your top tier ice skill there. So I have to imagine you're like a fan of having that like long tail of progression. But there are other reasons why you kind of like want this spread. And how do you feel the idea of compressing, I don't know, maybe the main skills down to the first 30 levels or something?
That's actually not something that I've had come up before in terms of being a problem like that. So that's very interesting to think about.
I've seen. I prefer the slow unlocks personally. That's my style. I prefer.
It's certainly if as a first-time player, you want it to be that you kind of get that, like, it feels like your build is still progressing as you get through the game. But it is interesting, of course.
이거 뭐냐면 그러니까 레벨링 할 때 스킬 레벨이 진행을 해야 열리는데 조금 앞으로 당겨줄 수 있냐 그 얘긴데.
Think if you want to just speed through and you want to play a certain build,
맞나?
like that is certainly something interesting.
Even on like the experimentation level, so like when you respec to a character at endgame, it's like just trash. It feels bad generally to do that because you didn't have that evolution of that build over time. And I feel like it maybe if you're swapping over at level 52.
왜냐면 초반에 나온 잼들은 그렇게 물론 효력이 좋을 수도 있지만 후반 갈수록 데미지가 좀 구려져서 별로 안 쓰거든.
To your actual build then, because that's when you get the skill. Then you don't actually really have much of that progression evolution of your build to test.
It might be more of a matter of just swapping where some skills are given.
I think
it also can also be that we're not necessarily it's not necessarily clear when we're creating the build like what some skills might end up being ones that feel like main skills in that way.
Yeah, I imagine that needs
so
review
it's probably likely that that's like one of the issues there is just like moving things around where they start.
Yeah.
It's just that we don't want something that's like too flashy to be something you get really, really early, because otherwise it feels kind of strange in the power curve. Like you do need to feel like that.
어디지? 응? 주얼 플레이 좀 어려울 것 같은데 이번 시즌 두 분님하고 다시 얘기해봐야겠다.
Level of progression of like the skills get more epic. So
I imagine like it's pretty okay to have things like those glory skills and stuff like that right down the bottom there.
Well, certainly.
Like
the last row tends to always be those sort of ultimate type things that, like in theory, those are not things that your entire build is like made around. So it's more just sort of extra.
The examples that I get see brought up usually aren't that sort of thing, but rather like what's that ice skill that shoots projectiles everywhere? That round spinny one, winter something.
Is it Winter Orb? Is that the name?
Or Eye of Winter.
Eye of Winter. That's the one. Yeah, Eye of Winter is an example that I see get brought up because like it is on that last tier and it is kind of a main skill and it's not really like a big cooldown skill.
That one honestly might be able to come down.
All right, so that's something to
maybe.
I suspect there's some tweaks to the levels. There's some reorganization. There's possibly. I mean, I could see a thing where also once we have the full campaign in place, maybe there's a point where we're like, okay, you want every skill by, and then we come up with a new point. You know, like.
But I honestly suspect the rearranging is the solution there.
Nice. Okay, sure. That's good to hear. I think that'll be good for these people who feel like they don't get to play their build for a long time there.
Right.
Kind of carrying on with the topic of skills, builds, and balance, we have the two new ascendancies, which you seem to be getting a little bit like with the classes. They're following a similar trajectory of getting a little bit more a little bit extra, a little bit more high effort each time. So,
Well, as we kind of learned from POE1, like you know, we have changed some, but ascendancy classes are kind of like just forever things.
Yep.
You know, we obviously have a whole alternate classes league and stuff like that, which is cool. But you know, we don't. On rare occasions, we're obviously going to change the balance, change kind of what the skills are, but who those characters are and the identity of that, and most of them are going to remain fixed for like a long time.
Yep.
You'll get rebalances, you'll get changes, like obviously, right? We've done that a lot, but like, you know, I wouldn't expect the Deadeye to despawn anytime soon as an identity. If ever, just by the way, just and so like they just need to be high effort, and they need to be, you know, something that we are like something that comes up a lot, and you'll notice it in these two. Like now, for every single
네,
beast boss,
말씀하십시오.
the Spirit Walker,
yes.
we have to make a tamed version
This is what I keep saying. Like,
for
why do you do
every
this to
pair of
yourself?
for every mod on gloves, of which we just added a bunch of alloys. And there's, you know, it goes on and on. We have to. It's a maintenance, but the thing is
허기에 안 들여. 허비에 안 들? 아, 지도. 이거 저건데. 저거잖아요. 그거. 메이븐의 초대요. 이거 저거잖아요. 뭐지? 그거 이건 캐스트 하면서 메이븐 켜놓고 이건 하면 여기 들어가줘요. 허비든 안 들으면 저걸 건데. 이건 캐스트 거예요 아마. 방치된 물길. 내가 알기로 이건일 건데. 이건이지. 똑같이 써있네. 이건 쾌요. 이건 쾌. 이건 퀘스트 있잖아요. 그거 해가지고 요거 돌릴 때 이 옆에 3개 칸 있을 거임. 거기에 가운데가 메이븐 그거 키고 이건 쾌를 쫙 하시면 돼요. 싹 다. 이 셋 중에 하나일 거예요. 이걸 거예요. 첫 번째 거가. 요거 하려는 거잖아요. 써있을걸? 이건 쾌를 하라니깐요. 어떻게 가는 게 이건 쾌 하다 보면 맵에 그려져요. 맨 마지막 지역이 저 지역일 거라고요. 이건 쾌 안 해보셨어요? 아, 초봉이신가요? 아, 또 뭘 1.2기가 나네. 이건 퀘스트 하라니까요. 이건 쾌. 이건 퀘스트. 이거 할 때 메이븐을 키면 된다고요. 고독의 기억. 이거 저거 있어요. 근데 여기 써있네. 고독의 메아리. 메아리 써서 가는 거임. 처음에는 퀘스트로 하는 거고. 그니까 아이 진짜. 저거예요. 이건이라니까. 잡고 나면 얘네들이 어떤 아이템을 줄 거임. 그게 보스 들어가는 방이고, 그것도 메이븐 키고 들어가면 됨. 잠깐만 들어가서 보여줄게요. 메아리 그 나오면은 그거를 메이븐 키고 들어가면 그 지역이 돼. 그 지역마다 나오는 게 이거고. 여기 써있잖아. 이해했어요? 이 아틀라스 이것도 있고. 12시에 보면은 이건 뭐 나오는 거 있잖아. 메아리 나오게 잘하는 거. 그거임. 그거 하고 하는 건데 안 하고 해도 다 잘 나와요. 수습해서 다 찍고 했어. 안 찍고도 잘 나와서 의미 없고. 그냥 이건 캐를 메이븐 키고 하면 된다라고 이해하시면 돼. 잠깐만요. 조금만 하고 알려드리고 올게요. 나와라. 일단 요거 12시 지역에 요게 이제 기억 영향력 그게 나와야 요게 나오거든요. 저거 찍으면은 요게 나옴. 요거 3개. 요거 3개를 찍어야 맨 마지막에 아까 그 말했던 그 이건 캐스트 하는 그게 나와요. 예, 요런 거. 하나만 쓸게요. 요거 외상의 기억에 뭐 기억마다 다르겠지만 이거 여기 딱 이거 아니고 얘가 맞을 건데 기억의 실날이 이거거든요. 예, 다른 것도 요 기억을 따로따로 구해서 해야 돼요. 그래서 하는 게 아까 그 요거 16티 돌다 보면 이게 랜덤으로 나와요. 랜덤으로. 그래서 없는 거를 찾아서 요거를 찍고 요거를 내가 가고 싶은 구역을 정해서 넣으면 돼요. 내가 만약에 여기 도시 광장을 토대로 해서 몇 개를 쭉 연달아 가고 싶다 그럼 여기다가 쫙 찍는 거야. 찍으면은 한 바퀴 돌아서 여기에서 부정의 석실로 들어간다고요. 그러면 이건한테 다시 매기하면 기억이 떠요. 지도가. 할 때 요걸 클릭하고 하라고. 그러면은 아까 뭐지? 아까 어디였냐? 여기 부정의 석실. 부정의 석실을 이제 요걸로 할 수 있다는 거죠. 요거 띄워놓고 요걸 하든가. 이게 첫 번째 방법. 두 번째 방법은 그러면은 요거 찍어놓고 이걸 더 모아야 돼요. 아니면 사든가. 난간지역이 기억을 사서 방금처럼 해야 돼요. 아니면은 이것도 귀찮으면은 완제품, 그러니까 그 걔네 보스 잡으면은 요거 주잖아요. 어디가니 메아리. 요거 메아리 주잖아요. 요 메아리 그냥 하나 해가지고 맵에 넣고 이렇게 하면 가잖아요. 이걸 할 때 얘는 안 되나? 얘는 안 된다. 얘는 안 되네요. 저거밖에 안 되네. 이거밖에 안 되네. 이거밖에는 답 없어요. 이거는 보스만 나는 거고. 요걸로 해가지고 요걸로 메이븐 켜놓고 만나는 수밖에 없어요. 그래서 맨 마지막에 메이븐이 보면 저기 들어가서 하면 되고 셋 다 모이면 키락한테 다 모이거든요. 요거 하라고. 그거 뜰 때 가면 됨. 첼 때문에 그러신 거죠? 이거 할 이유는 첼밖에 없는데. 숭배 조각? 그러니까 이거 말하는 거잖아. 숭배 메아리로 가고 싶은 건데. 아, 이거는 갈 수 있는데요. 요거 킬 수 있어요. 숭배 조각 이거 말고 조각? 숭배 조각 기억밖에 없는데 요거랑 요거밖에 없을 건데 어떤 조각이요? 이거는 85 오버요. 오버에서 잡을 수 있으면 하세요. 오버인데 잡을 수 있어요? 오버에서 할 수 있으면 하세요. 상관없어요. 요거 오버예요. 85레벨 오버 조각. 잡을 수 있으면 하시면 돼. 내 캐릭터가 오버보스를 쉽게 잡을 수 있는 캐릭터면 해도 돼요. 나는 오버 말고 쉬운 거 알려주려고 했던 건데. 세 가지 방법이긴 해요. 메아리 해서 요걸 찍고 하시던가. 그러니까 보스 저거 기억을 쫓아다 하시던 보면 이 메아리가 있으니 이걸 해가지고 메이븐 키고 이걸 키고 하시던가. 아니면은 기억을 하시던가. 요거 기억을 하시던가. 요걸 키고. 아니면 오버 잡을 수 있으면 오버 아까 이 조각을 사서 하시던가. 셋 중에 하시면 돼요. 이 난이도는 얘가 제일 어려워요. 저도 이걸 맨 마지막에 했는데 뭐. 셋 중에 하나예요. 네.
As I said, these are forever classes.
Yeah.
These are identities. These are very important, and so it's like
아,
always.
혹시라도 그거 뭐지? 그 조각 있잖아요. 그 뭐 보스만 만나기 위한 조각. 아까 그거. 그 노드도 있으니까 그것도 찍고 하세요. 아까 저거는 기억. 메이븐의 기억을 얘기했던 거고 양옆에 이렇게 위에 것도 있거든요. 그것도 찍어서 하셔도 됩니다. 네, 요거 여기 노드 틈새 발견할 능력이라서 요거 해가지고 아까 그거 특정 누구 화신으로 이어질 확률 하나 그러니까 찾고 싶을 때 두 개가 감소라 두 개 찍고 하나만 나오게 확률 올려도 되긴 해요. 근데 이거 찍고 그냥 16T 무한으로 돌다가 무상으로 막 돌다가 그냥 기억 나오면 그냥 그게 도는 게 더 낫더라. 잘 안 나오긴 하는데 그래도 한 뭐 10판에 한 번 정도는 나오거든요. 저거 노리고 하면 좀 안 나오긴 하는데 그냥 딴 거 하다가 나오면 이득이라. 그니까
It's very worth it, but
그냥
now
기억으로 하시는 게
it's a bit of a rant here about those beasts because it's come up a bit recently where I'm like, what is a beast? Are the new pinnacle bosses beasts? And I'm just like, oh no, what's going on here? What are we doing? Like, you know, like some, you know, there was
The
the
shapeshifted one who turns into a werewolf, a beast when they're in shapeshift form.
wow,
for example.
exactly. So you know,
What, you got to tame the count? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, only in second form.
only in second phase, yeah, maybe, or maybe because
I
he's,
mean, cool.
you know, or maybe specifically. Nah, I don't know. I don't know where we're getting with that. I don't know. The point is, it gets a little bit complicated. It's like, where does it end? And you know, how much you're talking about, you know, visibility. How much of your screen are you willing to have be a gigantic pinnacle boss? And thing is, like, changing the scale is not actually as trivial. Like,
Yeah, I was like, I thought you'd make them smaller, but then I saw like the giant bird boss. I'm like, nope, that looks like a normal size boss
I
right there.
think that's fun, but you know, we did limit it to one. We did internally. generally have it that people were running around with 5 for a while, and it was a little bit off, a little bit out of control. But yeah,
지금 한 마리.
it's quite fun, but I'm so excited to just see how honestly, it's such a weird thing to say. I'm so excited for how much work we've created for ourselves in the future.
I'm very glad to hear that. That is good. That was the right mindset, I think. Excellent. So with the Tame Beast thing, like when you get your first ascendancy, that Tame Beast gem is actually a higher level, though. Like, is this something you?
Yeah, we do have a thing that we're going to do about that.
Okay.
There's a solution, I believe, that we had for that one.
Yeah, right.
But yeah.
And with this being the idea of being a big single beast, and a lot of the time, like, I don't know that bosses compared to say like aura beasts don't have a bunch of utility stuff on them. Like, I'm sure there'll be some, but not as much exactly. So I imagine you want these to actually be things that kill
네.
stuff. So how do you make the big single minion work?
We have, like, honestly, I think it might have even been, we've tripled the damage, I think, of tamed beasts, just FYI.
Cool.
We're doing a few changes around that because we want, like, damaging companion builds outside of obviously just Wolf Zerg to be more of a thing. So, you know, we're doing a bunch of changes to, for example, we're trying to give them a longer revive time. The idea behind the revive time on that, which I know sounds bad, but just let me explain the thing, is that with obviously an undead build, you generally have a swarm. And so the revive time's a little bit lower, and the assumption that things are dying and reviving more frequently. Companions should be a bit more... you obviously have 1 or 2, and you have a lot fewer of them. They're more significant, so they should take longer to revive. And so these like uninvested aura companions, and when they die, you should feel that more. Like you should be having to invest into them to keep it alive.
Okay.
On the other end, we're making them deal way more damage, so they're more of just an aura bot. And then for the bosses in particular, what we've done is gone through, and for every single one of them, we've gone, okay, are you good at stunning? Are you good at freezing? Maybe they have, the primed for stun thing. Maybe they have, we're trying to just really give each of them something that can complement your build.
Themes a bit.
So it isn't just a question of just taking the boss as it is and being just like, hey, it's like all of them are actually like designed, in terms of like what they can be.
Crazy. So it's even more effort.
Yeah, because it's more like, it's more like taking a creature that's got existing animations and like now we have to completely do AI and everything.
We're adding a bunch of new passives for companions. There's obviously a bunch of uniques. Some of, I think we showed 1 or 2 today. But yeah, playing into that archetype a lot more for sure. It's definitely way more fun to play. Lately, it's just running around with your kind of mini zoo. It's kind of fun. So.
Awesome. On the martial artist, the Fists of Stone that converts gloves, you showed that working with a rare, and that was quite spicy. A lot of uniques don't have like modifiers that are like actual kind of like regular modifiers. So does this work on uniques?
Certainly does.
Crazy.
Why not?
Why not?
Every unique glove from now on, you gotta find some way to convert their modifiers into something else.
Does it affect the mods that go on the runes that are in the item?
I don't think it affects socketed mods. No,
right.
It's meant to affect every explicit mod. We talked recently about vile corruptions and whether or not it does or doesn't. So TBD. But yes, it does affect uniques. It is intended to affect all essence mods and alloys and all of that. But honestly, you will go as far as we can with these until we run out of time.
You've got the rune modifiers that have their unique modifier pools now. So I guess you're doing those too.
I was just trying to think of some uniques to talk about, but I can't remember a whole lot of specifics.
Yeah,
so it's one of those find out things.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm wondering what happens if there's like a pair of unique gloves like grants a skill or something like that. What are you going to do with that?
We generally don't touch the skills.
They'll actually stay there so you could still use it potentially. Well, that's interesting in its own way too.
Or like, we're not... Look, having to remake a skill for this is a little bit in the... Okay, I talk about creating work for ourselves. That's not a bang for buck win. So like making a new skill of a skill for this, that's a line that would have to be very special to cross. So maybe in the future, but not right now. Yeah.
Right on. So normally patch notes would be right out after this Q&A, but thankfully we're not holding that hostage today, as that's coming out a week before.
Yeah, so it still needs to be that it's a week before launch because there's still too much that will change between now and then.
Usually going right up until the end.
If you got them now, that'd be inaccurate, and then you'd get disappointed or even happier. Who knows? But too much would just change, and
But maybe we can speak like on the bigger picture intentions, which to some extent we've already been doing a bit. But like a classic, another minutes from previous. You've done some buffs to armor and evasion, added some new mechanics here and there. Is there any additional love for those on the card in some way, or defenses in general discussion?
이거 아까
Defenses, so we looked at a couple of things. Like the first thing we identified, because I'm all about like just reviewing the fundamentals, is we're like, okay, we at some point in one of our many millions of spreadsheets, we were like, okay, here's obviously you have an expected amount of how much defense does someone have at a certain point in the game. Now that we have obviously enough players, enough statistics, we went and then had a look, and we were like, oh, people are way low, especially at say between interlude, act 4, mid game, early end game. People's defenses are significantly lower than what we had deemed as what we wanted them to have. And you can look at that in a few ways. You can say, well, okay, people aren't upgrading gear as much as we wanted or expected. People aren't upgrading, I wouldn't say want, expected is definitely more of the thing. People aren't maybe taking as many defensive passives as we had expected, etc. And there are obviously many reasons for that. Some of them are garbage. But at the end of the day, right, we balance the game for people to have this much of a defense or this much EHP, and they don't have it. So let's get them to have that amount is our play. So instead of obviously changing, you could either change monster damage at that point, or we can give people more defenses. So we are generally buffing all of the base types on all of the defensive gear, on all armor and evasion, I should say, up to the end of end game, because like peak characters there's a lot, you can get a lot, so like we've taken some of the outliers that are the things that make the end game characters have a lot of those defenses and kind of brought them a bit down. So it shouldn't be worse, it should just be the same, but relative to rares they could be a little bit worse. But yeah, ultimately
this is mostly from Act 3 onwards, right?
Pretty much, yeah. So more armor and evasion is the start point. We've done a whole bunch of other stuff, like, I mean, Energy Shield there's a thing where it has too much recovery available, like too easily for recharge, and like we've done a few things. A lot of them are outliers, not necessarily all of them. So we've done a bit of changes to a whole bunch of stuff. But in particular, we're also doing like the deflection equation is honestly kind of not good enough. It's too rewarding for very little investment, and then there's like a kind of weird thing in the formula that I was trying to figure out the other day, but and then for investing beyond that, it's kind of like, well, not worth it. The passive tree nodes are too weak. There's all these clusters there no one cares about, well, mostly. There's other things like the armor applies to elemental, like there's a bit of it, generally it isn't weak, but I wanted 5 clusters for it. I wanted you to be able to actually invest in it if you were in different parts of the tree. Currently, there's only like 3 nodes that grant it in the strength section. It's not enough. And then all the way through to like things like the hybrid section of the passive tree, where normally you have armor in the strength section. Over here you have evasion in the dex section, and then combined you should have both of them on the nodes. And you do for armor and evasion, and then you have... I know, big rant here. Then you have things where like, okay, all the armor and evasion notables are like kind of hyper conditional. Some of them don't even grant armor and evasion, and so there's just like a ton of work across the board. And then those secondary defenses don't generally have hybrid nodes, which they should. So if you're now playing hybrid, you have to double invest in the secondary axes, and so there's just all kinds of just like, honestly, what I would establish as fundamental problems going on here that just need to all be addressed. And, when I look at all of them, I'm like, well, they all are just buffing it. So that's great. Awesome. Except for like a little bit energy shield problems, other hybrid going more northeast, like we looked at all pure evasion versus pure evasion with 1,000 energy shield or more kind of thing, as in a ghost dance user. And like the differential in power of using ghost dance with 1k ES is just out of control. And I know everyone will be like, make everything like that. This is how this works. We're not going to do that. So like ghost dance needs some changes, but then also playing hybrid without that needs to be brought up. So there's a whole bunch. And then also, the highest death rate, just to be clear, and by 300% is armor, yes, which I don't have an exact plan for yet, but that needs a lot of love.
There's a missing piece of the puzzle there.
Yes,
I feel.
and it's obvious, right? You look at it and you're like, obviously, but it's I don't exactly know what the solution is yet, but we need to do some more love there. But like generally speaking, yes, where there's a couple of OP outliers, but everything should be getting raised up for average player, especially mid game, early end game, without having to. And you don't have to. The only way to play it shouldn't be this one very specific node to take this very specific skill or use this very specific node or use this very specific unique, and just trying to make it just more broadly like investing in defenses no matter what feels good. And we're not there yet. So anyway, Giga rant. Covered a lot of things there, but anyway.
I saw a few questions about it in chat. It does surprise me a little bit. I thought there was more of a consensus that life on the tree was unpopular as it was kind of in Path of Exile 1, and it was always
네.
deemed as like a tax, like, oh, I guess I got to pay my life node tax. But I'm curious how you obviously removed life from the tree in POE2 effectively. What led to that decision, and how do you feel about it now, kind of like 0.5 of the way in?
Again, I personally prefer it not being there. I think it makes the decisions of what I'm taking on the tree more interesting and where I'm pathing.
And not have it.
이번에 그 한 방에 안 죽게끔 하기 위한 방치 그걸 이번 시즌 컨텐츠고 그거 수호 들어오는 것도 있고 포탈도 원 포탈을 이 힘들면 하나 더 할 수 있게 기회를 준 것도 있고 다른 방면에서 계속 신경을 그러니까 다른 쪽 이런 거를 통해서 좀 보완할 방법을 제시해 주는 게 있으니
I think,
찾아봐야죠,
to
이번에.
not have it, I think that will increase over time. I think I am less penalized for hunkering down in a certain section as opposed to having to get this like minimum life percentage threshold by going to certain spots. I think it allows you to be a bit more free, but I also understand why people are asking for it. Especially like I see a lot of people comparing life and energy shield, where it's obvious, right? They're both your life pool, but energy shield should be compared to armor and evasion, and obviously they're asymmetric. So
흡수정 때문에 흡수 안 된다며 이거 일괄된 회복 가능해진다는데
I can understand how that can't be so trivial. And I can also understand that when people are dying to a thing and they don't necessarily understand why, the answer is, I need more life. And I get it. But that can not, that it can be that the problem and the solution don't have to be the same thing. Like, there's an obvious path to the solution when you're dying, you're running out of life. But it can be that there are other ways to solve that problem. And when I look at the defenses and just identify fundamental problems, how much of that problem will be solved by just fixing those fundamentals?
You want to make those juicy to take and actually.
Yeah, so I'm not ready just yet to like, you know, it doesn't say things like these are off the cards for sure.
Yeah, I know you've been
but if the defenses are bad, then we should fix the defenses first. And then see if it's still bad.
Really, I'm just going to follow the trail of bad until and then we'll see.
It's just that the reason why we don't want to do it is really we just don't want to make it so that if you don't know to pick life, then you're just going to suck. And this is a thing that POE1 has, right? If you don't know that you have to pick life. If you don't know that, you just die. And we wanted to try and remove like noob traps, right? Of just things where like the things you just have to know. And so ideally we can get to a situation where we just don't, you know.
Thing is, I'd even rather solve it with a more immediate option. So, for example, if you're dying a lot and you're like, I need more life, here's a cluster 12 passive points away. It's like, okay, so I got to level 12 more times to now feel a bit stronger. I would rather just immediately go, if you need more life, then the way to get that should be itemization solutions. Like you should be doing it on your gear and that should be something that is readily available via things like essences or various crafting systems. Like, I mean, Runic Ward kind of is that in a way. It's like, I'm dying. Okay, let's add some Runic Ward. Now I'm probably going to die less. Like, I understand it's more of like a campaign, newer player problem kind of thing, but I don't like, you know, I need to be tankier now because I'm
네,
dying. I
그런 것
can't
같아요.
overcome this boss.
가장 큰 타격 하나에만. 안녕하세요.
It's all good. I'll be able to solve it 2 days from now if they're playing only like an hour or two a day. So
여기 써
I
있는
also
걸로
just
본
want to
것
make
같고.
sure there are immediate solutions to these things as well via itemization. So it might be even that we need to look at that more.
아직
I mean,
요거 얘기는 안 하고
okay,
있어.
I am looking at that more recently. I was like, damn, a lot of these
요
runes that
템으로
are go in your armor,
생명력
just because we're doing the
방어력
martial artist and you get these
보충할 수
rune
있게
slots. And I was like,
얘기하고
okay,
있어.
in game there's some chase stuff, but these ones in the campaign are just kind of sad. Like there's some sad, like obviously resistances are fine. I got no issue with that, but some of these other armor runes, I'm like, well, that's not okay. I put that in, and now I'm like just I'm what 2% tankier. Like, what am I even getting out of this? Like, I want to make sure that. So I was looking recently, and I'm like, we just need to buff all these armor runes. Like, those were meant to be problem solvers for holes in your core stats throughout the campaign, and so even just things like that, where it's like, yeah, you should be able to just get a lot more of that just by using defense or armor slot runes, as well as adding new ones, because honestly, there's kind of a thin selection, and it just ends up being like resistances in most slots.
Yep.
Until end game again, well, even still sometimes just resistances there as well, depends. But yeah, obviously we're adding 160, so that's a big difference. But I wanted to make sure there's a lot more in the campaign, and the campaign ones are buffed as well. So I don't know. There's heaps going on here. It's like hard to nail down to a single problem and a single solution. And I know there's like the easy way out, and we don't like necessarily the easy way out. And I don't want to have to make these kind of compromising decisions that I feel like have made a very good upgrade in many ways. When we have just fundamental problems left, right, and center still. So we'll just keep fixing them, and that's part of, again, this lead up. Like we need to address a lot of these fundamental balance concerns by release, right? This is why we're wanting to do, these intermediary patches, and here on out just like make everything better, plug all the holes, get everything good. Because it's really hard to do that when you're adding 100 new systems and crafting systems at the same time. You're like, okay, we're making holes faster than we can plug them. And it's obviously not that dire. Like most of the time, it's like pretty, things are pretty comfortable. But so obviously, it's my job to make these good. And so I look at them with a lot more self-criticism. But at the end of the day, we will get it pretty damn good, if not, perfect. Balance is never perfect.
We were talking about yesterday, how do you make the passive skill tree good for launch? Like, how do you get that? Like, what are the problems with it? Because it's something that like you're adding more and more cool stuff to it, but at the same time, there's still people that just kind of like don't like the passive tree for some reason, and it's often a lot of different reasons, like the size of it, the travel nodes, like the downside nodes.
It takes a lot of massaging to get the tree into a good kind of state, and it's really, really tricky detail work as well. Like the difference of just like one node here, one connection there can like make a huge difference to quite a lot of stuff. So it's just
I've identified, as I said, issues with defenses, there's issues with lack of interesting mechanics in some, and some of those is just due to the absence of classes. Like you'll notice the parts of the tree that have 2 classes for the start point have just generally a lot more going on, because there's a lot more stat design, mechanics design, and stuff that's happened. So that's the thing that expands, and as you get more ascendancy classes, as I said, we're doing the Spirit Walker, all of a sudden companion stuff's going to be a lot more fleshed out. So this is stuff that's just going to happen over time anyway, but we're going to do a big push to try and fill in all those gaps. There's obviously just like a bunch of just terrible clusters. As I said, there's notable armor and evasion notables with no armor and evasion, and they have a stat, but why can't they have like a immune to ailment thing, but why can't they also have armor and evasion? Why must it be only one or the other? And there's all kinds of just things like that kind of everywhere, and it does take time. It does take a lot of like really fine work of going through and tweaking everything, and iteration after iteration after iteration. but it'll be all right.
I think some of us feel like a little lost on what you need to do the passive tree, but we walked away from that conversation with you. You seem pretty confident that you know exactly what you need to do. You're like, "Oh, give me a day, I'll fix this section." Like
100%. I mean, I did literally say, "Give me a day and I'll fix one of the slices," and it won't be perfectly fixed because again, but it'll be twice, 3 times, 4 times as good. But like getting a day is not exactly entirely trivial, but that's all right. We'll get there. I am confident we'll get there, though. I have no doubt in my mind that I see a road to success there. So it's just a matter of getting there. And yeah, it takes time, and I don't want to make things worse in the meanwhile as well. So obviously knee-jerk reactioning everything in, and sometimes stuff you can't come back from or makes it very hard to come back from can be very dangerous. But I would say that like, if there's any criticisms after 1.0, which there always will be, like, of course, you can't, there's always going to be some finer than others, some broader. It should be significantly less core issues by that point if hopefully the majority of all of them are addressed. So,
yeah.
But yeah, hopefully if we do a couple of cool eventy league economy resets between here and full release, we'll do some substantial passive tree updates as well at the same time. That way we can get a lot of feedback and testing, right? I'm not just going to take a shot in the dark without people being able to get their hands on it. So, which is similar to why we're doing the end game now is very important, because you need a lot of testing and a lot of eyes on that for quality, for just making sure people really enjoy the end game after 10,000 hours, not just, how it looks at the start. There's a lot of time there, and obviously the player base is capable of testing this at a significantly faster rate than we are. And so that's the joy of being able to try and get all this done before the release and have it be as flawless as possible.
Excellent. On the build meta side of things, one of the ones that came up was fire and ignite builds, but kind of like damage over time builds in general. In particular, there's kind of like absence of the pure damage over time build. Like it seems to be always better to scale the hit damage and treat things like ignite as an add-on. And there seems to be various other problems with ignite as well in terms of like scaling. It seems to be always correct to go like stacking, or in some cases people are saying like, well, the best way to play ignite is chaos damage. So how do you guys feel about kind of like state of that sort of thing?
Those keystones are always going to have that level of like, one way is quantifiably better than the other in an interesting way, but this obviously is not fully fleshed out or fully right, like you can tell while playing this, and we do want to do more. It was number 3 on I had my like top 5, here's the things I want to fix, so like defenses was number 1. Number 2 I think I actually had some stuff to do with some minion stuff, which I mean we've done a lot of itemization for, but I didn't get to do as much as I wanted. We had the Ascendancy classes in there, had Chronomancer in there, and I had, there was like some journaling stuff in there, and we had Chaos hits, and, by correlation, Archon, we had Ignite. Like, these are all in my, I was saying top 5, this is now a top 10 list, I guess.
More than 5.
But, like, they're all up there, and so as soon as we actually get to Horlass and start fixing all the balance, more than we, have been able to with this patch, given that it's kind of the same resources, trying to ensure endgame is good, and there's quite a bit of overlap there, and with all the crafting systems in the league, like the same resources that are going to be looking at all of these. So as soon as we can get to, as soon as we're like back focused working on the campaign with our core content, monsters, pipeline, etc., and thus doing less systems, we can have those guys come in and just like start fixing all of these balance systems.
Is the intention to get to there being builds that are like the pure dot feel, like where you don't really have the upfront hit damage, so you dual flame blast and then it's just pure ignite, that sort of thing?
Oh, like the whole spreading wildfire ignite fantasy 100% needs to be a thing where you're just doing there is the thing where like when you take away hits, things can lose a lot of satisfaction, but there is a different kind of satisfaction of just watching the world burn around you or decay around you. So, you trade one for another, and different players have their different preferences, but 100% that is something that we want to support. We had a bunch of keystones in mind for enabling it. We had different supports that we thought we could try to enable it. It's just a matter of being time to execute it. So I would be very, very surprised if it doesn't come in one of these interim patches between here and full release, though, to at least some degree.
With that wanting to get things right for 1.0, there's I have a feeling that like 1.0 is like where you get to establish like here's the baseline of what the game is supposed to look like, and that's what you were saying with Endgame, indeed. So I kind of wonder about like how you feel about a few things and how close they are to where you want them to be for that game's foundation thing. One of them is the pace of combat, especially in Endgame maps across the build spectrum. So like from the lower end build to the really high end builds that are just currently like 100 move speed through maps.
It's a really tricky question because like people get such different experiences here. I mean, like there are definitely a few, like part of the issue that we have is that people often judge things by watching streamers who are often playing something that's completely cracked and out of control.
Sure.
And so people don't get an understanding of what the average player is actually experiencing. And it can even like affect like our designers in some ways because like, yeah, when you look at people and they're just like completely trivializing things, it's easy to forget that the average player isn't like, is actually taking it longer. And when I say average, like the true average is like way worse than you might expect in terms of the number of minutes that it takes them to kill bosses and so on. Like, like it's easy. Yeah, it's easy to look at it and be like, oh yeah, like everyone's killing bosses in 5 seconds. But really, there's a lot of people out there who aren't.
So do you feel pretty good about the lower end of things, but less good about the higher end of things?
Well, I mean, there's things that need to come up as well, for sure. But it's more just that, like, okay, like, there's some things that are a bit out of control with, like, on the top end, like, some of the stuff going on with triggering and like is a bit out, it's a bit out of control. And so there's stuff like that, and like as I said, I think a lot of people judge the pace of combat from things like that. So yeah, like I guess that's
ultimately it comes down to if you have a mage blood or equivalent, you should be cracked.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think I've said before that the ideal situation is the first time you fight a pinnacle, it should be a pretty damn tough fight. But then after that, you're getting more stuff. You like the post pinnacle content of getting uniques and like pretty like leads to like craziness, and then you feel like a complete god. Like you do want to get to that point. It's just that like there's just
By the way, I have made a change in that regard, by the way, which I know will be nice for some people. Every boss where you've had to farm for the fragment and go through 60 maps and you finally got there does now have infinite attempts.
Nice.
So once you've earned it, unless you decide to log out and
I thought we did that in 040.
We did it for some things and not for others.
Right, okay.
It's just
It's
it is across the board now. If you've done all that, you can try. Well, you can try it. You can die 150 times and keep going. But of course, if you just like let your instance time out and die, that's a different story. So if you go to bed, sorry, my bad.
Go to bed defeated and failed.
I would still love to be able to do that, so that if you log back in like the next day, you're still there and able to do it. But there's a slight technology gap there for maps right now. But I know that's just it's the whole the reason I bring that up is because that whole like, oh, I don't want to fight the pinnacle yet because I might fail it, and some
이거예요. 이거 아마 갤러리 가면 있을 거예요. VIITOR. 요거.
or fight
And then what that then leads to is that you only do it once you've over prepared.
Yeah, and then
like
first
있어요. 갤러리에
and then the
보면
first
있어요.
encounter.
번역을
Yeah, exactly.
보고
So
있어요.
that's the reason.
you're like,
why
oh,
it's
that was
so-
kind of lame.
yeah.
It's not what you want. You want to go in early and have an uphill battle the first time, don't you?
For sure.
Yeah, exactly.
But I guess what I'm trying to say there is that I think that like that the pace of combat is correct in many instances. It's just that there are some things that then lead to that being bananas. But then you still want it to be bananas after the point where you've done that. So it's just a question of the power progression needs to be right. In terms
Sounds
of
like if
through the
anything,
game.
you just want to widen the spectrum and just tuning some certain points of that.
For sure.
There's crazy things you see where even when you go and ask a lot of our designers, you're like, how long do you reckon the average boss fight takes? And you specify a boss. You're like, how long do you reckon the average, I don't know, what's a random boss? That killing the Forsaken Sun takes, let's say. And like honestly, I would say my experience at this point with understanding how to gear my character and build my build at that point, sometimes it's honestly 8 seconds and sometimes it's 20 seconds and it's like, is it ever really more than that? Yeah. And then you're like, and then you get that with all of our, well, obviously a lot of our designers play and a bunch of people, and then you go and actually look at the stats and you're like, oh, it's 119 seconds average. That's 2 minutes. That's what we intended for it to be.
Yeah.
And so the average across and that's the average, which means there's some people taking 4 minutes and whatnot. And so it's actually like, okay, the numbers are not as bad, and yeah, it turns out if you know what you're doing and you are good and you play a lot, you kind of kill things quickly. I know a lot of people might be like, you should have that be flatter because what the hell, an 8-second fight's not necessarily fun, right? You're not engaging with any mechanics and stuff. And some people are like, nah, if you're that powerful, you're that powerful, and if you know what you're doing, have it be that fast, right? So it's a bit of thing where some people want the way less variance between character power, but also then that feeds into the end game of, you want characters that feel like gods among gods, right? Like you can do that, but it is, again, just comes back to who, do you have item X, item Y, item Z of different kinds? So when things are too cheaply OP, as in almost free,
네.
I don't mean economically, I mean like as in your general time to earn, generally that has to come down.
And I think that really is the message overall of like, if it cost you a lot, then you can be a god. If it didn't cost you very much, maybe that's going to be something that we would consider nerfing.
So leech. And thus triggering
next one, the state of recovery, especially because like really fast life recovery tends to lead to
로그인
situations where in
하라는
combat the
거구나.
only thing that matters is the thing that kills you instantly. So how do you feel about recovery overall?
So we're definitely unhappy with Leech. And this is one of those things where we attempted to simplify it from POE1 because POE1 had the most complicated Leech thing in the history of the universe.
So funny.
And so we're like, we're going to simplify it. We're going to try and make it simple. But unfortunately, the simpler thing has not led to a good result. And so now Leech is, it's a bit of a problem. So we are changing it drastically. Are we fine with telling people how it works now? Like, we could go into it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, all right. Well, so basically, the key thing that we're first changing is we're going to a single source method of doing leech, which means there's only one leech buff active. So whatever is the biggest hit that you did, like you're only leeching from one place, and that obviously then means that we need to change all the balance of leech and everything like that to make that work. But it does mean that. There's a difference between there's more of a thing with like life gain on hit versus leech is like a thing between like fast hitting and slow hitting builds. Like higher hits are going to lead to more leech. But the other thing we're changing as well, and this is just kind of to retain the idea. Like, so one thing we liked about what we had was that when you get more leech percent, you do get more leech. But the thing is that the way that damage scales, like it just gets completely cracked at some point, and like it gives you insane amounts. So effectively, what we want to do is add a cap to the amount of damage that leech will consider when calculating how much leech you get. So I don't know what that number will be. Like, I don't even know what order of magnitude it is, right? But let's just say that it's like 1 million or something, right? Like, I don't know, maybe it's less than that.
Yeah, it's hard to say what that number is. It's more that there's a goal of the kind of expected rate per second you get for various levels.
Effectively, there'll be a number that's like 1 million or 100,000 or some number, right? That'll be like, okay, like after when we go to calculate leech, we're first capping your damage to that. Like, you're still doing the damage, by the way, but like just for the leech calculation, and then we apply your leech percent to that. And what that will mean is that it's always the case that getting more leech will give you more recovery, right? Like if you double the percent on your character, you get double the recovery. So there's no like capping thing like that, but it just means that
life
exactly. But then at some point, like getting more damage isn't increasing your recovery,
right?
And that's like the key thing that we need to
that's why you're trying to disentangle.
So, and I mean, the intention really is to sort of get it so that like a typical character who's like investing in leech actually cares. It's like they're able to recover their entire life orb in like 3 seconds or something like that. Like that's the kind of thing, right? And you could go further than that with like even more investment, but it's probably like not worthwhile compared to other stuff. And then like other characters who aren't investing are going to get less than that sort of thing. But like you do actually have to, like we don't want it to be so ridiculous that that's the only like source of recovery you would ever need.
Yeah, because it's now capped, we can give a lot more leech early as well, because that was kind of a bit dead.
Yeah,
if you're not dealing significantly high damage.
So then we get to buff all those values. And that
obviously, some people know about leech resist on monsters. Like currently you leech less from a white or magic monster than say a unique monster, because the assumption was you're hitting many, you're AoEing. Right. Now you only get one instance. That's flat,
and then that means that leech will be more consistent between boss fights versus not boss fights, which is another thing. I think a good thing. Like you kind of can rely on that in some level.
But if you have all the affixes, you got some investment, you could anywhere between 20, maybe up to 40, 50% of your life recovery per second.
That's where you're aiming
which
for.
Is obviously still pretty fast, but and then we're removing some of the instant leech just because obviously that's then bypassing that.
It's funny though, because I remember you coming to me at one point and you were like, either we can nerf like all these skills by 10 times, or we can nerf leech. Like that was the thing that you were saying.
It's part of the just like damage begets recovery, which also begets energy triggering, and like it just feeds into itself, and then you have characters getting 3,000,000% of their life per frame.
Yeah.
You know, while triggering.
This is part of the meta skill equation as well.
Infinite triggering per frame, and it's just like, what are you supposed to do? And hence the 200 million DPS, like infinite comet, infinite recovery, and immortality builds, you know?
The leech explanation sounds like complicated, and it kind of is on the back end, but the player-facing side of it is now just that you get a leech percentage, and that's the only affix.
Yep.
And you get more of it, you get more. Like,
For
there's
most
no other...
people, you get a mod, and now your life starts recovering.
So it's very
honestly better than before.
And more importantly, and better than before, but also importantly, doubling it doubles the amount of life you're getting.
Yes.
You know, so like, there's a lot of calculation going on to achieve that.
Very simple
but the one player-facing thing that is important to know is that there is a point beyond which getting more single-hit damage is not going to increase the amount of recovery you're getting.
모르겠어.
Yeah.
So at some point, obviously,
어디
getting
찍어서
damage gives you
왔습니다.
damage, but at some point,
네.
getting damage is less valuable than getting more leech investment if you are simply wanting leech investment.
Oh, okay. Interesting. All right. There's obviously going to be some adjustments there for people to.
For sure. It's a big change.
With the meta skills and custom crit comets and things like that, and their interactions with these various things.
For sure.
Yeah. So that's going in 0.5. This stuff for people to figure out.
Yeah.
Cool.
Go test it out. It's all fully changed internally. Feel free to go have a look at it.
All right. And with that, so like I mentioned, the part of the core problem ultimately is that you, aside from the meta skill stuff, you're if you're recovering so quickly, then things have to kill you very quickly. Does that allow you to look at things that are killing very quickly? Then, once you start to feel like recovery is getting a bit more under control.
Well, part of that, I mean, that folds into the whole the defenses and everything thing. But like outliers are outliers for sure. I mean, obviously some stuff is intended to mess you up. It's kind of the point. But you know, it all folds into the same, be it recovery, full life, one-shots, characters having significantly lower defenses than we anticipated, tools for getting more life via runes, like all of that folds into the same problem here of, if you're absent of all of these tools and you don't know how to do the like very, you know, I guess the meta strategies, then you sometimes are just going to get obliterated by things. So I'm just hoping like, obviously, that leech is a case of bringing down the top end, but I think more the defense is bringing up the defensive tools, like i.e. body armor runes, etc., runic ward, everything. All of this is going to help contribute to ideally things feeling more fair. And of course, as expected, though, if anything's just like one-shotting you and you don't think the telegraphing's enough, you just let us know, because like, you know, it might be on our radar, but it might not be on our urgent radar, and maybe we need to do something about it. Like, we have improved a lot of these things, either via increasing telegraphing or lowering damage. Like, we had problems with a whole number of skills, especially early. I'd say the number of those is dwindling, but they're still there, and obviously we might add some new ones on accident. But, you know, just keep telling us about that stuff 100%. It's not the intention. I mean, the important thing is things feel fair, less so than damage one way or the other. So, you know, if you're getting insta-killed by something you couldn't even see coming, that is a problem. We're obviously adding a ton of new pinnacles and all of that, and we're going to do our best to get everything as well telegraphed and as, you know, the correct damage output and everything. But, you know, we miss things, and if things feel unfair, just raise the alarm.
All right. With that, we'll change topic a little bit to endgame, and I've seen it getting asked a lot with Temple going core. Is there any major changes there to how Temple snaking works, especially?
We had to get rid of the snake strategy. It caused a lot of problems. We actually had a solution for the snake strategy, the proper solution, as it were, that we wanted to do right after the league launched. Like, it was actually this one's actually on holiday, and like, I was like, okay, I need to like fix the snake strategy. But the problem is, the one that we came up with is that we felt like it would be a mid-league nerf if we deployed it. So we made like a few band-aid fixes, but it wasn't really the correct strategy. And ultimately what the snake strategy is it comes about because there are rooms that the game wants to delete, but it can't delete them because it would disconnect the temple. And so what we've got as a solution to that effectively is that if that would happen, then it will just create an empty room there that still connects it up, but isn't the room that you had there before. And that just means that there's no incentive to kind of do those weird strategies anymore, which should result in all of the weird, really broken stuff from happening. Yeah, like you can kind of take it more at face value because you don't have to worry about this like particular way of organizing things to be able to, to be able to do well.
And to be clear, the current like snaking is resulting in what we deem as 1,000% unacceptable levels of item drops.
Yeah,
like,
the item drops are out of control due to that.
Out of control.
But there was just there's always the situation when you've got the stuff where like we would love to nerf it, but you can only nerf something like that if it hasn't gotten too out of containment before you nerf it.
Yeah.
Because the moment that people feel like 10% of the player base have like gotten, and then I can't do it, and like you're pulling the ladder up behind them and that kind of stuff.
Exactly,
Like it just doesn't feel good. So
the whole thing.
we just sort of had to let it be. And the thing that sucks about it is that it can make people's perception of what the correct level of item drops is to be incorrect, and that can then mean that like when we don't have the like bananas temple loot going on, that people might not be as happy with that. But it'll be a thing there, like one league down the line after they've forgotten about that part. it'll be okay. But yeah, like that was it was out of control. We didn't love it. That being said, like there are also some. Did you get the extra reward stuff for the reward rooms? Is that
we've done some buffs to the reward rooms.
So basically, just like if you play it conventionally, there's some.
그래서 일단 POE1 40찰 안 한 거 첼 마무리할까 생각 중이거나 디아 좀 남은 거 하든가 둘 중에 하나 해야 될 것 같은데.
Buffs to the rewards when you're
주에요?
like for the stuff that was like pointless
할 수 있으면 하고
to
글쎄요.
do before.
생각 중입니다.
So in particular, the reward rooms that you get for killing the architects, like those weren't good enough. We want to make sure, so people weren't even bothering.
There was a strategy where people were using those to like get quick Itzeri runs and stuff as well, and we fixed that problem. There's a bunch of algorithmic problems with like how rooms get deleted or decide to get deleted.
다음 주면은 내일이요? 내일부터? 나 좀 딴 거 하다가 가야 되는데. 저는 일단 40첼 끝내놓고 좀 할까 생각 중인데.
Or swapped have been changed such that
어차피
there's not
나중에
like
POE2
some of these
끝나고도
weird.
해도 되고. 첼 마무리 할까요?
You know, they got to the point of being honestly a little bit exploitative to the point
근데
of like,
어차피
I
첼
hate that I have to do
마무리해도 2 끝나고 나서 할 거 없으면 POE1 넘어갈 거라서 다시 조금만 더 할 거예요.
this
할게
thing.
아직도 얼마
We certainly
없어.
don't want anything where people feel like I have to do this weird thing that I don't enjoy
아니,
doing
뭐
in order
어차피
to get those
보스만
rewards. Like
잡으면
that's the key
And they
thing.
will.
시즌 좀 많이 남아 있어서
on it.
재미는
Yeah, 'cause of course
있어요. 할만했어. 하나만 죽이면 돼. 보스 하나만 죽이면 돼서.
Do it, right? Because that's the best reward.
Couple
So,
cool things.
yeah.
The Atlas tree now applies to the temple,
Cool.
right? Whole thing. And we're obviously relevant.
그러니까 우버 쉐이퍼나 우버 엘더만 잡으면 내가 고르기만 하면 됨. 디아는 괜찮아요. 재밌음. 해보세요. 이번 시즌 좀 잘 나와서 깔끔한 것 같아요. 스스프에서 40채 완성하는 거랑
There are some cases where obviously there's no summoning circles in
하나만
there.
잡으면 돼.
You know. And obviously it has its own Atlas tree now. Now that it's core,
하고 나면
and its own entire quest line on the Atlas. We can go there and
안
do the
해봤던
thing.
길도
place
좀
where
더
physically
해보던가.
It's like you get all the
Yeah,
points, and there's
awesome.
parts of the tree that are blocked behind killing the architects. You're getting like little unlocks and stuff like that.
There's supposed to be
going
little
on.
districts in the city where like you kill the architects and now this district is unlocked and you can go in there. And
할 거 없으면 매드님 하면 그때 하죠 뭐. 어차피 재활은
Yeah,
한번
that's just little
해보긴 해야
things.
돼서.
Photo exploring that. Very
까먹어서.
nice. Production, could I request a brief intermission for us so we
다음에 할 거 빌드 찾아가지고.
don't have to rush the rest of the endgame
해보지 뭐.
discussion? We'll be right back, folks.
okay.
Firstly, I'm very happy to see that the world looks like an actual world now.
Yes.
It's an atlas, an actual map. It's where you go and do exploration. So was this kind of the goal for the outset when you were making this whole world map style atlas from the beginning?
Well, okay, I think that I didn't realize when we were making it the importance of having those fixed locations, like knowing where things are.
Okay.
And like, so it's like we wanted it to feel like there was a world of stuff to explore, but I think that we did make a mistake in not necessarily like realizing that, you know, it is important that you can get your bearings and that kind of stuff initially. So having the fixed points like has worked even better than I expected, honestly. Like I was a little bit worried it would make it feel like too samey every time, but honestly it's like it's really cool. Like in all of those points of interest, like I don't know if we really showed it like how easy it is to sort of get to the things, but it's usually to get to one of the league things, it's only like 4 or 5 maps away from the sign location. Like when I was first showing it to you when you first arrived, like, you know, like you do just go, like I started with it just all fog of war there, and I'm like, okay, if you just go down this way a little bit, then you get into the breach area, and if you just go like, you know, and ride a little bit, then look, there's these abyss cracks here, and stuff like that. So that's really cool. And the other thing is as well is just like, you know, the fact that there's like a giant ocean to one side means you just got your bearings. We're like, okay, we're on the edge of the continent here, like this is where we are. And we did even try to sort of think, okay, well, like in the physical Rayclast map, you know, like this is the direction in which like all of the, you know, the temple of, you know, the Zeri's temple and everything of Laraval was, and like, so we're going to put it in that direction. We try to sort of like have our bearings so that all those things are sort of like have
천상의 단도 빌드.
some kind of real world analog, which is pretty cool. And there's even, if you go far enough into the ocean, you will find Oriath over there.
I didn't know you were going to say that.
Which has the beast, you know, the apocalypse is there. So it doesn't actually do anything. Like there's not a reason, but it's like we wanted it to feel more like this is actually
like
like
5 and 6 for that. Right?
Yeah. So it'll change later once we've got the rest of the campaign in. But
that blew
you know,
my mind though. That you can just go in the ocean, and as long as you pick the exact right direction.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of more of an Easter egg than anything, the fact that it's there. But we do want it to feel like it is Rayclast that you're exploring. That this is like, you know, like things are at least broadly where they're supposed to be. And you know, like while it is like the biomes and stuff like that are all randomly generated, like what maps are there.
이번 새로 나온 지도 얘기하고 있어요.
They're randomly generated. Like the initial layout of where the landmarks are is you know is like really nice.
We could have like a world first race to Oriath or something like that.
I don't know, maybe
expedition race, so you can get over there first.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So I think before when you first started Endgame, you just kind of ran maps, and it took dozens of maps for anything to kind of
happen. Yes, I agree. And now we want that to be way shorter. So like, you know, the first time you open the atlas, like, you know, there's towers that rise out of the ground, and like there's a quest marker right there to do that. But you don't have to do that, right? You can go a different direction, and you'll pretty soon you'll run into like a breach or something, and then you'll be an NPC, you know, like within 1 or 2 maps there'll definitely be an NPC telling you, hey, look over here, and like, you know, it'll appear in the fog of war, you'll see there's a quest mark, you're like, oh right, there's something over that way, you know, like that's the kind of experience that we want to have, of like feeling like you are exploring, like a kind of like, I guess it's more of a sort of, it's funny because it's a little bit, in a way it's sort of a bit more like that sort of open world game design that you would get from a kind of open world game, except it's on a kind of like atlas level. So you need to be thinking, get that feeling of like, but there's points of interest and stuff to find and that sort of stuff. And not only that, but we did want to make the kind of the infinite part, like once you have done all the quest lines, the infinite part needs to be more interesting too. So now what we have is all of the leagues are adding atlas mechanics, right? Like, so you've got things that, and I guess that's one of the other things I really want to make sure people are aware of, is like all the leagues do have things that interact with the atlas in interesting ways. So like, you know, you've got the delirium fog thing where you're spreading fog over, and the, you know, the positions of things matter, and where you pick to do it will matter, and
actual
like that sort of stuff. Yeah, actual abyss cracks that close on the atlas is really cool. Like I really like that one. That was
피너클버스 1, 2초 컷이요?
That was one of those that people thought I was a bit crazy when I suggested that one, but you know, it's one of those things that's just it's just really cool.
It's crazy,
you know. So and so it's fun to come up with those kinds of mechanics for leagues and think about how they can escalate and so on. But it also adds like another sort of deeper layer to everything too, because one of the big issues we had with all of the leagues was that they had kind of like their mechanic, but they didn't have like, and here's how the mechanic changes and here's how it evolves, and like there wasn't kind of a lot of that going on with those initial 010 early access leagues. And it's really adding all that extra depth that like makes an actually interesting thing. And like part of the reason why we identified that is because like when we came to write a quest line for them, we're like, well, there actually isn't enough here to write a quest line for.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Like there just kind of wasn't really stuff enough to do. So it's like we have to add a bunch more to make it so a quest line is reasonable to do. And so the quest line actually sort of drove in some ways like the making sure that there is an evolution that happens across the course of every league. And I guess that really does set the standard now for what you have to make a league for POE2. Like that it's going to have things like that and mechanics like that.
It seems like you're really trying to min-max the breadcrumbing here in particular, because like you leave the
어쩔 수
town as
없죠.
like literally the second map is a tower, and then like 3-4 maps after that is the gate of the giant fortress.
Yeah,
that just
exactly, right? We want
comes up in front
you
of
to get to that stuff quickly, right? And
Yeah.
the funny thing is that it also, like,
그쵸.
what we said earlier
조금
about how the difference in
나아봐야
amount of
돼요,
time
이거.
it takes for, like, the average player versus what people believe is the average, like, it really does need to be that minimal number of maps to make that happen, because for some people, like, they're taking a long time to complete maps, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know, like, if it's taking, like, you know, 7 to 15 minutes in some cases to a map, like you don't want it to be multiple hours of gameplay to get to the first
Even that's fast by the average.
yeah. And it's like we don't want it to be hours and hours later when you finally get to one of these things. So it really does need to be just a few maps. And obviously, if you're a fast map runner, you're going to just blaze through that real quickly. But yeah, you do need to sort of consider, you know, what that experience looks like if it's the first time, because a lot of this questifying stuff is for people who don't even know what's in the end game.
Yeah.
Like an issue you'd have with the first time player before is you'd go in the end game. It's like, is there even anything out there? Like we don't even you don't even know, right?
Yeah.
It's like you need those kind of like a few guideposts to even get you started to be like, okay, well, like, here's some stuff that I might be able to find.
Yeah, and even if you don't go like that tower into the fortress,
No, you can
like,
go another way.
literally pick any direction. Like, because that was the thing that surprised me the most when you were showing me by kind of like revealing the map, was like you literally can't pick a direction and miss.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
you will-
Exactly. You will hit something no matter which way
Basically,
you go.
it actually made like the Ray class situation look. This Ray class situation is crazy. It looked pretty dire. You're like basically surrounded on all sides. It's like you look one side and there's like a giant breach for conquered areas.
Yeah,
There's
it's like-
a freaking abyss over there.
We just wait
Freaking fortress
till
pops up.
like 5 years from now.
I know,
What
right?
the heck?
Because now, whenever you add a new thing, you add it as a spot on that.
Yeah,
It's like
we're probably gonna have to do a bit of rearranging to make sure that the
I
newest stuff
imagine.
is like close to the center, and there's like, you know, the ring outside that, which has got some of the lesser known stuff you can kind of snake out to get to.
Like weird passive tree situation where there's like stuff further out and stuff in closer, and that's that is going to be wild. But it also kind of helps solve that problem a bit, because like I sometimes I go back and I play like a game that's been around for a long time, and the way that usually they're like 10 years worth of content is presented is like a giant menu.
No.
And
it's definitely much cooler that you find
very
it.
difficult to engage with that. But here it's physical places in a world.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's kind of almost solved by the fact that you have to travel to them to start interacting with them in some capacity.
Yeah, I would say so.
So it's kind of a nice solution.
I mean,
for that as well.
but yet all of them do have events that will occur that will direct you there and like reveal it on the map and show you that it's there as well.
Yeah.
If you do find that in the you know, so you sort of get quests.
We have a few things as well though. Like it's a lot,
용병은
but I also don't want people to
아주
feel like,
초반에
oh, I have to
나오지
do all
않을까요?
of it
얘는
every
지금
time.
아직
Yeah.
And there are different ways. Obviously,
액투도 안 나왔고 전직도 안 나왔는데 그거부터
I think we mentioned the way to shortcut
처리하고
the fortress completion. Like if you just want
그
to,
다음에 나올 거예요.
obviously there's a big grid, a tree of nodes, right? So you can go like path of least
아직 패시브 노드도 다 정리가 안 됐고 전직도 안 나온 게 많고 할 거 되게 많아요 얘네들.
resistance to all that. If you're, look, this is if you're
용병까지
good.
들어오면
You know what you
힘들 것 같아서 일단 이번 시즌 돌아올 게 제작 시즌이라 제작 관련도 아직 좀 많이 없어서 그
Doing
부분
your
좀
repeating good
보완해야
build.
되고.
like just beeline towards that, go to that, go to that, go to that, kill the bosses, kill the pinnacle, right? You've now done the quest line, and now just
커런시 종류도 아직 좀 덜 나와서 조금 더 나와야 되고.
go out into the infinite
뭔가
and
아직
go and farm, or maybe go do one of the
정리해야
other
될게
leagues,
좀 많이 남아서.
or two of the other leagues, whatever, and then go out and farm.
나올 때까지는
And
멀었어요. 용병은 원이 워낙 쌓아놓은 게 많으니까 대충 내도 응용이 되는데 아직은 먼 것 같습니다.
every time you then get a set of citadels, you kill the thing, you can then auto-complete a section of the fortress.
And that unlocks a big chunk of
And it'll
passage.
just be like ding, 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 and complete all the maps, and you're like, all right, sweet, there's my 15 points, allocate. And so you don't have to just like hunker down and sit in the fortress for like forever.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, we were
just-
really concerned that what would happen is like you'd kill the boss and you're like, oh, now I have to do all these maps in here like to just finish it off. So we wanted to make sure there was a shortcut for that stuff. So if you didn't do all that stuff while you were going there, so if you're a new player and you don't like burning through the tiers that quickly, that number of maps is intended to be the number that you'd need to be able to do to,
10월 초쯤 나올 것 같은데.
for like a sort of an average player who hasn't done it before to be able to tear up.
아까 방송 초반에 조나단하고 크리스 대화하는 거 들어보니까 GTA 6는 좀 피하고 싶다 그 얘기를 해서 12월 초
To get to like to get to T5 to get into this
그
part of the fortress and then
이후에는
get to
다른 패치 버전이 있으니까 그걸 다 피하자고 하면은 12월 초. 아니 그게 아니고 GTA 6를 해야 되는 게 문제가 아니고 걔가 나오면은 상대적으로 우리 게임 할 유저분이 많이 없으니까 그걸 피한다고. 원래 그랬어요. 그 뭐지? 저거 뭐지? 그거 나왔을 때도 피했던 거도 그거고. 까먹었어. 제일 화제 많았던 거. 그리고 얘네 이벤트나 이런 거 하면서 이벤트 많이 연다고 했어요. 6개월 내에 여러 이벤트 내가지고
Everything in that.
Yeah, exactly. So
아니면
like, it's kind
경제 초기화시켜서 다시 하는 그런 이벤트 많이 열어준다고 했어요.
of designed to be like for the players who are normal. But if you're a player who like really knows how to tear up really quick, then you can just like beeline to the quest objectives really quickly and get through that very quickly. And I guess one of the things that we wanted to do as well, even just for the regular leagues, is like if you're like an actual like a player, like we sort of imagine it's like a night of gaming is what.
그래서 12월 초에서 휴가 전까지 조금 하다가 그 다음 휴가 보낼걸요. 그리고 한두 사람 남아서 얜 남아있겠지. 남아서 좀 서버 관리해주고.
What it's going to take you to like do one of the quest lines.
Yeah.
You know, like I mean, I don't mean like a like half an hour. I mean like like a solid night of gaming.
A couple hours.
You know, a few hours, right? You know, like of gaming is enough to kind of get like a sort of a fairly reasonable player through one of those quest lines.
Yeah.
And then that's kind of that can be like your goal for the night.
왜냐면 11월 달 초에 엑잘콘 하거든요. 그때 아마 정시 출시 날짜를 공개할 거고 그렇게 얘기했으니까 그게 12월 초쯤으로 갈 수밖에 없어요. 왜냐하면 12월 달 중순에 GTA이고 12월 말일이 크리스마스 휴가라 그 중간밖에 못해. 그러려면 딱 12월 초밖에 없어. 12월 이후에 내면은 얘네들 다 밀려요. 와우 시즌제니까 와우도 피해야 되고 디아 피하고 라폭 이런 거 다 피하려면은 12월 초가 맞긴 해.
And then the fortress might be like a couple more initially, but yeah, but I mean for the good players, they're just going to be able to they can obviously get through the stuff really quick because they know how to burn through every map really quick and that kind of thing.
일반 저기에서 이미
With
다
the fortress, like,
얘기했으니까.
so how many roughly passives is there on that core atlas tree that you want?
It's more than 300, I believe.
Okay, so that's like 300 maps within the fortress.
No, but it isn't because some of them give you more.
이거 마지막 업데이트라는 거는 정식 유튜브 정보 공개 맨 마지막 가면 있어요.
More than 1 point.
Oh, did they? Okay.
확장팩 소개 끝나고 맨 끝에 한 1분 전에
We actually initially had it, so the number of points on the tree was the same as the number of points in the fortress. But the problem was that we found that
That's
the
a ton of maps.
yeah, like, the number of maps that was too many.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we need to do some like things here so that the atlas tree can be bigger than what the fortress is.
Roughly know what it is, like 100, 150 or something?
You know, I actually don't remember what the number in there is.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact number
But
either.
yeah, like we sort of wanted to make it so that it wasn't onerous.
There's a few options there as well if we want.
Yeah.
If we want. We haven't yet, based on testing really, is what is technically it doesn't have to be every map gives you a point. It can be the first X map give you point. Like as in technically you can fully allocate the tree
And then you
and
could avoid some
completely.
layouts or whatever you don't
It's
like
just
as well.
if we needed to do that, we've got lots of levers to be able to flexibly
Right.
just go, okay, this is
Yeah,
like
okay.
way
We
too
don't want the
long, and-
fortress to feel like a chore, though. That's like really important.
Well,
so we're
that's
very
what I was going to say. Is
careful
like
about
I
that.
was
Yeah.
a little
Yeah.
worried that would be the case, but you showed me that there's these little icons over the top of the maps, and that wasn't all of them. Like what was shown in the footage was actually you hadn't done the list yet. It was like half of them or something. But what surprised me, so these are adding like things like, every rare monster in the map is an essences, or monstrous treasure, or rogue exiles are fighting each other and you're hunting them down and stuff like that. So all this other cool stuff. And what I was surprised to learn was that these are actually all individual, unique things. Like there's they're not being repeated inside of the fortress.
Yes,
There's
the
one
fortress,
of each of those
yeah,
things.
exactly. So all of those mechanics
계속
are
그렇게
things
하고
that,
있었어요.
like you just there's one-offs, and so if
crazy.
you want to complete
P1에서
that part of the fortress, you're effectively
테스트하고
losing that
투에다 내고.
for this run. But they do appear out in the
투에서
infinite
좀
as well
하다가
sometimes
괜찮은
to
거는
kind of make
원에다가
the
한번
infinite farm
테스트해보고
part like kind of
다시
more interesting.
But this is like really
정리해서
interesting. So like
투에다
even
하고
in
왔다
POE1,
갔다
as good
하고
as that end game
있습니다.
is, which is really, really good, is it kind of takes like 30, 40 maps
그리고
before you start
P1에
getting like,
아직
stuff to being in your maps all the
저게
time. Right?
많아요.
Like you've got the scarabs, you've got an enough points.
콘텐츠가 많이 있으니까 거기서 차용해서 2에다가 하고 그런 거죠.
Area of maps that you can do, but that's preloaded with like scarabs
effectively,
almost.
yes. And then as you do that, you're effectively then loading it more with the Atlas tree, so that when you do the infinite farm, you've kind of got more of that stuff there.
So when you run out of that, then you pass the tree full out and everything.
And the passive tree does that a lot, and of course you allocate all of it now, so it's like changed quite a lot like how the passives work. We have had to do some work to the on the level design side to make it so that the maps can support more of the of those kind of mechanics and so on as well, because like the people, you've got like, especially after juicing everything, like
원으로 많이 유입이 되긴 해요.
Speaking of things like the completion, there's a few other little bits where people are like,
요새는 조금씩 원도 해볼까라는 생각을 하는 사람들이 좀 많아졌어.
You don't want to be too chore-like, but reality is,
옛날엔 없었는데
there's a few changes around this.
하도
So let's say you
원했던 스트리머들이 원도 좀 해보세요라고 하도 지랄하더라
and then you
조금씩.
do just delirium. Now you can run 3 delirium tablets, and it will scale all 3, and you can just go do that for the rest of your life.
제발 좀 한번 맛보라고
oh, but breach can randomly
해보거든요.
spawn, and then
와서,
I have to get the breach tree, otherwise I'm not investing in it.
yes, we have changed how this works.
하는 사람 좀 있어요.
So effectively your area can support 3 leagues. And
수에 젖어 있지 말고
juice versions of it. And so when you force 3 delirium tablets, it won't spawn other leagues.
해보면 난다고 왜 이
What
얘기하는지 이해가 될
putting a tablet
거라고.
in does is lock what that league will be, thus
네.
preventing the other leagues from spawning, which means that you don't have a situation
좀
where
더 맛봐야 돼요.
by not doing a certain league
더
you're losing
맛보세요.
out on on potential juicing, because you've effectively made sure that like you're going to get the specific content you want. So you can do that, or you can still leave it wildcard by using the generic
irradiated. It says will wildcard the leagues.
Yeah.
Can
so
you still mix and match like?
Of course, yeah, of course.
So you can still
Yeah,
do
you can still do exactly right. And
You,
like
can
that's
you could do breach delirium if you want 2/3 breach, 1/3 delirium. You can do
복잡해서.
whatever. You combine
So
it.
that's
Yeah.
like
a greater level of
수가
control over
조금
this
Yeah.
previously.
간단하긴
But
해요.
what it means is that if you just want to all in on 1, you can. If you want to all in on 2, you can. If you want to go 3, you can.
저도
And if you want
옛날엔
to get them all
지원
on
많이
wildcard,
해줬는데
you can do
의미가
that.
없더라고.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah.
차라리
And,
그냥
part of
모르는
this,
거 있으면
that I was a little
물어봐라.
worried as well
내가
that you were
대답만
like,
해줄게.
like
아니,
the
오늘은
physicality of the map is really cool,
영상
but I was a bit
다음
worried that the
주에
downside of that would be that
매드님이
you'd be removing this ability to focus
재활리그
on
연다
things.
그래서
you
그때
definitely
좀
Yeah, okay.
할까
In
생각
particular, I was worried
중이고.
about the breachstone
이거
thing. Because I was
사이에
like,
뭐
oh, so
할지
if you want to use a breachstone, you have to find one of
오늘은
those things
영상
on the map
안
to
본
put
거
it
쫙
in. Does
보고
that mean you can
있어.
only farm boss if you physically have one of those locations
right
on the map?
But
Or
no,
can you
all of the pinnacle keys are all tradable, so you can do that stuff.
and if you have 20 of those keys, you can just do the boss 20 times.
요새
Exactly. So
그냥
to
the
find
bosses are all in the so effectively each of the leagues has a kind of hub that like where the league, and that happens like in its physical location, right? So
Okay.
you know, like there's the and the hub is where you use the pinnacle keys in order to fight the pinnacle boss. So that means that if you want to do them back to back, you just
일주일인가
go
2주
to the
동안
hub, run
그거
20
하기엔
20 bosses. That's
너무
fine.
Once you've done the quest
타이트해가지고
line one, you can then farm it
알려요.
as much as you want if you trade. The other thing that we've done is, so breach is
나도
unique in that
해야지 뭐.
regard, because in order to kill the penultimate boss to get the ticket to the ultimate boss, you do need the biome. Now you can buy the key after, right? That's completely fine, and you can buy the breach stone, but that one is unique in that you do need to go find those biomes, or someone has to go find those biomes. So that one is a bit unique in that regard. But for some of these leagues also, for example, simulacrums, like you do deliriums, you get this grand mirror, you apply the fog, and there's a simulacrum in there. We do still drop simulacrum splinters. And a lot less of them. And once you finally get that item, instead of that item now just going in the realm gate because that's gone, what that does is allows you to turn a map into a simulacrum on your atlas. And so that will give you an extra key. And so there are some ways, the expectation is that you complete the quest line and experience all that before you complete a simulacrum. But later in the game, when you're farming, there's actually alternate ways to get access to more of these. And so we have that for a few of the leagues. I can't remember exactly which ones do and don't because it's asymmetric, but yeah, some of them are like trying to counter that. So it's the thing with breach where if we're finding a breach stone versus breach biome imbalance, we can do a thing where once you've finished the quest line, you can start getting splinters towards pinnacles without necessarily having to do that. Or maybe there's some other mechanism.
나중에 설명되겠지만 이게 특정 퀘스트는 개별적으로 진행하는 것도 있고 제작 리그이기도 하고 그래서 이게 만약에 커런시 먹는 리그면은 듀오로 해도 되는데 이번 시즌은 제작 시즌이라 듀오를 좀 힘들 것 같아.
Mechanic where you can create a breach biome, you know, in the fog of war that way. So mechanically created.
제작 리그는
Reveal one that definitely was there
왜냐면
the whole
나도
time.
제작을 해야 되기 때문에
And you know, go over there and
왜냐면은 그 기록이 내 거의 기준에서 하는 거라 2는 1이든 2든 내가 뭔가를 해야 뭐 이렇게 기록이 남고 그걸로 만들고 할 수 있는데 한쪽에 몰아주면 나는 0이란 말이야. 그럼 나는 뭘 할 수가 없어. 그래서 내가 뭐 이걸 뭐를 쌓아놔야 나도 나중에 제작을 해서 캐릭터를 강화시킬 수 있으니까.
so there are tools we have to
그
be
사람 의존해서 할 수는
able to
없는
do all this.
거고.
But yeah, breach is relatively unique in that regard. The others are less problematic, but you know, just trying to have different ways.
One of the things that is fun
어려울
with those
것
ones, though, is that there's reasons generally to pick
다
one area of the atlas versus another.
완성하고
Like
다 완성한 다음에 나중에 최종 커런시 먹으려고 할 때는 듀오로 가능한데 초반에 빌드업하고 그럴 때는 혼자 해봐야 될 것 같은데. 왜냐면 그때 제작 시즌이 심연이었잖아요. 그때 같이 했는데 물론 같은 빌드라서 물론 화를 받아가지고 빠른 파밍은 그 빌드업이 끝나긴 했지만 내가 뭘 만들 수는 없었거든.
they're kind of subtle, but like we should have tried to explain that with the delirium one, where there's certain emotions that only come from certain mat boss classes. So what that means is that you're like, okay, if I want to be able to get
그거
like
만약
this emotion,
시작했으면은 조금 한 3, 4주 더 했어야 돼가지고
then I'm like, I want
빨리
to find this type of
만들
map
생각이
to
안
put it
했어요.
on. So then, like, you know, that I get that. So there's little hidden things like that. That
The biomes actually matter.
yeah. So there's stuff like that that
사원
we can do.
들어와요.
And so yeah, picking
들어옵니다. 들어오는데 요거 아까 얘기했어.
where to do the Rite of the Nameless can, like, you know, and where to do the delirium things like that. Ideally, that stuff should be something you actually do have a little bit to think about, you know, because it can affect the rewards a little bit.
Yeah, right. Wild. Okay.
yeah.
Now, it's impossible to say, like, put an hours of gameplay estimate on endgame for Path of Exile because
다
it's, like you said,
사업만
it's so
하진 않을
variable.
건데 이번 시즌은 사업만 다 안 할 거임. 이거 없어졌다니까. 아이 그거 다 없앴어. 그거 다 없앴다고 수정했다고 했어요. 여기 써 있잖아. 써 있잖아. 그것도 있고 지금 요새 그것도 있고 해가지고 좀
How would you say
달라요.
some of the endgame milestones for POE2 now, like, line up with maybe the
인식은
milestones
다
from
하고
POE1 that we're a
있더만.
bit more familiar with? So, like, for example, getting to the Fortress Pinnacle boss, unlocking your full tree, so getting that full clear of the
지금 사원이
of the
문제가
atlas, if
딴
that's the
데서도
clear
지금
goal.
문제 터지게
Filling up those nice new
쳤는데 뭐.
progress bars
빨리
for the
찾아서
mechanics. Like, where do those kind of
뻥뻥
pan
먹어야지.
out?
So it's definitely intended that the kind of like completing the fortress is supposed to sort of be analogous to doing Atlas completion in POE1. You know, it's like a kind of similar thing that you're the similar type of goal.
It is almost like a POE1 Atlas on the map.
Yeah, a little bit like that. So
if you can get enough tiers, it's 45, 50 maps to kill the pinnacle if you can.
Okay.
Right? Like, which is honestly not, you know, that out of control. No, that's not Fortress complete. That's that main quest line complete, right?
Yeah.
Like it's, you know, you think you've got a big square with 2 ramparts. You're just going up to this thing, up, over this thing, up, and then to the middle, and then out to the back, kill this, kill the thing in the middle, right? And
아니요, 균열 안
you
몰릴
just
것
follow this
같은데요.
path.
균열이 반지랑 목걸이, 허리띠, 화폐인데 투구, 가슴, 손, 신발은 어차피 컨텐츠 해야 돼서 꼭 균열에 몰리진 않을 거예요.
The shortest path to it. If you can do it, go for it. It's fine. It's entirely up to you. Which again, good players generally will be able to. So like, yeah, 40, 50-ish there. And as you said, the first, the
유니크요? 유니크는 없었는데. 유니크는
The
공개
ziggurat to
안
the
할 수도
fortress wall,
있어요.
pretty short
패치
distance.
노트 때 조금 내놓고 또 유니크 공개 안 할 수도 있음.
Right there and then right there. Let's say breach. I'm just giving some examples just to give some people some context.
전체 공개는 안 할
Breach is the
거예요.
closest
얘네들.
biome to the ziggurat.
저번에도 그랬고 이번에도 그럴 거임.
The closest start. So you just if you went tower, what is it? 5 maps over to breach.
No, it's less than that, I think.
Through
I think it's
four,
only
sure. Then you do a few breaches. You don't have to do that many. She gives you the first
원은
breach stone. You
공개를
use the breach
하는데
stone. You
투는
do.
공개를 많이 안
You
했어.
can probably minimum 1 hive, 1 sky hive, and
원은
then
공개 안 하면은
the boss.
지랄지랄
This is the
하니까 그런
problem that we
거고.
run into a bit here, where I
예,
have
다
level
안
restricted the
했어요.
bosses.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can actually do this
그걸
really
다
fast.
Don't want you to just do a tier 3 tier.
Tier restricted.
Yeah,
작업
tier
해야
restricted,
돼.
tier, not character level, yes.
Yeah.
As in, you do need some ways to improve. So if you just go shortest path there, yeah, you're probably going to find you don't have the waystones. But if you know what you're doing, you can obviously get pretty far pretty quickly. And then you can kill, you know, the breach lords, and then you can immediately do the pinnacle as soon as, because we've level waystone tier restricted the penultimates.
그쵸. 패치 노트
But
나올
that's like breach in the
때까지는
fortress,
일단
whereas like
요거 보고
okay, over to the
그렇구나
left
하고
of the
넘어가야 돼.
ziggurat you've got breach, slightly
노트에
further
써
across
있을
is
거니까.
delirium, so plus 5 maps.
패치는
Even that,
아마
maybe.
계속 할 거예요.
Ritual plus 5 on
똑같이
that.
POE1처럼
You know, like,
하루 단위로 계속 패치할 거야.
plus 5 and
왜냐면 그
then
나오고 나면은 이제 빌더들이 이제 뭐 빌드를 하나씩 만들기 시작할 거예요. 그럼 그거 보고 수치 보고 너무 과하다 싶으면 자르고 할 거예요.
the what is it?
너무
8?
꿀될
Honestly,
만한
it's
거는
honestly
빌드로
probably only
만들면
like
안
8
돼.
maps you have to do. 9 maps or
숨겨놔.
something within each. And I'm talking
방송하는
like
애도
absolute. If
숨겨놔.
you'll just zoom into the
아니
end.
근데
It's
방송하는 애들은
like
다
the early versions of the
공개하겠지.
game thing definitely burned me
정말
out. Was just like the sheer amount of time it took to just travel through maps. I was even like coming up with
비롯해서
theory
다
crafts for like ideas of
오픈하긴
like,
할
oh, what if
건데.
there was one of these travel maps that are like really fast?
근데 그걸 오픈해서 빨리 고치게 하는 게
it seems
우리들의
like there's just so much
목적이니까.
less of that now.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
the travel
definitely.
between
And I mean,
stuff.
like that's the experience you're going to get if you know what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
If you don't, it's going to take longer because you're like, okay, I need to be able to put up this. I'm not juicing it as much. I'm not doing all this.
Well, at
other
that
stuff,
point,
you know?
yeah, when you're in
Yeah.
that position, you're focusing on the actual content you're doing, not
Yeah, yeah,
like your
that's
goal
it.
so much, because
Yeah.
you don't have the experience of that anyway.
Yeah.
King's March is a bit further away.
It is. Being on the coast, it kind of, if it had put it too close, it would have restricted the other things that can go there. So we've
Right.
got like a sort of slightly longer lines that to shorten the distance to get to King's March.
Oh, yeah, so it's not as many maps.
Yeah, so it's not as many maps as what it would
이번엔
be for the normal
고칠걸요.
conventional distance.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, it is a,
아우
it is a few. It is a,
이제는 그거 이거 어차피 저거래서 고칠 거예요. 이제 슬슬 정시에서는 원래 안 고치는 건데 그 고치는 거는 무적이나 그런 것들은 고쳐요.
a couple of extra maps further than some of the others.
The
just
cool
being
thing
너무 수치가 높아져서 그런 것들도 고치고 딱
is
두
because it's in
가지는
a quest line. As soon as you get to
고치거든요.
King's
안
March,
고치는 건
you're
아니에요.
given the
고치긴
first
해요.
logbook.
Oh, yeah, cool.
So you just instantly like
게임에
reveal
해가
a whole
됐을
section
때는
of
다
ocean,
고쳐요.
start
진짜.
Go on
mapping.
islands.
Yeah.
You're getting what 15 to 20 maps per logbook,
Yeah.
give or take. You can, if you did just want to explore, like let's say the logbook you placed didn't spawn the chase thing you're looking for.
그리고
You can just shortest path.
시즌 중에 컨텐츠가 너무 자기네들이 너프시켜서 컨텐츠의 양이 나왔다면 그것도 패치해서 올려줘요.
to
식으로
you know the
많이 해.
edge and then reveal another, and you can go
Check another logbook and
up
go again.
sideways up any. It's
그게
just a big grid of
대표적인
squares.
예가
Is it a logbook
거울
tradable thing?
칼란드라의
Like,
거울 시즌이었거든요. 내가 열심히 지도 만들어서 갔는데 보상이 그지같이 나왔거든요. 그래서 그 해 아마 시즌 중에 1주인가 1주차 때 10% 남기고 다 오프했거든요. 남아서 한 사람 별로 없었어. 그리고 나서 얘네들 일주일 후에 수정했는데도 안 돌아오시더라고. 난 그에 40채를
Blast through that.
Yeah, the quest ones are not like.
Obviously,
Which,
yeah.
by the way, you get your first logbook. It spawns a guaranteed island with a quest marker. You complete that, it gives you your second logbook.
Because the start's questified, right?
So the first-
therefore,
yeah,
therefore you
the
can get through
first-
those bosses and stuff like that with the first 4 logbooks.
So it actually takes you all the way to the boss as part of the quest.
Because, as I said, because now what we're doing is every single quest line takes you to the pinnacle boss, right?
so-
Like there's no randomness in the ability to do that, you know?
Because it is the active league, in particular, the Runes of Aldur Pinnacle is more maps than some of those other biomes.
Right.
Because it also it doesn't have a tree, right? Because it is the active league.
Right.
And it has just a lot more generally going on in many different ways. So it itself is a bit more.
근데 그
There's more
시즌이
going on.
But then
날개 준 시즌이 별로 없거든요. 네? 사원 나오는데 그 기믹은 다 수정해서 나올 거래요. 요거 시즌 사원 들어올 거고
when it's not the active league,
그 날개 준 시즌이 별 많이 없었거든요. 환영하고 칼란드라 그 2개였었는데
we can then,
난
you know,
먹었지.
like get that to be more like in line with the others and that kind of thing.
Oh man, I'm so excited for this to play it so much. But funny thing is though, like I heard you talking about very recently this idea of like it's actually good to have a quitting point, stepping off point, and this seems to be tackling that problem.
So
too.
that was another big thing when we were designing this initially. Is like, so I mean, and at this point we were literally just looking at Steam reviews and being like, okay, like what, like on a more meta level, like why do you get a situation where someone's like game is terrible, 400 hours played? But like what leads to that? You know what I mean? And honestly, we're like one of the big problems is like there isn't an obvious point to stop, and like eventually any end game is going to get boring eventually, right? And if like you didn't have a point of like you felt like you were done, like if you've got a place to leave, then you're gonna then the game's gonna eventually suck for you. So like we have to be like we want to actually get you to feel like you're done, and part of the way that you do that is you add more objectives that like have progress bars where like you finish them and then you're like, okay, I'm done with this now. And so whether or not you want to do all of them or not, the key thing is that there is a point where you finish the fortress, you've got all the points there, and like there's progress bars, and like there is a point where you do, you know, you finish the league. There is a point where you finish, you know, all of the other league mechanics around, and then, you know, and then for other people, there's challenges, right? Like part of the reason we wanted to add challenges in this one was to see, like, there's quite a lot of people who just like the thing that their goal for the league is finish the challenges and then I'm done with it, you know. And so it's like it's just another one of those things that POE1 had that can give you an objective for yourself so that you know when to quit, because ultimately the goal is, you know, like we want you to play when you have a great time, but we want when you decide to leave that you come back with a plan to play again next league. And so long as we can get you to that point without burning you out, then you're going to be wanting to come back and play again. So it's like that. It's just one of those really important things that POE2 just didn't really have, because it just kind of petered out into like into nothingness. It didn't really have like this. I'm done with this now.
Ultimately, it's just about having cool goals.
exactly.
Like, and then you've got nice clear goals for that now. It's probably like Fortress plus like a specific league mechanic.
Or maybe you want to do all of them, or maybe you don't. But the key thing is like you get to that point, you know when you're done with it, and you know we've got those progress bars that can pop out the side, so you can sort of see at a glance. Like here is my like end game completion of like how much of that stuff they've done, and you also know, by the way, that when you do finish that progress bar,
한 게임에 매몰되지 말고 딴 게임도 좀 해봐. 어차피 딴 게임에서 POE 채용돼서 오는
and more
것도
things you could
있고.
farm, but you know, like that stuff is really extra stuff. It isn't really the core of the experience of that. So
기아도
that's
하고.
part of what we want to do.
And at the same time,
합하기 싫어요.
for the people who never quit, the infinite atlas.
Of course, we want to make sure that stuff is better, of course. But you know, like at the end of the day, like it is still important that
Infinite Atlas significantly better.
It is way better, yeah.
Way more chase drops to get. And Mage Blood. You know, like it's so much more crafting that you might want to min max. Like there's just a ton. And you could be like, I'm gonna go farm the land.
이번에 나온 게 무한 하고 싶은 사람 하고 요새 하고 싶은 사람 하고 이렇게 선택권 준 것 같아.
And the not ocean.
Okay.
You're gonna
Wait,
go
farming mechanic.
왜냐면 진짜 무한 좋아하는 사람이 있을 수도 있거든. 난 싫지만.
you're gonna go farm the infinite land.
Time to retire down to a nice life.
무한으로 갈 거면 가고.
And then the next day, I'm gonna go
요새
explore
할
the
것만
ocean and
하고.
just logbook, and
숙제가 싫어요. 나도 숙제 싫어.
do all of those. You know, like different choices, different axes. That's also important and cool. I'm gonna go do breach this day, and the next day I'm gonna do delirium.
시간 맞춰서 뭐 하는 거. 이 시간에 가서 뭐 잡고 뭐 해야 되고 그런 거.
And the next day I'm going to mix them all, you know?
내가 하고 싶을 때 하면 딱 좋은데 그게 정해져 있는 게 싫은 거잖아요. 디아는 그런 게 있으니까. 근데 POE는 그런 게 없는 게임 중에 유명하죠. 그런 건 없잖아. 내가 하고 싶을 때 하고 내가 한 만큼 받는 거니까.
Like,
It's
숙제는 없는데 내가 안 하면 내가 손해야. 그래서 해. 디아는 시간 내에 못 하면은 그거 기회를 놓쳐버리니까 어쩔 수 없이 하는 거고. 그 차이가 조금 있죠. 살짝.
it seems super easy to change like whatever it is you want to do if you want to mix and match
그러니까-
now. So if you are focusing on
그래서
expedition,
POE를 더 오래 하는 거고 디아는 그 시간에 그거를 꼭 해야 돼서 하는 거고. 그게 좀 차이가
nothing
있긴
now
해.
to stop you from going and focusing on Breach for a while instead. Right?
and of course,
와우를 쉬고 있는데 안 하는 게 숙제, 그러니까 데일리별로 해야 될 거가 좀 남아있는 그게 싫어가지고. 물론 좀 적다고 하긴 들었는데 내가 하루는 완전히 쉬고 싶을 때가 있잖아요. 그날 아예 못할 수도 있는데 그게 좀 밀려버리게 되는 거니까. POE는 안 해도 하루 쉬어도 내가 커런시를 하루 동안 안 먹어도 되니까 쉬어도 편하게 쉴 수 있는데 그런 어떤 뭔가 일당 뭐 해야 된다는 그런 것들이 좀 힘들어서.
course,
그런 게 좀
the fate of the
싫어서
Vile
안
Temple,
하는
right? Like, it actually is unique amongst the others in that it doesn't have an Atlas active mechanic because the temple is its own whole building a dungeon vibe, and so it still is a tree. It still appears in maps. It
그래서
has
POE 쪽 관련 이런 게임들이 저는 좀 편하게
a
하는 것
tablet,
같아요.
all of that. But you know, instead of now like doing the
동감,
progression
저도
on the
동감은
Atlas, the meta
하는데
progression layer,
이게
you're
틀려.
doing it in the temple, right?
옛날에는 젊을 때에는 사람들 만나서 얘기하고 같이 플레이하는 거 좋아할 때는 그게 참 좋았는데 이제 나도 그게 조금 부담도 되고 내가 하고 싶을 때 하고 그게 좀 필요해서 그러다 보니 POE가 좀 더 편해지고 더 재밌는 것 같아서 또 빠져들 수 있는 것도 많고 찾고 메커니즘하고 그런 게 좀 재미있어서.
Just without
맞아요. 디아포는 시간대별 그 보스 야외 보스 잡는 거 그거 안 하면
Snakes.
손해라서.
excellent. And the new Atlas tree design supports this idea as well, where this core full tree is like a full completion thing.
그쵸. 플레이 타임이 좀 있긴 해야 돼.
Which is cool, but
스스프는
also
조절할 수
like your initial
있거든요.
reaction to that might be to kind of like worry that it seems like it kind of removes some player decision. But you have some specific things.
So
근데
that is something we're really
거래하려면
worried about, and,
좀
but I'll
초반
explain also
플레이를
that why we did it
조금
in the first
많이
place. So
하긴 해야 돼.
we had this problem where
그게 좀
designing the
강제긴
Atlas
한데
in a
근데
way where you don't want to
그것도
constantly respec.
내가 치고 나갈 건 내가 치고 나가려면은 좀 많이 해야 되고 그거 신경 안 쓸 거면은 그냥 해도 되긴 한데 2는 인플레이션 워낙 강해서 많이 해야 돼요. 그게 조금 걸리긴 해. 날 신경 안
Really
쓰지 마.
handcuffs you in terms of what kind of nodes you can add. Because if you want to add a node which is like, oh, this cool thing happens when you're in forests, it's like, well, now if you're not in a forest,
어쩔
you're
수
like,
없지.
it's a waste of a point, right?
Yeah.
So effectively, by doing full allocation, you can now say, okay, well, I'm not wasting any
디아는 거래는 안 하니까 거래할 수 있긴 하지만 거래가 힘드니까 거의 스스프로 하잖아요. 그래서 내가 그 시간을 투자해서 해야 되는 거고.
points. Like they do different things at different locations, and it means that we can just be more interesting with the bonuses,
And they can be way punchier.
and they can be way punchier.
Yeah.
Because
근데
we're not like worrying about so much about the
POE는
balance
아니니까.
of that.
게임이
So then when you're doing your initial
틀려서
progression, when you're
그런
picking
거니까.
stuff, it's more about like, you know, what stuff do I want now versus later. But the issue with that is you can't add difficulty if you've got a full tree. So we're like, and you
근데
still wanted the idea of
중간으로는
having a build
성능이
for your
안
character.
나오니까.
So then we're like, okay, we're going to solve this in two ways. One of the ways is we're going to add multi-choice nodes to the regular Atlas tree, so that those ones can be like, am I going to go difficulty, or am I going to go like more difficulty, more rewards, or am I going to go less difficulty, less rewards? So that example in the stream of like, okay, for shrines, like, do I want the shrines to go on the bosses, which is going to make it so that they're harder with more rewards? Do I want to make it so that when I go into a boss fight, I get an extra shrine effect, thus making the bosses easier? So you've kind of got that tweaking you can do. And so on the regular Atlas tree, you'll find things like that where the design space there is that they're decisions that you're going to want to make, but not very often, right?
Yep.
So it's like, you know, as my character gets more powerful, maybe I'll flick that node from one mode to the other, but it's not something that you're going to be changing all the time. So that's that design space. But then for the Atlas Masters, this is the design space of things that I do want to change all the time, because it depends on what like maps I'm facing. But then we make it really
그래서 만약에 없으면은 직접 구해야지 뭐.
easy to change because we've got
거래해도.
that system where
구하려는데
on the side,
없으면
on the side,
본인이
just pick which
직접
one.
만들던가
So what that's
구하면
actually
되죠, 뭐.
most close to in a way is kind of like the Jesus Christ, I've forgotten the name of even these. You know, you pick the modes when you run a map in POE1. What do you call that again? Like there was the Zara thing for
like Exarch and
Yeah,
Eater and
the
that.
influence.
Okay, yeah, that thing.
Influence,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly, right? So it's, Jesus Christ, I can't remember any more of the names of the shit. Yeah, it's kind of more analogous to that in a way, because it's like before each map, you might want to consider what you're picking,
Yeah.
and like depending on what it is that you're doing there. So that's that design space. And so those things together, but that thing there also has like, you know, like the choices that you're going to make, your sort of Atlas build comes out.
They're
in the-
kind of
in the
like your
Masters.
Atlas build loadouts.
Yeah, yeah.
But with pre-configured nodes as opposed
Yeah.
to... Yeah.
And way better than that, because like if you want to respec one of those, it's only a couple
click.
nodes.
Exactly.
Like,
혹시 재빌드인가요?
and you can do that freely.
Yes,
can't you?
exactly. So it's no longer but by making that not be on the giant atlas, it actually
난
simplifies
따라하지
that quite a
말라고
lot in
하는데.
terms of being able to.
내 거
to see
따라하지
this, like,
마!
at a glance, you
Yeah.
can see like here's the choices that are important,
It's so
as
nice
opposed to
not
like the
needing-
million other little nodes that kind of don't really matter in practice.
So nice not having also
Yeah.
just like from, I suspect from a more player who's like, you know, approaching it for the first time as well. Just way less FOMO, way less like, oh my god, I don't know, do I go this way, that way? I don't know what to do. And there's still choice of how you get there. But even with the
알았어요.
masters and stuff, that you don't have to have all these respec systems with different
Yeah.
currencies and gold costs. And
you just
then
talk-
미끄러지는 부분 빌드 좋아요. 근데 좀 알고 봐야 돼. 그분이 워낙 뭐지? 고인물 빌드라서 그러니까 초보자분들은 그분 거 보면 조금 어려울 거고 조금 빌드에 이해도가 있는 사람을 보고 따라하기 좋은데 초보자가 하기엔 조금 힘들어. 아무리 쉽게 설명해도 메커니즘적인 거를 본인이 잘 파악하고 따라야 되는데 초반에는 그게 능력이 약해서 처음 하시는 분들은 힘들 거예요. 비누님 비누님은
too cheap and
어려울 거야 초반에. 왜냐면 그분은 파밍이 워낙 잘하시는 분이라서 초반하고 중간을 빨리 넘어가요. 바로 엔드로 넘어가기 때문에 중간이 없어서 맞추기 되게 어려워. 그래서 중간 넘어가고 넘어가야 되는데 이 중간에서 초보자분들이 다 넘어지는데 그 잘 모를 거임. 그래서 그래. 그러니까 비누님 빌드 따라해도 되는데 그 중간을 잘 할 수 있는 사람이면 따라가도 돼. 그렇게 설명을 드리면 될 거예요.
not ordinary.
그러니까 비하시키는 게 아니고 이게 특징이 있어. 비누님 워낙 게임 잘하시는 분이라 그런 뭐라 그러지? 네, 잘하시는 분이라서 그런 거고 이게 관점의 차이예요. 잘하시는 분 입장에서 설명은 하는데 초보자 입장에서 그거에 대한 대처가 잘 안 돼서 좀 힘든 거라 이게 본인을 잘 비춰보고 잘 맞을 수 있는 건 있는 빌드를 잘 골라서 하시라는 거예요. 비누님은 잘하시는 분이에요. 잘하시고 파밍도 워낙 잘하시고 빌드업이 빠르신 분이라 그거 속도를 맞출 수 있어야 그 빌드를 따라할 수 있어요. 그거를 이해하시고 보면 됨. 그래서 힘든 거예요. 초보자가 따라하기가. 이렇게 설명을 해야 이제 왜 그런지
cheap and
알게
all
되는
that, and
거니까.
yet there's still builds. Like there's still Atlas strategies. There's what tablets you're doing, what multi-choice you've taken on your league trees. There's, I mean, even just what league you're running is in itself a build. Like, I guess you have this kind of like you could be.
그래서 상위 몇 프로 거 빌드를 보는 것보다 아싸리 뭐 스스프나 이런 것 쪽에서 천천히 하루 데일리별로 이렇게 빌드업 하는 거를 찾아보는 게 오히려 더 나아요.
Even like, I'm
원래
going.
잘하는 사람은 하루 만에 금방 엔드로 가버리니까. 맞아요. 그러니까.
For forest biomes, because this league with these nodes on the Atlas tree equals, some certain benefit when combined with delirium. And then you could be even doing things like,
맞아요.
well, yeah, as I said, all the multi-choice. Maybe you run this master when fighting bosses, and this master when fighting or when boss chasing. This master when doing certain leagues over others. This master.
그래요.
While logbooking, there's just like all kinds of stuff where it's like, holy, okay. So you'd think by having the tree be fully allocation, you're like, oh, there's no builds anymore, and then it's like, hold on, there's like.
There's a lot there.
A lot of stuff
but effectively, the complexity there has been moved into a much more tight place where you can sort of do all of that in one go. So it's just a lot more manageable and it feels a lot better, I think.
What's the deal with like the sub trees within each master? Because they each have 3 tabs, don't they? Is that right?
No. So each of those tabs is a master.
Oh, okay.
템 가격 올라가서 그런 것도 있나?
Basically, yeah. So like one master is one of those tabs, and then you
대부분
pick like the
그런 사람 빌드들은 이게 하면서 바로바로 템 값이 엄청 올라가거든요. 그럼 따라할 수가 없어. 그것도 있어.
things you want for that master, but then when you change to a different
일명 팝콘 빌드라든지 그런 거. 아, 그래요?
master, that's like that's the choice of master you're making for that map.
Right, okay,
yeah.
그렇구나.
And it's just whatever master you have that's selected is the one that's active.
It's the one that's active, yes, exactly.
yeah,
So it's
that's
really
Each has the 4 rows, which is their quest line unlocks each unlocks one row and 1 point. You can take all of one.
그러니까 팝콘 거도 따라하려면 자기가 그 페이스를 조절해서 따라갈 수 있어야 돼. 그래야 템 빨리 만들어서 팔 수 있으니까. 그거는 고인물 입장인 거고 초보자분들은 좀 힘들어해요.
One of each row.
초보자는
they're just all
사야
kind
되는
of keystone-y
입장이니까 못
things.
따라요.
Yeah. So there's a lot of, even within that, there's obviously a ton of permutations of things you could do. So.
Yeah, right. So we've got our.
왜냐면 우리 길드 분들도 팝콘이나 이런 사람들도 보다가 저거 쓴다 그러면은 바로 사서 일단 갖고 있다가 나중에 오를 때 그때 팔거든.
Lost ascendancies and all of that lined out.
다
So
똑같아.
the kind of like the equivalent to your your tier 16 plus endgame juicing now is like go do the fortress, maybe complete like the couple leagues that you're going to focus on, get your masters done. So they have their quests. I guess they appear kind of like at certain points when you discover
those
certain
ones
things.
are like, so for example, you've got Hilda who's like sending you to kill like bosses.
Yeah.
She'll pick maps that are like a few maps away from the map you just did as like the place where she's going to set her objective. So then it's kind of like you can kind of do that like while you're doing other things, because like there's you do have to visit her campsite first to like get her. So there's like a place like right really near the starting point where that is. But like that's that. Then her mission can kind of be completed as you're doing other things. Whereas like other ones have kind of like they're a little bit different.
Well, Doriani's tracking down the corruption.
Yeah, so
corruption
effectively
biomes.
that quest of what you had as like the quest before is now just like Doriani's like master quest.
It's his side quest.
Yeah.
왜냐면
And the places where the
사이드에
corruption
있는
biomes are is like hard, like in the starting zone we put them in like specific places so the quest to find going to them. Like so Doriani can be like, I'll go to this one and then go to that one and so on. So like we've kind of got that stuff that so his quest line is kind of that.
seeing Doriani's quest kind of like minified into his little master thing now makes it
근데
seem like it'd be pretty
원래
easy for you to in the future make
윈닝은
other
잘 안
leagues into masters like that as well.
Yeah,
That
they
was
can
what
be.
I was going to say next.
Yeah,
I was immediately like, someone who's looking at this damn well knows we're going to be adding more
Yep,
of
there's
these.
going to be more of them for sure.
Effectively, more Atlas classes get added over time based on different new themes.
잠은
Like,
좀
we've
자야
tried to
되잖아.
have Jado, Order of the Jinn.
잠은 자야 될
their
거
whole thing is
아니야.
like, you know, getting powerful artifacts out of the hands of the villains, you know, and so you get a vibe there about what the types of nodes could be or should be, where you've got Doriani, who's like a powerful thaumaturge scientist, so you can get the, you know, you have all these different characters, and you have just the classic I want to kill bosses Hilda, who's just trying to like kill powerful
거래하려면
beasts, and
그렇긴 하지.
so you immediately can go, okay, well, you know, not that this is confirmed, I'm literally making this up as we go, but it's like, well, you got Pharaoh, who's the rune seeker, trying to learn blue shapes.
Could be a
Maybe
master.
that's a master when he's not, if it's core or not core, depending on how things go.
Yeah,
you know,
or
like,
it goes on the Atlas is a big
그래서
thing.
난
Like,
맨날
you've got those
사이드로
options now
가지.
for how to integrate things, which
나는 10톤
as
트럭
exciting as
싫어.
this is to play now, I'm excited for
치기
the future of this
싫어가지고.
lot because it seems like
옛날
it's much easier to
딴
see
데로
what
가지.
expands.
We designed more than the masters that we're even putting in here. We just didn't get time to do them.
Yeah.
Like we had some
Crazy.
ideas there.
So towers still kind of exist scattered around, and does the grand project still exist
거래요?
as the way to kind of like
거래하긴 하죠.
teleport after you've done a tower?
it
대충 가면 되지 뭐.
does. How does that work now? It works some way. There's a bit of a change. Not to like nerf it. It's just like there's a way about how it needs to work that I can't remember the exact specifics of, but yes, ultimately, yes, it does.
Excellent. Okay. Have you guys ever considered like just making towers work like that in general? I kind of love that thing.
Maybe.
Maybe. Might help with some of the discussions around. I know you're a big fan of like having
차후에
nice
만약에
variety in Atlas,
POE에
and certainly
대해서
it's going to be a lot of that because if you're
재밌어지면
doing like one of those breach areas, you're going to be like doing a variety of maps in there.
천천히 액트부터해서
But for some people, they
커런시를
want to just
모아서
avoid certain layouts ultimately if they can. And so
빌드를
in a way, like you can
조금씩
path around maps a lot of the time.
맞춰가는 재미를
And I
느껴봤어요.
guess Grand Project is one of those ways that you can kind of dodge those
밀어
things too. So
사가지고 템 맞추고
something
게임하는 것보다
worth considering. Has there been any
빌드업하는 과정이 더
lookout
재밌는
layouts for maps for
게임이거든요.
like unlocked
이
layouts?
There's
게임의
always
특징이
some of that
그거야.
work that's been done.
빌드업하는
I'm not
과정이
entirely sure
재밌는
how much of it there's
빌드업
here. There's
완료하고
definitely
나면
some. There's also a
재미없어요.
bunch of new
게임은.
maps, just like just new maps in the pool as well. Yeah, I mean, but there's always work on layout stuff, and they address that stuff typically. Just like the level design team just tends to sort of address that sort of stuff.
Just always
like over
happening in the
time,
background.
just happening in the
난
background. They
그거
just address
채널 안
things.
봐요.
But that being said, I don't want people to believe that we're just going to devolve into just like every map is just a
옛날에
simple layout without any
40체일 할 때
like resistance at all. There doesn't need to
체일
on
할
some
때
level be some
시간은
maps that are just like
그러니까
have like
시즌
maps should have
다
some
사람
level
없을 때 할
of
때라서
identity, and
Yeah.
like I
혼자
wouldn't want to just
게임하고
erase it all
있으니까
and just turn it into a pile of
재미없어서
gorgeous,
채널 잠깐 열어놓고
exactly. You know
너무
what I mean? So like,
어지러워가지고
I don't want people to think that it's like, oh yeah, everything will eventually
켜놓고
just become like a freaking circle or something.
와 이거 뭐야 하면서 어지러질 하던데
You know, like you do want to have some level of interest.
저는
You
그런
want
거
some
싫어가지고 안
interaction with
봐요.
some maps a bit
어느
with certain
순간부터
leagues
아
and
이제
others,
못
and
보겠다
you know,
싶어서 안
things
함.
like that. So.
But yeah, obviously if there's maps
그거 너무 뭐라고 그러지? 뭐 타블라 주세요, 뭐 보스 잡아주세요 그런 거 너무 많아서 최소한 액트에서 액트 보스는 자기 손으로 잡아봐야 되는데 그것도 안 하려고 하면은 왜 POE를 하는 건지. 액트는 튜토리얼 같은 건데 그 튜토리얼의 그 과정도 안 밟고 엔드로 들어와서 어떻게 할 건지 그것도 이해가 안 돼서 안 도와줘요. 저는 절대로. 액트보스 못 잡는다고 잡아달래요. 최소한 액트는 지 손으로 잡아봐야 되는 게 맞는 것 같아서 저는 절대 안 도와주거든요. 액트보스도 못 잡는데 무슨 엔드보스를 잡어. 그래서 안 도와줘요. 절대로. 저는 안 잡아줘요.
maps that are just like nobody likes, like not a single person is ever keen to run ever, you know, then we might want to consider changing that.
Well, you do get rid of the slow
그것도
livers in order.
POE의
So.
재미라서
Yeah,
그냥
sure.
놔두면 되는데 옛날엔
Rogue
잡아줬는데
Exiles are a fun idea, and there's some cool things.
그래서 디아3 안 해. 전직 보스요? 저는 2는 2차까진 제가 잡고 4차는
Things for them
무조건
here, where you've got this like
버스 탑니다.
nemesis system where they can come back and hunt you down. It's
2 전직 보스 잡아본 적이 없어. 2차까진 내가 해. 3, 4차는 절대 안 해요. 그냥 버스 타. 돈 구해가지고. 왜? 나 못해. 해본 적이 전혀 없어. 절대 안 해봤어.
The patent's expired on that. It's okay, we're safe.
재미없어.
But have exiles been made more substantial in general? 'Cause they kind of push
나중에 1.0 나와서 3차 전직 뭐 나온지 보고 할 수 있으면 3차 전직 그걸로 할 거임. 절대 1, 2차는 안 함.
it was like,
안 함.
to make that a bit juicier.
Just, yeah.
Excellent.
솔직하지 뭐.
Because I was like very excited.
아니 원처럼 이자로면은 그런 거면 뭐 하겠는데 이건 아예 컨텐츠가 강요가 되다 보니까 특히 성역은 내가 안 해봤거든요. 그리고 밀리가 성역하기엔 너무 어려워. 그래서 못 하겠고 결전도 힘들어. 이게 특정 저거라서 안 돼.
Excited for them, but they were like, they're kind of lame.
안 될 것
So
같아.
that's good to hear. Co-op progression, I had like grim expectations for how co-op progression would work with this, but you've reassured me that it seems like co-op works well here.
So the way that it works basically is that for the fixed part of the atlas, when you complete a map that would give you something like a passive point or something like that, it actually completes it for everyone. And because the layout is fixed for the parts of the atlas that are important for quest stuff, it means that, effectively you can all progress and co-op the atlases at the same time. So you don't have to worry about that part. But as soon as you're in the infinite farm area, now you're effectively working on your own atlases just like how you were before.
Some don't, and I'll give some examples because so the general just random map that gives
전직은
gives a passive point.
아직
Yeah, completes for everyone. Now, if that's disconnected, like let's say I've been mapping and you join me on day 2, and now I'm just completing maps. You will have a disconnected set of completed maps. You cannot path from those. They have to be connected to your home to be a path. So you still got a path there, right? But they are completed for you.
Oh, interesting.
So once you connect it up, you can skip over them. But the other thing is that let's say you get to the Delirium tree, you get to the hub, you do some of the maps with Delirium. Those will complete in multiplayer. But then you get to the Grand Mirror. That one does not complete in multiplayer because it applies a thing to your atlas that, if it were to just complete, would rob one of those players out of some sort of either quest or meta progression, which
전직
ultimately
추가 안 됐어요. 그대로의 전직.
yields a reward. So some maps shouldn't complete in multiplayer because then you have to split up. You have to run them each in your own, and then you apply your own mist to your own atlas. And then you can run all those, and those will complete together.
Well, the flip side of that is that the entire party gets to go around and do everyone's pinnacle boss, I suppose, at that point.
Correct. Yes.
That's good.
Yeah.
So, some do, some don't. We're just
But almost all do. It's just a few cases where we needed to make sure.
It's judgment calls where we don't want to rob you out of rewards.
TFT 할 건데요. TFT 할 수 있을래나? 잠깐만. 다 살아났니? TFT 살아났니? 아, 귀찮아. 2 있니? 일단 살아나긴 했네. 이거 보고 할 거 메시지가 없는데 하면 되겠지 뭐. 새로운 데 안 가고 싶어.
Right,
모르겠어요.
because you happen to be playing in a group and you're like, damn it, we should have split up. And
좀
I should have
열어놓긴
left the
했어요.
instance before you did that so that I got it twice, We're trying to make it that's not, just stealing loot from you.
We've
새로
got some
한다
kind of
해도
rapid-fire
나는
random
거기
chat
신경
questions here
못해.
mixed in. Some people have been asking about like the portals for maps, so like the portal restriction, 1 portal for 6 modifier maps. Is that something you're like looking at or reevaluating, or how do you feel about that for change now at this point?
There was some discussion with it.
I think we now have it be -1 portal per 2 modifiers.
Oh, what's
No,
the...
but wasn't there something where the tablets did something as well?
Oh my god, I don't
I
remember.
can't remember. There was some change here.
Oh, this is actually... I wasn't expecting
there was a change here. I just...
We've changed some stuff, but the whole thing of like we don't want you to run 5 mod maps all the time because like just of an happenstance of dying. Like we've done some stuff around this. Maybe we undid that though because now we have like Atlas nodes and the master for additional revives.
There was something about that though. I feel like we did something in... There is an Atlas node that gives you an extra...
we have the master for an extra revive.
Oh, the master does it? Okay, right.
Okay.
There was something here. I just can't remember.
Some
We
ways of
have
getting
one
in
that
that buffer.
removes all the revives.
That's often what's
Gives you a
mentioned
bit
is like
bonus.
people are like, 1 portal just feels like, oh man, like some BS gets me, and I'm like...
We are doing things around it. I just can't remember exactly which decision we landed on. But we did show it. We did show Well, at least
like a note or something, was there?
I don't know if we put it in here, but on the
Okay.
I think on the website when you're looking at the
Aigoo,
announcement page,
aigoo.
there's a few nodes on there that you can,
cool.
and one of them is an additional revive.
Oh, great. So, there's some
So
stuff
it's
to check
like
out
you
there.
could at least turn that on if you're running a certain class. But
요거
I think we
되게 자주
have some
얘기하고
ways
있어요.
to do this now, but I can't remember how much we baked into the inherent behavior versus just putting via the tree and or masters, because we went through like 5 iterations here.
Yep. There's a question for Ascendancy trials. So I guess there's 2 questions here. One is Trial of the Ancestors, or the third mystery.
The third one's not in this expansion.
No,
Oh,
but,
a little bit too much content to do.
but I assume that's one of those things that you want to have absolutely in and good for launch. And I guess the second question is the existing ones. Is there any kind of plans to improve them?
We
and
do want to
overhaul
improve
as
them.
well?
They're not good enough.
Right.
But
They're not
we didn't
launch
get
ready.
time this time. Yeah, like there's a lot that needs to happen.
But all 3 of those are on the cards for before 0. Before 1.0 or
Should be. But look, I wouldn't want anything. Put it this way: anything that's in the game right now, I don't want anything that's in the game to be bad at 1.0. So certainly, I would want to fix those other 2 trials before we get to 1.0.
Nice.
The third one, I want to get it in for 1.0. We'll have to see how that goes.
I would say that's a coin flip.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
gonna there's quite a lot to do there to make that good.
Doing that would compromise
거라고?
something else. It would, 100%.
이자로
And I don't
남은
think we
좀-
will
Fingers crossed. I'm very excited to see
아싸!
this mystery.
드디어 나왔구나
pay
이자로.
afterwards. But like it's really hard to say, of course. It just depends, see how things go. But the other 2, we had a plan for. We're going to fix everything in the end game, and those 2 were on our cards as well. Because
안 나올
technically we
수도
want to improve
있어.
the in-game
몰라요,
farmability
우리
of them as
방송이야.
well.
In
and a bunch of stuff.
particular, they're not really they're not something players really play in the in game that much. We want to improve that. Like
Yeah.
we want to get that to be a thing that's like a viable
요거
league, as it were.
얘기하고 있어.
Yeah, you want it to stand alongside these
Yeah,
other in-game mechanics as a
exactly.
thing that
Just,
you'd actually want to
we
do.
wanted to do the core Atlas stuff first, and then so because we were like, okay, we can't
Yeah.
do this and this and this and this, and we did that, and then the and this kind of tapered off, and those were 2 things we're like, let's do those in a separate patch, a separate time, and give them the justice
You
they
might have
need.
tried to do too much at once here, but you guys seem to like doing that anyway. One kind of final topic
Yeah,
for us
맞아요.
here is
네.
bosses. I
선택할 수
cannot
있게끔
overlook bosses. It's
하는
always one of my
거였거든요.
favorite things, and you guys are getting a little bit cracked with bosses. Are getting crazier and crazier. I've seen like a bit more than I think was teased in some of these boss fights, and they're unhinged. So I guess my first question is, who is each of your favorite of the new bosses? Because there's 15 new bosses or something. Who's each
I
of your
mean, I
favorites?
reckon just conceptually that the one that's the ritual one,
the big freaky Bodak.
the Bodak
No,
under
Bodak.
under the ground is just like really cool. The light, like just with the darkness and the like,
Yeah, the beams on that thing
just
look
the
insane.
and it's just like it's just really cool. Just like conceptually, as I said, like with the and the way that I mean, I don't know how much to spoil about that, but like the way that you
한국인도
bring
있어요.
you bring in some entities to help you with
영어로
that, and
해야
like it,
돼요,
it
영어로.
reveals the playing with the mechanic of the light and all that sort of stuff. Like it's just pretty cool.
Tale of light versus darkness.
Exactly. So that's just a really cool one.
Yeah.
1.0에서
favorite.
던지기 3가지로
I
나올
never pick
거고.
favorites. They're all.
You must pick a favorite of your children. Go on. Which child do you love
이번
more than the other?
0.5는 그냥 그게
I mean, that delirium
일차가
boss is
I
성역
mean,
1차가
it's
결정.
good.
똑같아요.
Finally having
보안만
the
한다 그 뜻이에요.
spoilery.
Go on.
It's good having the strange voice have a has a thing now. You know what I mean? He's not so strange after all, or he's more strange, I guess. One of the 2. Anyway, but like it's nice that from a Delirium's been in POE1 for so long. So it's like holy, it's been this long till we got a new pinnacle out of Delirium. But in the same sense, so is Ritual, and honestly, it doesn't really have any of the way of bosses in anything really so much. And at some point, King in the Mist became it, but that honestly wasn't. That came with the Affliction League, and so it's like this.
He's just a little guy.
It's just interesting finally getting some new capstones to some of these stories that have been around for like a decade. Which I think is real cool. And honestly, it's just nice to be able to like the King in the Mist. Come on, you fight him in Act 1.
I know he went from being like a pinnacle boss to a campaign
like,
boss. Now it's so good.
come on.
'Cause your boss elevated much.
And then you get it again, you're like Pinnacle of Ritual, and it's King of the Mists again. And didn't they kill this guy in the first act of the game?
He's a side boss.
He's got a new skill. You know, it's like it's just not good enough at all. Obviously, it's more than I'm underselling it, but it is clearly just not good enough. And so yes, I wanted to be more, you know, ancient with it, more, you know, primordial with it, like things that are just beyond your comprehension of power, and just like, holy, we're on a
couple of them look a bit mind-bending in that regard, but
but not also just like you know, OP human. You know, those are cool. You know, like technically, Tang Mizu is just a OP human. You know, there's such a cool little storyline there, and you know, people. I can't wait for people to see that, because there's actually a cool story link between Ritual and Delirium. Not that mechanically they're overlapped, and you get to see, you know, some of the origins of how he came to be who he is. And, you know, you might feel a little bit sympathetic for him, or you're just like, nah, I don't like you. You just make me see crazy demons and stuff. Or maybe you're like, I love that you make me see crazy demons and stuff. I don't know, but I just love all of that. Like, I like that we're finally putting a bow on some of these things, finally getting to the end of these. Well, I wouldn't even say it's the end, right? Like, it could be the beginning of something new as well. Like, that's the whole point. Is but
something you'd be a bit more proud of. Absolutely,
100%. It's like, oh, it's a bit sad that just Olroth, that Olroth guy, that, you know, who as a character is cool, but as a, you know, boss fight is just, it was clearly just a rip from POE1, and you know, it's like,
근데 POE1
here's this new
하더라도
thing in POE2 with this new epic new how we make bosses has obviously evolved over so long, and we're just taking this thing from several years ago, and it's just the pinnacle. And sure, we redid the effects and gave it a fresh coat of paint, but it's just not the justice they deserved. And so
that's I would love like a mini documentary, honestly, on like the process of how you make a boss now. Like, how does it actually go? Like, how do you get from like the original concept or whatever to the boss now that has like 40 skills and is crazy?
There's kind of a few ways. Sometimes it can be driven from 3 points. One can just be purely like narrative, let's see what we can come up with. Like, the campaign is way more narratively driven design of bosses. Like, we kind of know who is going to be the final boss and story before we develop the boss, and thus then it goes to concept and through the art pipeline. That's probably a more standard pipeline. But honestly, I would say a good half the bosses, and for example, and you're not going to know this, and it almost undersells it in a way, but the Expedition Pinnacle boss, the Runes of Elder Pinnacle boss, right? Which some people saw some silhouettes of and whatnot, but that thing is like this giant, massive, horrific creature that's just like, you know, resembling a spider, and you know, that was initially just a random mini boss in Act 5 that we were going to do, and the area kind of evolved to the point where that boss didn't fit anymore, and so
잡았으면 됐지 뭐.
Whenever we're looking at the we're doing league design, we're often looking at some of the assets that we've got around, and then like it can actually inspire design for some of the stories as well.
Yeah, like look at this cool
so we
thing,
sort of look at this thing, we're like, oh man, like what if we looked at the mix between, what if Elysium and Corruption were to come together and mix, and like what that would sort of result in. Like, you see this thing, oh maybe that could be, and then once you've got that, you're like, okay, maybe if we change this model to kind of be more in line with that, we can then like, you know, like look at this and be like, okay, like, and sort of create something. So having those constraints when you're designing a story, and then like seeing like some other stuff can actually really inspire quite a lot of creativity as far as like designing the storylines is concerned.
You go back and we're like, you know, like partly it's also like it's too epic for this just random Act 5 area in between, you know, it's not a key story boss, I guess is what I'd call it. And not that those shouldn't be epic, but then you take it and you're like, all right,
그냥 좀 뭐라 그러지? 러프하게 하고 싶어가지고 하고 있는데, 그리고 내가 메커니즘 모르는 것도 아니고 어느 부분에서 뭐 차용을 뭐 해서 하다가 바꾸면 되는 문제인데, 그래서 내가 디아폴을 안 한 사람도 아니고 내 방송 이력을 보시면 알겠지만 디아폴 아예 안 한 것도 아니고 좀 했는데
Let's make the limbs out of Verisium. Let's add this. Let's add this. Add some magical power. We can do this blue glow here.
고민 중에 좀
Add some more flesh.
디아폴 하다가
And
넘어갈까?
by the way, and then we tell
아니면
the modelers like, by the way, we're going to 3x the
POE1
scale of it.
하다가
And they're like, oh,
넘어갈까?
geez, the resolution of the textures might not hold up. So they're like, you know, there's all kinds of stuff like that where we have to do, and then all of a sudden you've got this like, and
디아폴 하면은 봐봐. 좀
obviously when you
하다가
make something that big, you have to, if it's already animated, you probably have to reanimate it, right? Because the
왜냐면 봐봐 하다 말았거든요.
way it will move needs to be different.
Big things move.
아 저거 하나만 죽이면 돼요. 피나클 보스 우버 하나만 잡으면 돼. 그럼 40회
Correct.
끝나요.
Especially if you want some telegraphing that matters. So, you know, it helps. But honestly, the way it comes about can just be honestly just out of nowhere. You just have this thing and you take it from somewhere else.
아니
And you have the
천천히
narrative
해도
driven. And
돼요.
other times you
난 그 저거 체리 문제가 아니고 그걸 꼭 마무리해서 끝내고 잠시 뭐 그게 아니고 어차피 POE2 하고 나면 원으로 또 갈 거임. 나 아직 허리띠
just have like,
얻어가지고 허리띠 빌드 안 해봤어.
I mean, our artists are
스프에서
just working
그것도
on stuff. Like
해봐야지.
normally we're very, very reactive to player demand for what they want from mechanics and
나
balance and stuff like that.
허리띠
We try to
구해서
be.
하는 빌드
And so we
해볼
don't
거임.
generally
어떻게든
design
구해서.
leagues significantly ahead, right? And generally,
아니면
honestly, we do not know
투 그거에서만 하는 거.
the next league. Just we've
네?
said this many times before.
보고 있다면 님이 알고 있는 방식대로 스트리머가 플레이 꼭 해야 되는 거 아니니까.
We do not
그러니까.
know it. So,
안 보고
but
계실
obviously you
거예요.
need time for the artist to produce all that art. And so they're just making stuff.
그렇게 하고 싶으면 딴 방 가서 하면 돼. 근데 내
They're just in
방에서
there
자꾸
making
그걸
cool stuff.
강요하니까
Just making
나는 그렇게
lots and
하면은
lots of cool
도망가거나
stuff.
안 하거든.
And it can be sometimes we
본인 방식대로 하라고 하는 게 있었어요.
have a mechanic we want and we want art to support it, so we look through our library of just ruckus and we find something that
library.
fits. Or sometimes we're like, damn, we're like struggling to come up with a theme for a
근데
league.
내가 아예 메커니즘을 모르는 사람이면 그런 훈수 받아가면서 할 수 있는데 말했잖아요. 디아폴을 해봤다고. 내 맘대로 막 하고 있다가 하도 안 하니까 이제 훈수 주신 건데 그때도 내가 언급을 했어. 아 내가 그지같이 하니까 훈수를 두시네요 라고 말을 꺼냈거든.
Here we look through and we're like,
그거 제가 약간의 저거였거든. 뭐지? 경고였거든.
what if we do all this, and this is the boss, and this is that, and
그때 얘기한 게 이거야. 저거 그 뭐지? 그래서 내가 돌려서 얘기한 게 POE도 그런 거 있다. 그 저기 POB란 게 그거다.
then we just piece some stuff
그래서
together,
빗대서
bit
얘기한
of
거예요.
retexture.
그걸 보고 따라할 거면 내가 디아를 왜 하냐고. 디아를 내가 왜 해. 그거 따라 보기 싫어가지고 천천히 하고 있었는데 그걸 왜 따라해. 그리고 그거를 따라해도 변형할 수 있고 그런 재미가 있어야 되는데 그걸 왜 똑같이 따라해야 돼. POE도 내가 말했잖아요. 이번에 첫 스스프로 시작했던 게 페이지 플레이즈 빌드인데 그걸 내가 그대로 똑같이 따라 안 했잖아. 서로 얘기하고 뭐 하면서 아이디어 내서 이렇게 하고 있는데 그거를 똑같이 해야 된다고. 나는 몰랐지. 열에 피 빠지는 건 몰랐지. 근데 나중에 보고 알았지.
Maybe some, you know, and it just can kind of come together in that regard as well. And so we have this just insane backlog library of art constantly being made for stuff that we don't necessarily know.
알고 있었어. 나 그 뭐지? 그 칼 쓰는 이유가 그거 뭐지? 그것도 있고.
And sometimes I give some direction. Like, for example, I know, and Jonathan's mentioned it, we are going to do Delve again at some point, right? So that's as soon as I hear that, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna tell the, you know, concept artists, the character artists, and sometimes even the environment artists. It's just like, we are going to do this at some point. Make sure it's there. Make sure we're experimenting and thinking about what does it look like. Who is now all Oliver Crystal Knight, or maybe his friends or his siblings or his father or his, you just start expanding and just let them start coming up with the real epic stuff, and then it's like, what does the underground now look like? Are we still, they might want to experiment with things that's like, do we want to change how Azurite is represented, because it might just look like Verisium now, and stuff like that. So we kind of have just stuff like that going, where it's sometimes directed, sometimes completely undirected, just going constantly. And it just allows us to just really quickly then just grab some stuff out of the hat and chuck it in
이후에
and
내가
start,
자꾸 빌드 보다 보니까 자원 필요도 없는데 왜 자꾸 자원이
just unify
필요하지?
those three threads, which is the art, the mechanics, and the narrative, which
이후에 나도 알게 됐어.
either can come first is kind of the
얘기해준
thing.
거
Either could be
들어보고.
the chicken or the egg, and it's kind of awesome, and it allows us to just be like real fast.
Yeah, awesome. Well, you guys are absolutely cooking with this. Can't wait to check some of it out. We do unfortunately have to wait a little while,
눈치챘구나,
but I
선생님도.
suppose you might have a few teasers and things like that for us over the next couple of weeks to help make things worse, maybe, while we agonize over this wait. But very much looking forward to it. Thank you both for the extended amount of time for a very large Q&A.
It's been a good one. Flew by.
Flew by. It was good stuff. I enjoyed
Our
this
first
discussion.
intermission.
Yeah, first intermission. Woohoo! Whopper
real
of a
cool.
league, right?
Very excited.
I couldn't make it.
끝났고요. 또 있나? 뭐 또 바뀐 거 있나? 39채 라이브요? 아이온2 있잖아. 수준이 달라요. 오래된 게임이라 그래요. POE1이 더 심해. POE1은 공부하고 나니까 달라졌어. 잘못 알려줬어. 방송에서 뭐 알려주려면 제대로 알려줘야 돼. 그리고 정확한 메커니즘 알려줘야 돼요. 잘못 알려주면, 특히 내 방은 빌더분들 많아가지고 찾아보면 금방 알아. 그래서 잘못 알려주면은 오히려 더 혼납니다. 내가 적당히 모른 척하고 모르는 척하고 막 바보처럼 하거든. 그러면은 이제 알려주신단 말이야. 그러면서 이제 메커니즘 나오고 막하게 알려주시고, 그래서 이게 알아가는 재미로 쓱 하는 건데, 잘못 알려주면, 그러니까 POE는 워낙 복잡해서 위키나 DB나 다 뒤져봐가지고 그거랑 피업이랑 대조해봐서 하는 거였거든. 그러니까 힘든데 디아는 쉬워. 금방 찾기가. 왜? 엊그제도 안 지시던데. 그분 누군지 아는데 그분 안 졌어요. 어제 와가지고 또 했어. 그래서 디아4를 언급 안 하려고 계속 노력 중임. 하도 뭐라고 해서. 그래서 디아4 안 하려고 하는 거야. 또 POE1은 워낙 오래된 게임이기도 하고요. 메커니즘도 많고 쌓여있는 재료도 많고, 그래서 자료가 되게 많아요. 여기 봐. 챙겨야 될 것도 많고 스킬잼도 많고. 그래서 패치노트 나오면 디아4요? 그래서 원 패치노트 보면은 엄청 많은, 요게 다 패치노트야. 이걸 가지고 일주일 동안 사람들이 분석하고 뭐 해서 빌드가 하나씩 나오는 거예요. 스타터가 정해지고. 요게 패치노트예요. 투도 마찬가지야. 투도 엄청 많아요. 이번에는 없고. 이게 지금 얼리 액세스라 적어서 그렇지 엄청 많아요. 있냐나. 응? 그래요. 나야 그냥 저야 훈수 듣는 편이니까 듣기도 하고 그냥 놔두죠. 말씀하시게 놔두는 편이라. 나중에 틀리면 그분이 저거 하는 거지. 내가 손해보는 건 없잖아. 그분이 창피 먹는 거지 뭐. 네. 나는 틀려도 나중에 또 죄송합니다. 제가 잘못 알았습니다. 다시 고치면 돼. 나는 그런 거에 대해서 막혀있는 사람 아님. 틀렸으면 내가 이걸 고쳐야 된다를 인지하고 잘못됐습니다 얘기하고 수정하는 사람이지 내 거로 고집하는 사람은 아님. 그리고 누가 여기 뭐지? 또 까먹었어. 이런 거 사이트를 누가 볼 줄 몰라요. 내가 안 보고 하는 거지 일부러. 메커니즘 배울 겸 이번에 안 보고 하려고 안 했던 거고. 누가 요 사이트 모르냐? 어디냐? 맥스롤이나 이런 데 가서 얘네들이 올려주는 빌드가 POE 하는 애들이야. 요 빌드 가이드 올려준 애가 POE 하는 친구들이라고 다. 누가 몰라. 여기 아니 우디줘요? 얘도 POE 해. 여기 다 POE 하는 사람들이야. 뭐 누가 누굴 몰라. 조금만 지나면 다 알아요. 누가 모르겠어. 여기도 있고 이거 다 POE 한 사람들 여기 유튜브에 올리는 POB랑 똑같은 거예요. 설명해 주는 거. 누가 몰라. 그 디아는 해봤어요. 풀강에서 해봤어. 안녕하세요. 그니까. 응? 화 안 났어요?
기타.
안녕하세요. 오랜만이네요. 썰어버리라고요. 됐어. 아니 그 방은 워낙 사람 많아가지고. 왜요? 풀강 하나비가 더 세? 지금 뭔 얘기하냐면 제가 성기사 질딘 하고 있었는데 무슨 열이 버전으로 해가지고 요거 쓰는 빌드 하고 있었거든요. 요거 열이 쓰는 빌드. 그래서 여기에 얘가 쓰는 스킬 중에 요거 죽음 아니면 영광 요거 때문에 쓰는 거거든요. 그래서 신념이란 게 자원인데 자원 대신에 생명력을 소모해서 피가 빠지는 거거든요. 그래서 요거 문구 써있는 게 요거예요. 어디 보냐. 아이템만 보고 싶은데 이거 많이 없어. 에이씨 못 보네. 이 아이템이 아까 그 말했던 붉은 설교예요. 아이씨 여긴 없을 거야. 아휴 이 DB 좀 만들어 주라. 여기에 보면 열이가 주는 피해가 증가하고 죽음 아니면 영광 업그레이드 비용 없이 얻습니다예요. 그래서 요거 쓰려고 붉은 설교를 쓰는 거거든요. 요 위에 거는 옵션이 필요해서 이거는 나오는 대로 봐야 되는 거고. 왜 이렇게 힘드냐고? 나? 나 뭐가 힘들어? 그 정보는 내가 잘 걸러내면 돼. 내가 걸러내고 있어요. 걱정 마요. 그래서 요거 때문에 했던 거였거든요. 붉은 선교 썼던 거는 요거 옵션 때문에 썼던 거고, 초반에 저거 쓰다가 한압이 풀강한 게 나와가지고 요걸 빼고 붉은 설교를 빼고 노드만 아까 말했듯이 요거 노드만 넣었어. 어차피 똑같은 거니까. 여기 요것만 넣었다고요. 열이에 요것만 넣었다고. 그리고 나머지는 하나비에 극대화 피해가 있어서 그걸 썼거든요. 왜냐면 얘 이 친구 이 질진 빌드가 극대화 피해와 확률 그리고 물리 피해가 중요한 빌드니까 요거는 여기 한 자리에서 차지하면 돼가지고 하나비에 풀강이 그쪽으로 돼 있었거든. 극대화 피해가 높은 걸로. 그래서 그거 쓰는데 그렇게 쓰면 안 된다고 자꾸 설명하셔가지고 내가 그걸 모르는 게 아니고 알고 쓴 건데, 그래서 그것 때문에 좀 이견이 있다가 제가 그냥 지쳐서 안 하려고요. 디아포를. 왜냐면 디아포 게임이 그렇게 복잡한 게임이 아니고 메커니즘만 정확하게 이행하고 나머지에서는 템에서 보완해가지고 하면 되는데 난 저거 하나만 바라보고 했던 거거든요. 열이라는 스킬을. 붉은 설교 코어 선조템이 안 나와서 그랬던 거든. 선조에 별 하나 붙은 거라도 있으면 쓰려고 했었거든요. 쓰면은 이제 저거 빼고 다른 노드 써가지고 하려고. 근데 그게 좀 힘들었어. 안 나와가지고. 그래서 잠깐 바꾸려고 했던 건데 그걸 아예 이해를 못 하시더라고. 이게 중간 단계 건너가는 단계예요 라고 해도 못 알아들으시던데. POE도 그렇잖아요. 내가 저기 구불을 해요. 아, 구불이라기보다 저걸로 설명해야 되나? 아, 구불로 해야 되겠다. 구불로 하는데 물론 엔드템이 코어가 이거긴 해요. 어디 갔어? 저기 나오냐? 응, 독이었나? 양손독이. 자, 구불할 때 요거 쓰잖아. 카와레 타거나. 물피도 좋지만 밑에 마무리 타격하고 군전명주시 경로 획득 요거, 그리고 경로당 화염피 획득 요거 하나로 쓰는 거거든요, 초반에. 하지만 나중에 엔드 버전 가선 이거 안 써요. 안 쓰고 물피가 더 높은 걸 쓰던가 바꾸거든요. 자루노드에서 뭐 이런 거 화염피나 이런 걸 얻어가지고 바꿔놓고 그런 식으로 변형을 하는데, 디아도 똑같잖수. 하도 이것 때문에 스트레스 받아서 이거 할까 고민 중이었어. 근데 여전히 탱이 약해가지고 못하겠더만. 저거 만지다 말았어요. 잠깐만요. 설명해 주려고 답답해서. 어우, 얘도 로딩 느려. 뭐하지? 그래서 할 거 없는데 밥 하나 할까? 밥 하나 하루 이틀 하다가 말아버릴까? 제가 이렇게 끼고 있었거든요. 템 품질에다 극대 확률하고 급히 붙어있는 거 요거. 모능도 많이 붙어있고. 아니 붉은 사막 너무 오래 걸려요. 어차피 폐지게임 해야 돼서 폐지게임으로 넘어가는 게 맞아. 해봤자 요거 900짜리 템밖에 없음. 근데 쓸 수 있는 게 요거밖에 없음. 극대화 피해계수 높은 거 요게 제일 세다. 예, 나도 임시방편으로 든 거라고 얘기했잖아. 임시방편으로 든 거야. 아무튼 그랬어요. 왜냐면 대부분 패직게임하는 여성 스트리머분들이 이런 거 잘 몰라서 설명할 때 대충 얘기해도 그냥 예니 하면서 따라오거든요. 모르니까 맞는 줄 알고. 그래서 훈수를 좀 많이 두시긴 해요. 제가 와우 할 때도 엄청 훈수 많이 들어가면서 했거든. 그땐 아예 몰랐어가지고 초반에 엄청 훈수 많이 들었거든요. 물론 지금도 모르지만. 근데 나중에 중간쯤 돼서 이제 좀 정보를 많이 알게 되는 정도까지 올라오잖아요. 그러면 어떤 훈수가 좋은 거고 나쁜 건지 저도 가릴 줄 안단 말이에요. 그런 방송 생활을 몇 년 했다? 한 7, 8년 냈다. 7, 8년 됐고, 왜냐하면 제가 홍보 안 해서 잘 몰라요. 그래서 그런 일반적인 여성 스트리머라고 생각을 했겠지. 그런 거 되게 많아요. 남자분들한테는 혼수 잘 못 떠. 왜냐면 남자라서. 근데 여수만 그렇게 하시는 분들 또 있다. 내가 방송을 좀 많이 해봐서 알아요. 그래서 내 방에서 혼수 두는 거 원래 조심스러워해요. POE 하시는 분들도 혼수 잘 안 둬. 내가 초반에는 들었는데 나중 돼서는 내가 어떤 사람인지 아니까 이제 말 안 해. 잘 안 알려줘. 근데 틀리면 알려줘. 또 내가 안 듣는 사람도 아니고 알려주면 또 고치니까. 알려주면 좋아요. 근데 잘 알려줘야 돼요. 명확하게. 왜냐면 내가 또 찾아보거든. 그냥 받고 끝이 아니라 위키나 닌자나 뭐 유튜브나 다 뒤져서 다 찾아와 봐요. 비교해봐. 그래서 틀리면은 다음날 내가 얘기해. 참는 사람이 아니라서 내가 정확하게 얘기해. 이거 아닌 것 같은데요 라고 하면서. 그리고 저는 패지게임 위주로 하는 사람이라 POE만 하는 거 아니에요. 저 라스트 에폭도 하고요. POE도 하고 라스트 에폭도 하고 웬만한 패지게임은 다 해요. 진짜. 라폭도 하고 옛날에는 저것도 했었고 토치는 하다 말았고 이번 시즌 넘어갔고 요즘엔 많이 없죠. 웬만한 패지 게임은 거의 다 해서 흘러가는 구조는 거의 다 알아. 패지 게임 어떻게 하는 건지. 어느 게임에서 디아포도 이번에 엄청 받았거든요. 아, 그 얘기 진짜 알고 싶었어. 그래서 내가 그 얘기를 그때 했을 건데. 카나이함 3회에서 그걸 갖고 왔다며, 제작 시스템. 근데 카나이함이 나왔던 게 시즌이 요게 이제 더 추가된 버전이고, 맨 최초 나왔던 게 2012년도 버전일 거거든요. 근데 POE는 POE 제작 시스템은요, POE1 시작부터 나왔습니다. 간단하게. 그래서 내가 유튜브 확인해 보라고 했던 거야. 이 패스 오브 엑자리란 게임 동영상 가서 날짜 수 눌러가지고 맨 앞에 가면 여기 커런시 쓰는 거 보인다고. POE2 오마주에서 만든 게임이 POE 게임인데 여기서 커런시 시스템이 나왔다고. 그 이후에 카나이함 나와서, 카나이함 처음 나왔을 때도 처음부터 제작 안 들어갔음. 내가 이거 디아3 한정판 갖고 있는 사람이에요. 용산 가서, 내 전남친이 용산 가서 이 디아3을 사왔다고. 해봤어요. 나도 플레이를 안 해본 건 아니고. 이거 다운받아서 플레이까지 해봤다니까, 이번에. 하도 그거 플레이 카나이함 3에서 나왔다고 계속 우겨대시길래. 초반에는 전설 얻고 그런 시스템이었어요. 후에 나왔어. 후에 제작 시스템은. POE1은 그 2010년도 10년도인가 12년도인가 그때부터 나왔다고. 15년 전에 나왔다고. 15 빼봐요. 2011년 그 전에 나왔다고. 카나이함 나오기 전부터 제작을 했다고. 이걸 보고 카나이함에서 나왔다고. 우선순위 따지지 말고 그냥 비슷한 시기에 나왔고, 디아 여기도 있고 디아에도 있어요. 꼭 거기서만 나온 거 아님. 그냥. 그리고 이번에 디아에서 나온 그 뭐지, 필터 라스트 에포에 나온 거임. 그거 디아에서 도입해가지고 하는 거임. 그냥 디아 잘 나왔다고 난 칭찬해 주려고 그런 얘기도 안 하고 그냥 하는 거임. 오히려 잘 되라고 지금 칭찬해 줘야 될 판인데 왜 자꾸 그걸 구분시켜서 디아 3에서 오고 그런 거냐고. 디스를 안 했다고? 미안. 아니, 찾아봤어. 내가 하루 쉬었잖수. 그 쉬면서 그거 찾고 있었어. 어서와요. 그 하루 쉬면서 디아3랑 예, 어린날 쉬었는데 그때 그거 찾고 있었어. 디아3하고 POE1 비교해가면서 언제 어떻게 뭐가 도입되고 뭘 어떻게 했냐 과거 추적하고 있었어. 아유, 답답해가지고. 다른 게임도 좀 해보세요. 뭐 요즘은 게임이 이렇게 뭐라 그러지? 게임이 이렇게 막혀있지 않아서 다른 게임에 있는 좋은 것들을 많이 차용해서 많이 합니다. 물론 전작에 있는 게임도 받긴 하지만 그게 없다고는 말 안 해. 당연히 받아야지. 아, 디아블로의 이름을 달고서 디아블로에 있는 거 받아가지고 하는 건 당연한 거 아니야. 그걸 부정하는 건 아님. 근데 다른 게임에 있던 거 받아서 하는 경우도 있으니 얘기를 해주는 건데 그거를 꼭 거기에만 있다고 계속 강조하지 말아달라고. POE는 그런 거 많아가지고 애초에 뭐 이거 어느 게임에서 있던 건데 갖고 온다 뭐 그런 거 얘기 많이 하잖아. 이번에 빌드 플래너도 어디 있던 거지? 라스트 에폭 있던 건가? 라스트 에폭하고 토치라이트 있던 거예요. 그거 가져오는 거야. 뭐라 안 해. 좋은 거 갖고 오는데 누가 왜 뭐라 해. 잘했지. 그런 QL은 잘했다고 칭찬해 주는 거임. 잘했다고. 탑게임에서 받는 거를 왜 그거 인정해주고 잘했네 라고 해줘야지. 그걸 왜 거기서 거기 꼭 그 얘기했다고 그렇게 민감하게 받아. 크리스요? 크리스는 그런 거 좀 반대했던 사람이래요. 영상 봐. 내가 초반에 크리스 욕하길래 내가 뭐라고 했는데 너무 크리스 욕하지 마시고. 크리스는 약간 보수적인 사람이었던 것 같아. 왜냐면 이게 대표직에 있으면 안정적인 걸 추구하지 어떤 모험을 하거나 그런 건 잘 안 하거든요. 근데 크리스는 그걸 다 잘라낸 사람이라 QL이나 이런 거 다 막았을 거예요. 모르겠어요. 디아 거리 시스템은 뭐 있든 말든 알아서 하시고. 알았어요. 이미 나갔으니 뭐 그건 어쩔 수 없고. 나갔으니까 그런 게 생겼겠죠. 결과론이지 뭐 그건. 그러면 내일 디아포 바바나 아까 바바 좀 키워놓은 거 그거 좀 마무리하고 넘어갈까요? 그게 그렇게 하는 게 낫겠다. TCG요? TCG가 뭐야? 카드 게임? 나올까? 왜? 조나단도 흥미있어 하던데? TCG. 지금 크리스도 요거 하려고 나간 거고. 모르지 뭐. 나올 수 있겠죠 뭐. 바바 하면은 쓰게요? 그래봤자 희노님이 다 커버해 주실 것 같은데? 잘못했다가는 그분이 희노님이 다 밟아주실 것 같은데. 예, 맞아요. 나 그리고 첫 시즌 희노님하고 같이 바바 드럽게 열심히 했어. 이번에 바바도 안 보고 할 거지만. 아니, 저거 보고 하는 거는 별 재미가 없어가지고. 봐봐, 이러고 있잖아. 예. 그분 많이 아심. 재밌어요. 그거 하다 넘어오시면 되겠지 뭐. 소설 유저. 알았어요. 이런. 초반에 진짜 많이 했지. 와, 이거 희귀 이거 안 나와가지고 이거 먹는 얘기까지 했었는데 절대 안 나오던데. 초반에 이거 안 나온 거 알아? 안 나와서 개고생했던 거 알아? 원시대는 절대 안 나왔다고. 하나비 같은 소리 하고 있네. 씨. 와, 원래 POE 같았으면 총 디렉터 퇴사했다고요? 아, 첫 시즌은 0 버전. 이게 제가 네, 디아4 패키지 나오기 전 원래 버전 1부터 했거든요. 그때 바바로 했어가지고. 그때 한참 저거 뭐라 그러지? 그거 스토리 다 밀고 그거 다 찍고 다 모으고 포탈 열고 보로하고 그 작업 다 했어요. 그때 얘기하는 거예요. 그때 바바로 했어요. 그때 하면서 뭐라 그러지? 그거 보라색 아이템 먹고 싶었는데 안 나와가지고 이거 저거 퍼센트 몇 퍼센트는 0.0000% 아니냐고. 그때 한참 뭐라 그러지? 뚜껑 먹고 싶어가지고 잠깐 버그 있을 때 그때 한번 했었는데 절대 안 나오던데. 일단 하고 저거는 할 거임. 아, 이거 할 거면은 태그 바꿔야 돼. 잠깐만요. 내일부터 조금 하다가 쉬어야겠다. 일단 영상은 다 봤고, 원래는 방송을 조금 쉬고 다른 사람들처럼 유튜브로 간략본 만들어서 올릴까 하다가 일단 제가 정리가 안 돼서 정리도 안 됐고, 아까 그 영상들 다 안 본 것들이 있어가지고 좀 보고 싶어서 방송 틀었고, 아마 저거 타 스트리머 분이 개인 리그 열면 가서 제어 훈련 쓱 가서 하고 쉬었다가 투 할 수도 있고, 그 전까지 할 거 없으면 뒤에 하죠. 그러면 대신에 야매 농사 해보자. 템이 있길래 잠깐 했던 건데. 일단 셀리그까진 못 가더라도 다바 맛은 볼 수 있겠지 뭐. 와, 또 구해야 돼. 천천히 하지 뭐. 그거 찾고 하는 재미니까 천천히. 이 친구로 오늘 좀 쉬었다가 상자를 구해주든가 해야겠다. 봐봐, 이거 조금 해보려고요. 30레벨밖에 안 해놨어. 천천히 하면 되지 뭐. 빌드업 해가는 재미지 뭐. 완벽하게 할 필요 있어? 그래서 혹시 뭐 물어보실 거 있나요? POE 1, 2? 나 이거 궁금한데 모르겠다는 거 지금 아는 한도 내에서 알려드릴게요. POE2는 아무튼 다음 시즌 일단 해봐야지 알 것 같다. 스타터는 패치노트 나와야지 안다. 되도록이면 처음 하시는 분은 뭐라 그러지? 이번에 신규 나오는 건 조금 어렵다. 왜냐 얘네 저거 뭐라 그러냐, 패시브 스킬 트리 노드를 미리 제공 안 할 거라 처음 걸 하려면은 노드 찍어가면서 하셔야 되는데 100% 망하실 거다. 그러니까 웬만하면 타 스트리머나 다른 사람들이 얘기하는 가장 보수적인 스타터를 정하셔서 하는 게 제일 낫다. 그거 해서 좀 커런시나 이런 걸 쌓아놓고 신규 캐릭터나 이런 걸 하는 거를 바란다. 그래서 그거 하고 싶으면 걔 전직하고 연관이 된 시작점, 뭐 아마존 아까 뭐지? 그거 있잖아요. 그거 거시기. 와, 뭐 많이 나왔다. 이제 와일드 스피커 얘 하고 싶으면 헌트리스야. 어이씨. 헌트리스네. 헌트리스에서 시작해야 된다. 얘로 시작해서 안녕하세요. 시작해서 다른 거 하다가 얘로 맞음 저거 하면 된다. 아니면 하나 더 있지 않나? 하나 더 있었는데 얘 몽크. 이 친구 하고 싶으면 몽크로 시작해가지고 앞에 거 딴 거 하고 있다가 얘로 바꾸시면 된다. 처음부터 얘네 하면 좀 손해고요. 헌트리스 뭐 있어? 아이, 오랜만에 헌트리스 해야 되네. 헌트리스. 그러니까 얘 하려면은 아마존이나 리추얼은 힘들어요. 아마존 하는 게 나아. 차일라는 힘들면은 인복하면 돼요. 인복하다가 올라가면 되지. 아마존으로 좀 하다가 바꾸시면 됨. 아마존으로 할 수 있는 게 뭐 있나? 얘는 할 거 많은데 차올라 힘들어요. 전 초창기 제일 처음에 인보커로 시작했는데 인보커하고 인퍼널은 맛만 봤고 데드아이가 그 심연 리그 때 했었고 요쪽 거 거의 다 해봤어. 요쪽 거는 안 해봤어. 아마존도 한번 했었나? 창한다고 해봤어가지고 아마존 했다가 일로 갈 수도 있고 아니면 아싸리 워리어 할 수도 있고. 위치헌터 많이 좋아질 것 같던데. 그래도 위치헌터인데 안 하시겠지. 바라시탈 안 해봤어가지고 아쉽긴 하다. 얘가 재밌어 보이긴 해요. 동물원! 동물원이야. 재밌을 것 같아. 여기 많네요. 룬 100개 이상? 바다 탐험은 한번 하긴 해야 되네. 요거 다 끝내야 되구나. 스토리. 스파크요? 어허. 아, 전직 2개 하긴 해야 되네. 맞아? 무술 가져야 돼. 에이, 이거 아니겠지. 에이, 깜짝이야. 아니겠지? 챌린지는 아니겠지? 아, 이거 설명한 거구나. 쏘리. 나 또 도전 과제라고. 룬시커 6개, 헌터 6, 어센던트 4, 더 마스터, 리퀴리안, 아티. 이게 뭘까? 룬시커, 사냥꾼, 승천자. 이건 사전직일 거고. 장인. 이건 나와봐야 될 것 같아. 모르겠어. 이것도 궁금하고요. 이거는 패치노트나 이런 데 나올 거고. 고유가 좀 나왔네. 이거 원했던 스프링클러 들어온 것 같은데. 이거 몰튼 들어온다고 그러던데. 이거 보더니. 야, 이거 몰튼 스킬이잖아 하면서. 힘 스태킹 빌드 하는 거. 회피 올려주는 거네. 공격 속도 증가하면서 회피 올려주는 거. 한국말로 전부 다 해달라 이 말이야. 이거보다 마피 성능 알고 싶은데. 와, 범피 엄청 높네. 아이, 나머지 부분 해석됐으면 좋겠다. 방어도랑 AC, 주문 피해 증가, 힘하고 지능, 방어 AC. 목소리는 한번 먹어보고 싶고 어디서 먹을지 모르지만 정 안 되면 빙하해. 냉기 균열해. 구불 화산 균열도 했는데 뭐 냉기 버전이라고 안 하겠어? 아, 근데 이거 데미지가 좀 적은 것 같던데. 94%의 이거라서. 만화 스태킹이네 이거는. 이거 쓰려면 이거였나? 이거 아닌가? 도끼 아닌가? 메이스인데? 응? 저거 아니야? 이거 맞을 건데. 도끼 하나 있었는데 내가 보고 이거 화산균열 냉기 버전이다면서 이걸 거임. 근데 18레벨이 너무 낮다. 근데 1레벨부터 쓸 수 있네. 쓰자 바꿔 버려. 액트 과정에서 쓰다가 버리는 거지 뭐 이런 거는. 컨버트 하는 거지. 화염을 가진 이거를 냉기로 컨버트 시키는 거. 이것저것 테스트 해보죠. 만약에 저거 나오면. 언제부터 하실지 모르겠네. 기다리자. 그래서 오늘은 그거 뭐지? 이분이 개인 리그 열리면 그때 가서 같이 하고요. 언제 오신대? 나중에 몰래 가서 봐야겠다. 몰래 보고 바로 신청해야지. 이거 하고 지금부터 좀 쉬고 제가 저거 내일은 디아포 조금 더 하려니까 바바로 좀 더 할게요. 그래서 바바 할 준비를 좀 해갖고 오겠습니다. 해갖고 와서 내일은 하면서 쩍쩍쩍 늘리고 또 제 맘대로 막 해볼 거니까 알아서 훈수 두시고요. 적당히 해. 적당히 하라고. 저는 그러면 좀 쉬었다 오겠습니다. POE 하면은 게임을 좀 많이 하는데 방송도 많이 하고 꼭 다른 게임 하면 좀 늦게 하더라. 게임을 해야 되는데 태그 바꿔야 되고 또 시간이 조금 걸리니까 나도 좀 쉬고 목도 좀 쉬면서 밥 뭐 좀 먹고 약 먹고 좀 해야 돼서. 네, 디아 할 거라니까. 왜? 오늘도 뭐 했어. 오늘 열심히 공부했어. 인터뷰 보고 Q&A 보고 다음 시즌 재밌다 얘기 결론 냈잖아. 조나단 찬양 안 했는데. 내가 왜 찬양을 해? 저 찬양 같은 건 안 해. 찬양은 안 해. 너무 비하지도 않고 그냥 뭐 정보만 얻어내는 거지 뭘 찬양을 왜 해. 난 찬양 안 합니다. 그냥 열심히 하라고 서버비는 내줄 수는 있어도 못하면 졸라게 욕할 거고요. 잘해도 뭐 그렇구나 하고 넘어갈 거야. 못할 때 더 졸라게 열심히 욕할 거야. 그래야 빨리 더 잘 나오지. 나는 왜요? 근데 뭐 할 거는 없긴 해. 근데 동선은 한번 봐야 돼서 액트 동선 한번 짜봐야 돼서 어차피 21일, 20일 요때쯤 패치노트 나오잖아요. 듀오 못할 것 같은데? 예. 그래서 한 하루 이틀 정도는 액트 동선만 짜볼 거고 이번에 듀오는 얘기 다시 해봐야 될 건데 따로 DM 해서 얘기해 볼 건데 이번 시즌 컨셉이 저거잖아요. 접었죠. 빨리 접었지. 근데 이번엔 체리스니까 좀 다를 수도 있고. 그러니까 열심히는 안 할 거야. 그냥 좀 대충 할 거. 그러니까 동선 살피는 쪽에서 한번 할 거고 많이 안 할 거예요. 동선 확인차 그리고 빌드 확인차 한번 해볼 거고요. 8첼. 왜 8첼이 어때서 독수리가 얼마나 위대한 줄 알아? 그리고 이번 시즌이 저거잖아. 제작 시즌. 이게 제작 시즌은 이게 커런시 먹는 시즌이면 빌드 뭐라고 그러지? 파밍의 재미도 있고 크게 뭐가 없어서 같이 해도 상관없는데요. 제작 시즌은 같이 하면은 좀 힘들어. 왜냐면은 뭐 빌드가 같으면 좋긴 한데, 그러니까 아이템 얻기가 좋긴 한데요. 이게 내가 따로 하는 시점부터는 다시 시작해야 하는 문제가 있어서 이게 첫 번째 문제고, 아까도 봤지만 같이 할 수는 있지만 이거 남용하는 거 막으려고 따로 해야 된다고 아까 언급됐거든요. 그래서 요 문제가 걸릴 거고, 그리고 지도 같이 하는 것도 문제고, 룬 먹는 것도 좀 어려울 거고, 렉 문제는 이번에 해결했는지 모르겠지만 렉 있을 거고요. 그래서 같이 하는 건 한번 생각해 봐야 될 것 같아. 제작 시즌은 특히 없어요. 수습할까요? 고민해 보겠습니다. 나 그럼 또 디기 열심히 해야 돼. 2에서 수습하면 또 디기, 나 4차까지 혼자 하라고? 선생님, 4차 해야 되잖아. 성역 4차 안 해봤단 말이야. 나한테 너무 많은 걸 바래. 결정도 안 해봤는데. 스스프는 상관없는데 전직 때문에 그래요. 전직은 나 안 해봤다고. 버스 탈 거란 말이야. 사차했다고? 결전으로 했어요? 이건 진지하게 고민해보자. 힘들어. 아니야. 스스퍼 할 거면 신규 직업 못해. 힘들어. 이게 진짜 정통적인, 뭐라 그러지? 스타터 빌드는 진짜 보수적으로 해야 돼서. 할 수 있을래나? 얘로 하면은 회피로 가야 될 건데. 야, 이제 2의 회피가 그렇게 좋은 것도 아닌데 큰일 났네. 고민해보자. 이거 패치노트 나오고 습할지 말지는. 내일은 디아프 할게요. 이건 진짜 고민해보자. 이게 제작 시즌이라. 응원해드려야겠다. 두 분이면 내가 응원 많이 하겠습니다. 이 동선 확인하고 빌드 확인 한번 하긴 해야 돼. 이거 재활 한번 하긴 해야 돼. 열심히는 안 할 거야. 그냥 재활 조금 하긴 해야 돼. 아니면 이거 하고 스스프로 하던가. 코랄라면 이제 사원도 해야 되고 다 해야 돼. 문제가 컨텐츠 다 해야지 템 모아서 할 수 있는 거라. 나 마핀 먹고 싶다고! 마핀 먹고 싶다고! 열심히 공부하면 된다고요. 공부만 해. 재활하지 말고. 아, 마피가 먹고 싶다고. 소스 스태킹이 딱 좋을 것 같은데 할 수 있을래나? 와, 이거 나 스스포 생각하니까 아찔한데. 선생님 아찔한데요? 돌아버리겠네. 네, POE2 스스포 안 해봤거든, 한 번도. 아니, 뭐 상관은 없는데 전직 때문에 그렇지 뭐. 짠 건 상관없거든요. 원이나 투나 스스포는 상관없어요, 저는. 어차피 다 할 거라서. 제작이요? 제작 컨텐츠 하면 돼요. 다 해서 얻으면 돼. 안 했어요. 그때는 안 했어. 안 했어. 어차피 컨텐츠는 다 하면 돼요. 이게 제작하는 게 이렇게 어려운, 투 제작이 이렇게 어렵진 않아요. 랜덤성이 커서 그렇지. 그냥 하면 되는데 시간이 좀 오래 걸려서 그렇지. 상관없어. 원도 똑같고. 다만 전직이 좀 까다롭고 어렵다, 그 차이라. 빌드를 뭘 선택하느냐가 문제라. 와, 이 아찔한데. 근데 만약, 그니까 고유 이번에 바뀐 거 기준으로 하면 고유 아이템 얻을 거면 의식을 해야 되고, 반지랑 목걸이, 커런시 이런 거 할 거면 균열이 맞고, 쉬면은 여전히 해야 돼서 저걸 먹어야 돼요. 뭐지? 뼈 이런 거 얻어가지고 템 만들 때 제작 재료 모아야 되고, 환영해가지고 그거 먹어야 되고, 탐험은 해서 해야지. 베이스템 먹어야 되고. 똑같아요, 어차피. 와, 이거 머리 잘 써야 되는데. 이번 스스프는. 패치노트 나오고 나서 고민해보죠. 이거 나오고 고민해봅시다. 모르겠어요. 패치노트 나오고. 이게 나와야 어떤 캐릭터 해야 될지 감이 잡히고, 아직 뭐 정보 안 나온 게 너무 많아가지고 할지 말지 모르겠어. 왜냐면 이번 시즌 제작 리그라서. 저도 직접 제작 좀 해봐야 돼가지고. 근데 제 특징이 스스프 강제화 안 하면 제가 직접 제작 잘 안 하거든요. 자꾸 매핑만 하고 싶어 하고 대충 하고 도망칠 생각만 하니까 스스프로 강제화 시켜야 제가 제작도 하고 빌드업하고 신경을 쓰니까, 그래서 권해주시는 거라서. 근데 어차피 제가 스스프 해도요, 선생님들하고 비슷해요. 수준 비슷할 거예요. 걱정 마요. 시간을 제가 더 많이 투자할 거라서. 맞아요. 어렵진 않을 거라. 제가 시간 많이 투자해서 할 거라서 선생님들하고 비슷한 수준으로는 할 거예요. 선생님들이야 이제 커런시 벌고 막 그럴 시점이라서. 실패하면 다시 거래로 넘어가도 되니까. 고민이다. 고민해보죠. 이거 패치노트 나오고 나서 얘기합시다. 내일은 디아포 해볼라. 그리고 일단 자리 나면 일단 엉덩이 집어넣고 재활 한 하루 이틀 하고 자리 빼. 그리고 다른 사람들 하게 자리도 비켜주고 하면 되지. 아마존으로 연습해봐야겠다. 혹시 모르니까. 저거 하고 싶은데. 와일드 스피커 하고 싶은데. 연습해봐야지. 이거 하고 싶거든요. 이거 되게 끌려. 나 이거 끌려. 동물원 하고 싶어. 말은 이렇게 해놓고 해봐야지. 몽크는 힘들어. 이거는 다른 분이 해주실 겁니다, 선생님들. 이거는 몽크 전문가가 있어요. 와일드 스피커 하고 싶다고. 동물원. 몽크 전문가님이라고 지금 쉬고 계신데 저기 있을 겁니다. 저기 어디 계시지? 물약좌가 있습니다. 제가 한참 먹었던 약 이름인데 어디 갔어? 지금 쉬고 계신데 요분이 잘해주실 겁니다. 이거 할 겁니다. 와일드 스피커. 네, 그분도 많이 해요. 그분 원래 밀리지만 하시는 분이라. 전문은 이분이지. 이분 저랑 같이 첫 해 몽크 같이 했고 차율라도 저번 시즌에 했었고 욕하면서 와 욕하면서도 끝까지 엔드까지 다 보시더라. 인정합니다. 난 저번 몽크 한다고 하면 인정해. 아무튼 요구하고 싶어서. 그래서 초반에 아마존으로 뭐 좀 하다가 아마존을 하다가 바꾸면 될 것 같은데. 어차피 2차 하고 액트 마무리니까. 연습해봐야겠다. 근데 얘는 뭘로 해야 될지 고민이야. 헌트리스로 쓸만한 기술이 없어. 창 그지 같은데. 번개 화살해. 안 되겠어. 아마존 번개 화살해. 하려 하면 되지 뭐. 타이탄이요. 아니 아마존 하고 싶다니까. 아마존 선의 공격할까? 그게 낫겠다. 아마존으로 해. 아샷 그지 같다고 성토를 하시던데. 개 좋아요. 어허. 아마존으로 해보자. 연습. 아마존으로 선의 공격할 수 있나 확인해보자. 골템 다 사면 좋아요. 아마존 선의 공격도 괜찮을 것 같아. 하다가 넘어가면 될 것 같아. 어차피 육척봉 라인 비슷하고. 삼육이가 없어. 테스트 해볼 게 없지. 했던 건 안 할 거고. 어차피 라인이 아마존이라 이쪽으로 갈 거라서 아마존으로 해도 될 것 같은데. 던지기 문제네. 휩쓸기 영상 있어요. 약점 쓰면 되고. 당연히 높죠. 치명타 요거랑 요거. 불피 획득 관통 요거 3개 쓰면 되겠다. 요거랑 사리까지 이렇게 4개 쓰면 되겠네. 그거는 감안하고 하는 거니까. 묻을 것 같으면 나는 수습해서 하면 돼. 난 수습하면 돼. 몰라. 고맙습니다. 아! 선생님 이건 아니잖아. 내 건 보는 거 아니라고 들었는데. 범위가 되게 좁다. 휩쓸기? 선의 공백이 아닌가 보구나. 인정했어요. 뭘? (80이면은) 14, 15 정도네. POB는? 모빌리티. 나 그나마 할만하다고? 이건가 보구나. 잘 걸러서 하면 되죠, 뭐. 올로 쓰고 해야 되네. 아이씨, 이건 탐험해야 되는데. 비싼 빌드인데요? 김이남 이거는 저거 하면 되고. 고맙습니다. 일단 추가해 놓을게요. POE2 이번에 하면서 한번 해보지 뭐. 이런 거 해가지고 대충 빌드 짜가지고 해보자. 안되면 망하는 거지 뭐. 망하는 거지 뭐. 어딨지? 야, 에? 아이 뭐 비슷한데 뭐. 주정이 기든 아니든 원래는 똑같은데 뭐 얘기하면 되지. 똑같아. 어차피 라인 통과하는 거는 똑같아서. 어차피 어디 갔냐? 여기로 가야 되는 거 아니야? 적봉? 짜보지 뭐. 이건 나중에 할 때 패치노트 나오고 하든가 아니면 재활하기 전에 잠깐 해보죠. 짜고 대충 해보지 뭐. 아니면 있는 거 찾아보든가. 유튜브 좀 찾아볼게요. 대신에 내일 모레는 디아 할 거야. 밥 할 거야! 씨. 밥 할 거야! 정말 쉬러 가겠습니다. 쉬었다가 와서 내일은 디아포 하고요. 일정은 제가 이쪽 방송 몰래 보고 있다가 나오면 그때 참여하고 해볼게요. 네, 들어가도록 하겠습니다. 좋은 하루 보내십시오. 갈래요. 안녕. 빠빠이요. 감사합니다. 와주셔서. 갑니다. 빠빠이.